Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning, or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter complete, Martial Arts. Attributes, Chapter 401. No strange weapons are allowed for this military drill. Wang Teng kept the Black Meteorite. He wanted to continue admiring it, but he couldn't. He was afraid that he would start using the furnace if he kept staring at it. Mind you, he was an advanced stage alchemist. It was natural for his hands to get itchy when he saw this legendary furnace. However, this wasn't the right time and place. Furthermore, he didn't have any spiritual herbs with him. He could only wait for the next time. Here came the question. What was the function of the Black Meteorite furnace? From its reaction just now, it was able to condense flames together and increase the speed of Dan making. As previously mentioned, the Black Meteorite furnace was made using a meteorite from outer space. The meteorite had landed in a volcano and was submerged among the lava for thousands of years. Special changes had occurred to the meteorite. The most widely known function was its ability to gather flames. As for the others, only those who had used it before would know. Wang Teng contemplated for a moment. Then he took a deep breath and cleared the unnecessary thoughts in his mind. He started cultivating. The next day at 7 a.m., everyone gathered in front of the dormitory building. Lieutenant Colonel Niu appeared once again. Ni Jianshang and the other instructors were present, too. Immediately after they gathered, Niu Li brought them to the military cafeteria for breakfast. The military cafeteria was huge. The tables and chairs were arranged neatly, and the food was already served on the table. All the dishes were placed in the same way and in identical positions. Wang Teng was in awe when he stared at the cafeteria. He felt that even a person with the obsessive-compulsive disorder would be cured if he was thrown into the military for 2 months. When they arrived, other groups of soldiers were also streaming into the cafeteria for breakfast. Huh. Wang Teng made a soft exclamation. He looked at the two teams who were walking in. Han Zhu heard him and turned to look in the same direction. He smiled and explained. They are Xingshan Military Academy and Yongkong Military Academy students. There are other universities here too, Wang Teng asked in surprise. What's strange about that? The students from these two universities would also enter the Black Sparrow Troop after they graduate. You should read up on these matters, Wan Baichu said. Why should I? My brain is already filled, Wang Teng replied, nonchalantly. Respect. Wan Baichu was speechless. Did they participate in the martial arts competition? I have no impression of them at all, Wang Teng asked curiously. Han Zhu and Wan Baichu didn't know what to say. Your attention was only on Capital Military Academy and the first university, right? Wan Baichu asked angrily. Ha 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 ha. Was it? Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. The students from Xingshan Military Academy and Yongkong Military Academy saw Wang Teng and his friends. Their expressions changed slightly, especially when they saw Wang Teng. This was the gaze of a bottom feeder looking at a star student. Of course they weren't bottom feeders. None of the 10 military academies in the country were lousy, but compared to Wang Teng and Han Zhu, they felt useless. Soon everyone arrived and breakfast started. A second later, only the sound of munching could be heard in the cafeteria. After breakfast, Niu Li brought them to the martial arts arena. The martial arts arena was far from the residential area and the cafeteria, even with their speed. The martial warriors had to jog for close to 10 minutes before they arrived. Their martial arts arena looked similar to Hanghai Military Academy's stadium. It was huge, and there were many different zones. Niu Li led everyone through the door. They walked along the outskirts for some time before they finally arrived at an area with an arena and a spectator stand. Perform well. Don't hold back. Your performance during this drill will affect the future arrangements the military has for you. All the best. After a few reminders, Niu Li, Nia Jianqiang, and the instructors from the other universities went to the spectator stand to watch the drill. Suddenly, Nia Jianqiang stopped in his tracks. Oh, right, no strange weapons are allowed for this military drill. Lieutenant Colonel Niu was puzzled by this random remark. He looked at Ni Jianqing in confusion. Hanju and his friends understood at once. They turned to look at Wang Teng strangely. Wang Teng was bewildered. Why are you all looking at me? How is it related to me? Don't you know that you have the strangest weapon of all? Wan Beichu replied. The other students nodded. Wang Teng finally realized what they were referring to. The brick. These people were looking down on his brick. Why, that is a weapon too. I'm not breaking the rules. Wang Teng refuted unhappily. Niu Li felt even more confused. What weapon were they talking about? Why were they speaking in riddles? Couldn't they be clearer? Why? What do you think? Nia Jianqiang glanced at him helplessly before he snorted. You might not find it embarrassing, but I do. Don't create any trouble for me. Fight properly, and let everyone witness your real skill. Wang Teng wasn't convinced. There were many talented martial warriors in the military. If he couldn't use his brick, how was he supposed to collect more spirit and enlightenment attributes from them? Ni Jianqiang had a headache when he saw Wang Teng's reaction. He couldn't understand why he was so stubborn. What was wrong with the other weapons? Were they hard to use? This fellow was a talent, but he had a few screws loose. Were smarter people more abnormal, too? Han Zhu and the other students seemed normal. It looked like they weren't smart enough. Yes, this must be why. He knew that he still had to rely on Wang Teng to gain honor for their university, so he softened his tone and said, I won't stop you if you use your brick outside, for instance, on the battlefield. You can do whatever you want with it, however you can't use it today. The martial warriors you're fighting with are our own people. They might be your seniors. A brick? Niu Li caught this word sharply, and his mind went blank. What the hell? As a martial warrior and a student of Huayanghai, he was using a brick. Did he hear wrong? But when he saw everyone's nonchalant expression, he had to accept this fact. He looked at Wang Teng with a strange gaze. This fellow Wang Teng hesitated and nodded. All right, I won't use it this time. However, you can't stop me in the future. At first, he wasn't willing to relent. However, Nie Jianqiang had managed to convince him they were on the same side, so he should give them some face. There were many enemies on the battlefield, enough for him to harvest lots of attributes. He wouldn't be losing too much. Nie Jianqiang heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Wang Teng would remain stubborn, but fortunately he took a step back for him. He had nothing else to say, so he went up to the spectators' stand with Niu Li and the others. There were already many military martial warriors seated on the spectators' stand. They were looking at the students below and discussing in hushed voices. There were many other soldiers sitting around, too. All of them were waiting in anticipation for the drill to start. After all, these weren't ordinary recruits. They were all talented martial warriors from military academies. The military drill would definitely be extraordinary and spectacular. Some of them might become outstanding generals in the future. They would be the influential men of their era, taking control of the overall situation. Hence, many soldiers who didn't have missions chose to come and take a look. The students from Jingshan Military Academy and Yungkong Military Academy were present as well. They were standing not far away in two groups. No one spoke, but they kept glancing at the students from Honghai Military Academy occasionally. Wang Teng ignored them. He was looking at the group of soldiers on the opposite side of the arena. There were only around 50 of them, much less than the number of students from the military academies, yet their aura surpassed those of the students combined. They appeared relaxed as they sized up the recruits, looking at them mockingly. A 30-year-old man with a mighty temperament was seated in the middle of the spectators' stand. He was wearing a military uniform with one crimson star on his shoulder. That represented his identity. He was a general. His name was Song Wanjiang, one of the deputy commanders of Black Sparrow Troop. There were many officers sitting around him. They were all field officers. The most conspicuous among them were a young lady and a young man. They seemed to be around 20 years old, much younger than the other officers. However, the military emblem on their shoulder was a silver star. They were majors. Mind you wouldn't just be promoted based on your ability alone. You couldn't lack enough military exploits. Their military ranks meant that they had achieved a lot of military exploits. It was impressive to be able to attain such glory at a young age. They had a bright future ahead. Niu Li and Nie Jianqiang were sitting on Song Wanjiang's left. The instructors from Xingshan Military Academy and Yongkong Military Academy were present on the scene. Song Wanjiang looked at the young figures below and smiled. Look at these youngsters. I wonder if there will be any outstanding students among them. A face appeared in Niu Li's mind instinctively. He also remembered Nie Jianqiang's reminder about Wang Teng. He said with a strange expression, maybe? Oh? Song Wanjiang was startled. Did someone catch your fancy? The young male major beside Song Wanjiang smiled gently and asked. His gaze was sharp. Let's wait for his performance. Niu Li glanced at the young man, but he didn't reply to his question. I saw Lieutenant Colonel Niu bringing our junior sisters and brothers over. Is he among them? The young female major smiled and chimed in. Kong Li, you haven't been paying attention to your alma mater, have you? Nie Jianqiang suddenly smiled. Instructor Ni, I just came back from a mission. I didn't even go home during Chinese New Year. How would I have the time to see them? Kong Li said bitterly. Ha ha! As a soldier, this is inevitable. Since you don't know anything, you must pay attention later. Nie Jianqiang said in a mysterious tone. Kong Li's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, It looks like there is an impressive student in our school this year. The young male officer's face glowed with interest. I'm anticipating Huang Hai's performance now. Song Wanjiang laughed and replied, I think you won't be disappointed, Nie Jianqiang said with confidence. All right, it's about time. Let's get started. Song Wanjiang stood up. His voice echoed through the arena, chapter 402, How miserable. Although Song Wanjiang's voice wasn't loud, it entered everyone's ear clearly. This was a merit of martial warriors. They didn't need loudspeakers. The recruits below focused their attention on him. Song Wanjiang quickly explained the rules and mode of this military drill. To put it simply, the students could freely choose the challenge mode they wanted for this military drill. Every recruit had to fight, and they were only given 5 minutes of performance time. Their opponents were the veterans on the other side of the arena. I've finished what I have to say. We will now proceed with the military drill. Let's start with Yongkong Military Academy. Song Wanjiang sat down after he was done. The recruits from Yongkong Military Academy were shocked. They didn't think they would be the first to go up. This was the first time everyone was experiencing this military drill. They had no prior experience, so they hoped they could watch others first. The one who went up first would suffer. But they had no choice. The instructor from Yongkong Military Academy stood up from the spectator's stand and leaped down with a tap of his feet. He landed beside the recruits from his school and started arranging the fighting order. On the other side of the arena, the veterans sat down cross-legged, calmed and composed. They waited quietly. Seeing them so composed, Wang Teng followed suit. He remained silent and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he winked at Han Zu and Wan Baichu, signaling them to sit down. The two of them hesitated. They felt speechless too. This fellow was so casual. There was strict enforcement of the order in the military, though the rules were slightly relaxed for martial warriors. However, with so many bosses present, who dared to sit down before they did? Thus, a scene clearly stood out from the rest. All the recruits were standing. Only Wang Teng was sitting on the ground. This fellow is interesting, Song Wanjiang smiled. I can't see any respect for military orders on him. Is he really groomed by a military academy? The young male major frowned and asked. He's a little special. Ni Jiancheng was a little furious inside. Even though it was a small matter, Wang Teng was still embarrassing him. The match hadn't started yet, and he had already started creating trouble. No wonder the president specially reminded him when he passed Wang Teng to him as expected. This fellow was hard to groom. Suddenly he felt fortunate that he didn't allow Wang Teng to use the brick. Who knew what ridiculous scenes that fellow would cause if he did? Song Wenjiang glanced at Ni Jiancheng and smiled. It's all right. As martial warriors, we don't need to go by the rules all the time. We must listen to orders in important matters, but we don't have to be so strict on small issues. His voice resounded through the arena as he spoke to the people below. Those that aren't fighting can sit. The recruits who were standing obediently immediately sat down. Look at how nervous you were, Wang Teng said. Han Zu and Wan Baichu rolled their eyes at him. Sure, you're amazing. After some time, a recruit from Yongkong Military Academy stood up and applied strength in his legs. He jumped onto the arena and said, Ke Hua from Yongkong Military Academy, 4-star soldier level, please take care of me. They sent a 4-star soldier level as the first candidate. Han Zhu was surprised. There are so many bosses here, so the first match must be spectacular. Wan Baichu was in deep thought. Wang Teng kept quiet. Judging from their words, he guessed that the 4-star soldier level was the highest among the Yongkong Military Academy recruits. That wasn't strange after all. In Hanghai, only Han Zhu had managed to reach the 5-star soldier level. Someone stood up among the veterans. It was a youth with tanned skin who looked slightly past 20 years old. He tapped his feet on the ground and landed in the arena. He smiled and said, Shen Kai 3-star soldier level, 3-star soldier level. Ke Hua's expression changed. The veterans sent a 3-star soldier level martial warrior. Were they looking down on him? Mind you, as 4th-year students, they had undergone many missions, so Ke Hua felt that he wouldn't be any weaker than these military martial warriors. He never expected them to underestimate him. The recruits from Yongkong Military Academy were also furious. These veterans were humiliating them by sending a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior to fight against their 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. The recruits from Hanghai Military Academy and Xinjiang Military Academy were startled when they saw this. They want to give us an opening gambit, Han Zhu whispered with a stern face. Interesting? Aren't they afraid of failing this seemingly easy task? Wang Teng smiled and wondered aloud. In the arena, Shen Kai took out his battle blade and pointed it diagonally at the ground. He said, Let's start. You only have 5 minutes. Damn it, don't look down on me. Ke Hua was infuriated. He held his battle sword and green force light started glowing around his body. He dashed towards his opponent. He released all his strength the moment he attacked. He waved his battle sword, turning it into multiple rays of green sword auras. Shen Kai was surrounded in the center. Boom. Force exploded. The power was stunning. Shen Kai remained indifferent. The next instant, he charged right into the sword glow circle. Swoosh! 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 3 sword lights landed on his body. Ke Hua was elated. He took a step forward and wanted to pursue his victory. At that moment, a glistening blade appeared in front of his throat without any warning. You lost. A sword wound. No, a scratch had appeared on Shen Kai's face. Fresh blood dripped down his cheeks, but he remained composed. How? How is that possible? Ke Hua widened his eyes in shock. He was in a daze. He lost. He lost to a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, and he lost so easily. He was trounced. Ke Hua felt confused. He couldn't accept the result. He wasn't the only one either. The other recruits were flabbergasted too. Were the veterans all so strong? One move, and Ke Hua lost. He didn't even have the time to release his ultimate attack. This was a devastating loss. As expected of martial warriors who have been on the battlefield, Shen Kai grabbed the opportunity accurately and won using the easiest method with the least consequences. Look at him. He only has 3 wounds on his arms and face. Those are all scratches, not serious at all. Wang Teng shook his head. If this was war, Kihua would have been killed in a single move. This is probably the difference between veterans and us. Hanju smiled bitterly. In the past, he was extremely confident of his ability, but after Kihua's loss, he was hesitant. The difference was too much. You are treading on the brink of life and death when you're on the battlefield. They have gained their experience from the gates of hell. We are still way behind. Wan Baichu sighed and said, "Is this what Instructor Ni meant by a little more powerful and slightly more experienced?" Hanju was speechless. That old man can't be trusted," Wang Teng scoffed. Hanju and Wan Baichu. The battle lasted less than a minute. The two parties went down the arena, and the next contestants went up. There were close to 100 recruits from Yongkong Military Academy, but they only spent slightly more than an hour competing. The worst thing was, Yongkong Military Academy was totally defeated. No one was spared. Some were defeated by veterans at a lower level. Some were defeated by same-level martial warriors. But none of them won. It was tragic. The face of the instructor from Yongkong Military Academy was as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, everyone lost. How ruthless, he really wanted to curse. Chapter 403, Battlefield Awareness. Yongkong Military Academy was utterly defeated. All the recruits felt embarrassed and humiliated. The recruits from Jingshan Military Academy and Hanghai Military Academy grew nervous. They didn't feel schadenfreude at all. It would be their turn soon. They had closely observed the duels just now. These veterans were very experienced. Wait, rather than saying they were experienced in battles, it was more accurate to say that they had battle awareness. The battle awareness of these veterans was ingrained in their bones. The recruits from top military academies knew this, but they couldn't do anything. Battle awareness couldn't be formed within a day. It required an accumulation of trials and tribulations. The recruits from the other two military academies could only stare at the duel process, trying to cram whatever they could learn at the last minute so that they wouldn't lose too miserably. However, there was an exception. Wang Teng yawned and silently picked up the attribute bubbles dropped during the last battle: Earth Force 30, Water Force 25, Battlefield Awareness 5. The battle between Yongkong Military Academy and the veterans was lopsided. It ended in the blink of an eye without any ultimate moves being used. Hence, only a few attributes were dropped, most of them the 5 elements forces. There weren't any mutated element forces. Well, it was better than none. Fortunately, besides the normal force attributes, there was a new attribute: Battlefield Awareness. It was an attribute belonging to the veterans. As the battlefield awareness merged into his body, images of the slaughter on the battlefield appeared in his mind. Enlightenment was attained in moments of life and death. Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Battlefield Awareness 56, 500, 3-star. This was an unexpected gain. The battlefield awareness of the veterans was powerful. Almost every veteran would drop 3 to 5 points of battlefield awareness in their duel. After fighting with close to 100 recruits from Yongkong Military Academy, Wang Teng received a few hundred points of battlefield awareness. He skipped 1-star and 2-star and went straight to 3-star. Wang Teng recalled the battles of the veterans and compared them with his current state. He realized that most of the veterans were at 3-star for battlefield awareness. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about being trampled by the veterans during his turn. It was hard to say who would be the one getting tormented in the arena later. Unfortunately, Hanju and his friends still had to suffer. He looked at Hanju and the other students. Poor fellows. This was the first time he had picked up an awareness attribute. It seemed similar to spirit and enlightenment, but it was different too. For instance, this battlefield awareness was a concrete technique. It could be seen as a skill. While Wang Teng was immersed in his thoughts, Song Wenjiang opened his mouth again and said, "Xingshan Military Academy can prepare to enter the arena now." The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy felt helpless when they heard this. They knew that this was going to happen. Hanghai was the strongest academy among them, so they would definitely be the last. Hence, they had to go first. After the instructor from Xingshan Military Academy arranged the fight sequence, A young man leaped onto the arena. Yu Jia from Xingshan Military Academy, 3-star soldier level, please take care of me. Liu Di, 3-star soldier level. A few veterans exchanged glances with one another, and one of them came into the arena. They were all 3-star soldier level, so the veterans were casual in their attitudes. Anyone that wanted to go could go into the arena. The two of them started fighting directly without wasting any time. Xingshan Military Academy didn't send their strongest participant. Are they planning to struggle for a while longer? Hanju pondered. Well, they might have a trick up their sleeve. Wan Baichu said. They stopped conversing and focused on the battle in front. They didn't want to lose too terribly. Of course, if they could win, that would be the best. The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy entered one by one. Normally, most fourth-year students were 3-star soldier-level martial warriors. However, all of them lost. It was understandable. Battle awareness couldn't be learned in a fight or two. Some people might think that they had grasped the gist after watching a few duels, but once the actual match started, their bodies wouldn't be able to catch up with their thoughts. Ma Pengcheng from Xingshan Military Academy, 4-star soldier level, please take care of me. At this moment, a young man with thick eyebrows walked up the arena and shouted in a clear and loud voice. It's him, Han Ju suddenly exclaimed. You know him? Wan Baichu asked. She was stunned for a moment. I saw one of his matches during the national #1 martial arts competition. He isn't weak, but he's unlucky. He met a powerful opponent early in the competition and got heavily injured in a vicious duel. His final ranking was probably below 80. Hanju felt pity for the young man. The veterans send a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior, too. Both parties started their fight. Ma Pengcheng was using a battle blade while the veteran used a long spear as his weapon, an inch longer, an inch stronger. In terms of weapons, the veteran had the advantage. There was finally a change. Ma Pengcheng didn't lose immediately. Instead, he managed to withstand 10 moves, albeit precariously. The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy felt invigorated. They gathered their strength and stared intently at the duel in the arena. If it weren't for the important figures present on the scene, they would have started cheering for Ma Pengcheng. The recruits lost terribly. If Ma Pengcheng could win or even fight to a draw, Xingshan Military Academy wouldn't lose too much face in front of the powerful military figures. Their result would be a little more eye-catching. However, they didn't know how difficult it was for Ma Pengcheng. He was hanging in by his teeth, struggling to resist his opponent's attacks. He couldn't find any chance to retaliate at all. Their ability was on par, but the opponent was leading him by his nose. How frustrating. Do you think Ma Pengcheng can hold on for 3 minutes? Wan Baichu asked. Maybe, Hanju replied. Wang Teng, what do you think? Wan Baichu turned to look at the person who almost dozed off. She didn't know what to think of this guy. He will lose within 2 minutes. Wang Teng raised his eyelids and glanced at the duel as he replied to Wan Baichu. Right then, Ma Pengcheng's expression turned ugly. He roared and swept his blade towards his opponent, hurling himself directly at the spear. He was throwing himself in danger in order to hurt his opponent. Ruthless, many recruits were thunderstruck. Ma Pengcheng is going too far. If he gets stabbed by the spear, he will be heavily injured. The veteran sneered, his eyes suddenly widened, and an intense malicious vibe erupted from his body. Ma Pengcheng was dumbstruck and paused for a split second. This split second was enough to decide the winner. The veteran leaned his spear against Ma Pengcheng's throat. If this was the battlefield, a bloody hole would have appeared on his neck. Han Zu and Wan Baichu looked at Wang Teng as if he was a ghost. This guy just mentioned that Ma Pengcheng wouldn't last for 2 minutes, and he got defeated instantly. Was he a god? Wang Teng shook his head. This was killing intent. In the past, he had killed star beasts for practice. As the number of star beasts he killed increased, he slowly started to gain killing intent. These veterans killed many enemies, so they had killing intent on them, too. Ma Pengcheng got hit by his opponent's killing intent without any warning and went into a daze for a second. Although it was only a short moment, in front of a veteran with strong battle instincts, it was enough for him to secure his victory. Chapter 404. Are you a saint from Saint Seiya? Xingshan Military Academy was wiped out too. Besides Ma Pengcheng, there were a few other 4-star soldier-level martial warriors, but all of them lost. Ma Pengcheng shared his experience with his companions so that they could be mentally prepared, but they were still shocked by the veterans' killing intent. There was no exception. Finally, it was Honghai Military Academy's turn. Nia Jianqiang arrived in front of the students and said, "You can decide on your order yourself. The sequence doesn't matter." Everyone was speechless. That's it. You're not being a responsible leader. They all complained silently. I'll go first. Du Yu stood up and leaped into the arena, giving off an I might not come back vibe. The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy and Yongkong Military Academy looked in Honghai's direction. It was universally acknowledged that Honghai Military Academy was the strongest here. They wondered how they would perform. Du Yu from Honghai Military Academy, 4-star soldier level, please take care of me. Ran Wei, 4-star, a muscular veteran holding a battle axe in each hand, swayed into the arena. The duel started with Ran Wei charging at Du Yu. A thick yellow glow congregated on his battle axes as he smashed them forward. Boom, boom, boom. 2 minutes later, a figure flew out of the arena. Without a doubt, it was Du Yu. Ran Wei shook his head as he walked down the arena. He hadn't fought to his heart's content. Honghai Military Academy deserves their reputation. Their first contestant persevered for close to 3 minutes. The Xingshan Military Academy and Yongkong Military Academy recruits had to admit that this student from Honghai was more powerful than their strongest recruit. Next, the recruits from Honghai came forward one by one. None of them won, but everyone lasted longer than the other schools. This indirectly portrayed the difference in strength between Honghai and the other 2 schools. Finally, only Wan Baichu, Han Zhu, and Wang Teng were left. I'll go first. You 2 can be the climax. Wan Baichu smiled and leaped onto the arena. A female soldier came up. She was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior too, on par with Wan Baichu. Her weapon was a chain wrapped around her waist. She untied the chain and held it between her hands. The 2 ends of the chain dropped to the ground. One end had a sharp angular lock, while the other end had a round lock. Wang Teng was stunned. Nebula chain? 1. Weapon of Shun. Are you Andromeda Shun? 2. Character from Saint Seiya. He stared at the female veteran's throat and found no Adam's apple. This was a pretty young lady. Shun was a cute young man. Wang Teng got excited. This was the first time he saw such a weapon, so he found it fascinating. The battle started. Wan Baichu held her long whip and swung it at her opponent. The female soldier released her force and instilled it on her chain. Clang. The chains on the ground twirled around her as if they were alive. The end with the sharp lock flung towards the long whip. The 2 of them fought for more than 3 minutes. Then the female soldier smiled. Her chain danced in the air and circled the long whip. In an instant, it arrived in front of Wan Baichu, and the sharp lock stopped at her nose. Wan Baichu left dejectedly. She had given it her best. Her opponent was hard to deal with, and her weapon was rare. It was a feat for her to have persevered so long. After she went down, Han Zhu entered the scene. He said calmly, Han Zhu from Honghai Military Academy, 5-star soldier level. Silence. The first 5-star soldier level recruit had appeared. A 4th-year student who could reach 5-star soldier level was an impeccable talent. Some figures sitting in the spectators' stand focused on Han Zhu. 5-star soldier level was a high level. A 5-star soldier level martial warrior could undertake tasks alone on the battlefield. All he lacked were military exploits to convince the crowd. Is this your trump card? Song Wanjiang smiled and asked Ni Jianqiang. Han Zhu is not bad, but we have a student who hasn't entered the arena yet. Ni Jianqiang replied, Oh, that fellow. Song Wanjiang looked at the nonchalant young man below in astonishment. He could tell that this young man was different. He was composed and didn't seem anxious at all. even after watching all the matches. He seemed very confident in himself. On the veteran's side, a young officer slightly more than 20 years old was sitting right in front. His features were rugged and stern. The emblem on his shoulder showed that he was a first lieutenant. All this while, his eyes were closed. He didn't seem interested in the duels in front. The other veterans looked at this young man. 5-star soldier level. They had to rely on him. The first lieutenant opened his eyes and stood up. He tapped his feet on the ground and landed in the arena before speaking in a calm voice. 5-star soldier level, Zhuo Ying. Han Zu held his long rod and spread out his force wings behind his back. He flew into the air. Zhuo Ying didn't waste any time. He released his wings and shot towards Han Zu with his battle sword. The two of them collided in mid-air and explosions kept echoing in the arena. 5 minutes passed quickly. The two of them separated, wounds riddling both of their bodies. Blood dripped down the edge of Zhuo Ying's lips. He had suffered some internal injuries. Han Zu was worse off, though. There were sword wounds all over his body, and blood oozed out from the wounds. Everyone was amazed. Han Zu from Hanghai Military Academy was able to fight with a 5-star soldier-level veteran for 5 entire minutes without losing. From their condition, it was easy to tell that Zhuo Ying was stronger. If they continued fighting, Zhuo Ying had a high chance of winning. Han Zu is not bad. I believe that he will grow quickly after gaining some experience on the battlefield. Song Wanjiang praised. His eyes were shining. This was the first time he complimented a recruit ever since the military drill had started. Nie Jianqiang beamed happily. The performance of his students had exceeded his expectation. Furthermore, he still had a trump card. This was the real surprise he had prepared for them. All right, you can show your trump card now. Song Wanjiang noticed his anticipating gaze and smiled. Wang Teng was speechless as he looked at Han Zu walking down. This is just a drill. Why push yourself so hard? Seriously. Han Zu smiled awkwardly. I have to earn some respect for our school. I'll pass the rest to you. Don't worry. Wang Teng stood up and stretched his back. He floated into the air without any extra movement and soared towards the arena. What? Everyone stared at Wang Teng floating above the arena in disbelief. At this moment they had lost all their words. Riding on air. He was at least at the 7-star soldier level. Wang Teng glanced around him and said calmly, Wang Teng from Hanghai Military Academy, 7-star soldier level. Please take care of me. Gasp, everyone sucked in a mouth of cold air. He was really at the 7-star soldier level. The students from Xingshan Military Academy and Yongkong Military Academy had watched the national #1 martial arts competition, so they knew he had reached the 6-star soldier level, yet he didn't remain at that level for long. He had reached the 7-star soldier level. How did this fellow cultivate? How did he manage to improve so quickly? Monster. The veterans opposite him widened their eyes in surprise. 7-star soldier level. The most powerful veteran among them was Zhuo Ying. However, there were 2 levels of difference between them. How were they supposed to fight? Damn it, why is there a monster among the recruits? This doesn't make sense. Song Wanjiang stood up abruptly. There was a moment of silence before he shook his head and looked at Nie Jianqiang. He gave a bitter smile and said, Your surprise is honestly a bit too huge. Chapter 405, Time to Loosen My Muscles. Numerous gazes from all directions landed on the young man standing tall and straight in midair. They were in a daze, 7-star soldier level. Most people would not be able to reach this stage even after cultivating for tens of years. There were many 4-star and 5-star soldier level martial warriors here, but it was impossible to know if they could advance to the 7-star level in the future. Yet this fellow had managed to achieve something that people spent tens of years to realize. This was incredible. Was this the difference between a human and a god? At first, Zhuo Ying wanted to enter the arena. The last recruit wouldn't be weaker than Han Zu. After all, they should have saved the best for the last. As the most powerful veteran among the veteran representatives this time, who else could handle that fellow? Unfortunately, he didn't expect that fellow to be so powerful. This wasn't a little sheep. He was a ferocious tiger hidden among the sheep herd. Pfft! This brat is a bug. What's the point of fighting with him? The corners of his eyes twitched. He resisted the urge to curse and went back to join his companions, sitting down cross-legged on the ground. Does anyone want to fight this guy? I'm not going to fight him. Song Wanjiang regained his senses and sat down again. He wanted to take back his words. This wasn't a surprise. This was a bomb, one that almost blew his mind away. Beside him, Kong Li and the young male major gasped in shock. It took them some time to regain their composure. Instructor Ni, this is our junior from Honghai, Kong Li asked in disbelief. Of course this fellow is from Honghai. You might not know, but he's the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition this year. Ni Jianqiang said proudly, the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. Kong Li's eyes widened. She was astounded and elated at the same time. After so many years, our Honghai finally became the champion. This is a first. The young male major's expression changed again. He knew what the national #1 martial arts competition represented. That was a grand stage set for the talents from all over the country to perform. This fellow had defeated all the other talents to become the champion. He wasn't a simple fellow. Ha ha, none of us expected it either. Ni Jianqiang laughed. Then, he said mysteriously, guess what year he's in. Stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us the answer quickly. Song Wanjiang was curious as he urged Ni Jianqiang hurriedly. He had a thought in his heart. He's a freshman. Ni Jianqiang sniggered and told them the answer directly after hearing Song Wanjiang's words. Freshman Kong Li exclaimed in surprise. Then she asked suspiciously, Instructor Ni, you aren't joking, are you? You can check the facts easily. What's the point of lying to you? Ni Jianqiang said. Gasp. Kong Li was astounded. How did this junior brother cultivate? He's a talent. You can't use common logic on him. Ni Jianqiang boasted. He had been waiting for a long time to boast about his student. Interesting. Song Wanjiang laughed. He continued, There's no point in letting anyone below 7-star soldier level fight with him. Who's willing to give him a try? This question was directed at the people beside him. Many officers sitting beside Song Wanjiang had reached the 7-star soldier level. He could only rely on them now. The officers got restless when they heard the invitation. At this moment, the young male major stood up and said, Let me do it. I had a few days of break, so I'll take this chance to loosen my muscles. Yuwen Xuan. Kong Li glared at him. Don't worry, I'm just going to play with him casually. I won't be serious. Yuwen Xuan smiled. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be interested in him. Song Wanjiang laughed. This is a rare talent. If I don't take him down a notch, he might get into accidents on the battlefield. Let me teach him a good lesson, Yuwen Xuan said. Kong Li hesitated, but she remained silent in the end. She hoped that her alma mater would have an outstanding performance during the drill, but she also hoped that her junior would suffer a little setback. After all, this was the purpose of the drill. Back when they had entered the military, they were beaten brutally by their seniors, too. Getting beaten keeps you healthy. It's all right. Who hasn't been beaten by their fathers when they were young? It's the same logic. Kong Li convinced herself. Ni Jianqiang remained quiet. Honestly, he also wanted to see how Wang Teng would perform against a veteran. He had heard of this Yuwen Xuan before. He was a famous character in the military, a talent who earned his name on the battlefield. He entered the military when he was 18 years old. In 10 years, he advanced from a martial disciple all the way to a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. He wore the major emblem on his shoulders and had a bright future ahead of him. You mustn't look down on his combat prowess. When he was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior, he had faced a few hundred dark apparitions in a single battle. At that time, most of the dark apparitions were at the 3-star soldier level. There were even a few 4-star soldier level ones, yet he slaughtered nearly half of them and held on with all his might until reinforcements arrived. He far exceeded the rest when it comes to battle skills and experience. As a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior now, his ability would only be stronger than before. It was a good idea to let Wang Teng suffer a little in his hands. Go ahead. Song Wanjiang nodded and agreed to let Yuan Xuan enter the arena. Yuan Xuan took off the military uniform and placed it on his seat. Then he floated into the air and arrived above the arena. He looked at Wang Teng calmly and said in a composed tone, "I'll be your opponent. It's Major Yuan." Many soldiers in the spectators' stand recognized him and shouted in surprise. No one expected this outstanding military officer to enter the arena. The recruits from the 3 military academies glanced at one another. A major was fighting with Wang Teng, and he seemed famous. He looked very powerful, too. They weren't stupid. From the reaction of the soldiers, they guessed that this major wasn't a simple fellow. Wang Teng sized up the person in front of him. He had seen this major sitting beside the deputy chief commander just now. This meant that his position wasn't low, and others had placed high expectations on him. The commotion from the crowd proved that he was famous in the military. To achieve this, a military martial warrior needed to have outstanding capabilities and proud battle achievements. It looked like this man was a formidable opponent. If he wasn't careful, he might lose. Yuan Xuan saw his flickering gaze and knew what Wang Teng was thinking. He said calmly, "You should give it your all. If not, you might not even be able to handle 10 of my attacks." Wang Teng frowned. That guy sounded like he was boasting, so repugnant. "So what if you're a veteran? Why are you looking down on me?" At this moment, he finally understood how the recruits felt when they were facing the veterans. These veterans held the recruits in contempt because they thought that they were experienced and had strong battlefield awareness. They felt superior to the recruits, although this is the truth. It makes me feel exasperated. Since they wanted him to give it his all, he would show them his full potential. Let's see if recruits are really incomparable to veterans. The next instant, an amiable smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. "I won't be polite then." Chapter 406. "I'm sorry. Did I use too much strength?" "I will not be polite then." Yuan Xuan frowned as he looked at Wang Teng. Why was he speaking so strangely? It might be his illusion, but he felt that Wang Teng's smile was a little perverted. Is this fellow an idiot? Boom. Just as he was daydreaming, Wang Teng dashed towards him from afar and smashed his fist at him. Yuan Xuan raised his eyebrows. This young man's momentum was quite intense, but his attack was filled with loopholes. He tilted his body confidently and evaded F key. He didn't manage to evade it. Wang Teng lifted up his elbow and hurled it at Yuan Xuan from the side. Force squeezed through the air, causing many eruptions. His elbow shot towards Yuan Xuan's head like a cannonball. Yuan Xuan raised his hands hurriedly to block the attack. Bang. Wang Teng's elbow collided with his arms. Yuan Xuan's expression changed. He felt an enormous strength surging towards him, and his entire body was thrown off his feet. The entire arena was silent. The jaws of all the recruits and veterans dropped. They felt that they were looking at something incredible. Major Yuan was pushed back after one round of exchange. He was at a disadvantage. This didn't make sense. I didn't know Wang Teng had such a strong battle awareness. Song Wanjiang was shocked. He shook his head and continued. Yuan Xuan has underestimated his opponent. Ha 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 ha. Look at Yuan Xuan's face. Isn't it black? Kong Li laughed uncontrollably as if she saw something comical. Many officers beside her were also chuckling silently. Yuan Xuan had always been imposing and confident, yet he suffered in the hands of a recruit today. Yuan Xuan stopped himself in midair. His expression turned grim, and his gaze turned sharp. He stared at Wang Teng coldly. This brat? He was a little surprised in his heart. He tried his best to control his right hand, preventing it from shivering too, obviously. How can he be so strong? And his battlefield awareness, it feels as if he came from the battlefield. Battlefield awareness, 346.1000, 4-star. When the veterans were fighting with the recruits from Yongkong Military Academy, Wang Teng's battlefield awareness had already reached 3-star. After the battle with Jingshan Military Academy and Hanghai Military Academy, his battlefield awareness rose again and hit 4-star. You could say that his battlefield awareness was as powerful as Yuwen Xuan's. Moreover, Dan Taishuan had taught him personally. Her battlefield techniques and skills were many times stronger than these people. Although Wang Teng was always the one getting tormented, the experience of fighting with a general stage martial warrior was extremely precious. It allowed his battle awareness to be multiple times stronger than his peers. It was useless if Yuwen Xuan wanted to beat him in this area. Wang Teng smiled calmly. Then he disappeared on the spot and reappeared right beside Yuwen Xuan. He pushed his fists out and came at him with indomitable strength. Yuwen Xuan snorted. He took the attack head on. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures kept flashing in midair. Whenever they made contact, deep rumbles would shake their eardrums. Force exploded, and rays of light spread out. My eyes can't keep up with their speed. Han Ju rubbed his sore eyes and said helplessly, I lost them a long time ago. The 7-star soldier level is just too powerful. Wan Baichu shook her head. They weren't the only ones who felt this way. The other recruits couldn't see their figures either. They could only catch their lingering shadows and force glows. This was different from the national #1 martial arts competition. At that time, there were specialized cameras that allowed them to slow down the video. If not, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see anything. Boom. The two figures parted in midair. Yuwen Xuan's expression turned grave. On the other hand, Wang Teng was calm. There was even a faint smile on his face. Some people even noticed Yuwen Xuan's trembling hands with their sharp eyes. He seemed to be unable to control them. Yuwen Xuan didn't gain any benefits. Kong Li exclaimed in shock, her pupils constricting. For the first time, Song Wanjiang became serious. He nodded and said his strength, battle skills, and battle awareness are on par with Yuwen Xuan. Where did this monster come from? He asked the question uncontrollably. Kong Li nodded in agreement. She felt the same. This junior brother was a monster. Ni Jianqiang sniggered. What an honor. The battle continued. Only 2 minutes had passed, so the battle was only halfway through. Yuwen Xuan also realized that his strength was weaker than Wang Teng. His gaze flickered. A battle blade appeared in his hand. This time he took the initiative and attacked first. He didn't dare to underestimate Wang Teng anymore. If he didn't release his full strength, he might fail at this seemingly easy task. He would become the biggest joke of this year's rookie drill. A manly aura and killing intent exploded from his body. It was ferocious and violent. His battle blade danced in the air, shooting gold blade glows all around. Massacre blade presence. As the blade presence gushed towards Wang Teng, he felt like facing a sea of corpses. Frightening, killing intent dawned on him, chilling his bones. His head turned numb. Damn it, I'm not even afraid of general stage martial warriors. Why will I be afraid of your killing intent? Wang Teng's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. His aura intensified and Mo Ke appeared in his hand. Flames circled around him along with a scary blade, sky-rank blade technique, Big Dipper flaming blade. Blade, conscious, boom. Below the clouds of flames, the killing intent seemed to have met a formidable opponent. It dissipated in an instant. Mo Ke slammed down on his head. The flaming blade glow lashed out. Boom. Yuwen Xuan widened his eyes, his pupils filled with burning flames. He stared at the figure protected by the fire in astonishment. The next moment he was engulfed in flames. Boom. After getting hit by the blade glow, the flames crashed into the arena below like a shooting star. A loud explosion struck the audience stands, shaking the nearby buildings. Silence, the arena turned dead silent again. A moment later, the flames died down, and the lights disappeared. The scene in the arena was finally revealed. A hole covered with burnt marks and blade marks appeared in the middle of the arena. A figure lay in the deep hole, face facing the sky. His military attire was tattered, and he was covered in blood. Yuwen Xuan coughed a mouth of blood. He struggled to crawl up from the deep hole, looking as if he would collapse at any moment. However, his pride wouldn't allow him to fall. Yuan Xuan lost. Pinch me. Am I dreaming? This recruit is incredible. He defeated Yuan Xuan. He isn't a human. The audience sitting in the spectator's stand was astounded as they fervently discussed the result among themselves. He's so powerful. The recruits from Yongkong Military Academy and Xingshan Military Academy were bewildered. Their eyes were fixed at the figure in mid-air. Their gaping mouths let out sighs, feeling utterly convinced. He was a recruit just like them, but he was so outstanding. Respect. Han Zu's throat felt a little dry. He swallowed a mouth of saliva and said, "One winter break, and he has become stronger again." Wan Baichu remained silent for a moment before muttering, "Monster, pervert." Kong Li was at a loss for words. Her little junior brother was terrifying. At first she felt that Wang Teng might suffer on the battlefield because he had never experienced the brutality of reality, even though he was a genius. Hence, she wanted Yuan Xuan to rub his morale a little. In the end, their roles were swapped. The one getting rubbed was Yuan Xuan, writer. This script isn't right. Just like the one sitting beside him, Ni Jianqiang was also in disbelief. At first, he hoped that Wang Teng could perform well and last for 5 minutes in the arena. That would be a feat. He didn't expect Wang Teng to press Yuan Xuan on the ground and push him back and forth. This rubbing was a little ruthless. He was thinking of a way to wrap up the battle. The commotion today was unexpectedly huge. Headache. The authority Yuan Xuan had established in the military would definitely be affected after today's defeat. It would hinder his progress in the future. Hopefully, this good young man wouldn't be crippled. Song Wanjiang sighed. He shook his head. No one expected this result. Who would have thought that the one getting defeated would be Yuan Xuan? This situation was a little awkward. They wanted to give the recruits an opening gambit, but after this performance, the effects were halved at this moment. Wang Teng was standing in midair and looking at the miserable Yuan Xuan below. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his harmless face. "I'm sorry, did I use too much strength?" Most of the people had just regained their composure. When they heard his words, the corners of their lips twitched. "Why does it sound so infuriating? However, you are the one who asked me to give it my all. I was afraid that you wouldn't understand my true capabilities, so I didn't hold back. I didn't do it on purpose or anything." Wang Teng noticed that the atmosphere was a little weird, so he continued in an innocent tone. Yuan Xuan vomited a mouth of blood from anger. His vision turned black, and his whole body started trembling. Everyone was dumbstruck by his words. How shameless. This fellow is horrible. He won, but he still mocked his opponent. So vicious. This is revenge, right? This must be revenge. It's so obvious. Yuan Xuan told Wang Teng that he should give it his all. If not, he might not handle 10 of his attacks. Now Wang Teng used his words to refute him. "I tried my best, but you're the one who couldn't even handle 1 attack from me." What a stab in his heart. However, it felt refreshing for some reason. The recruits from the 3 military academies felt invigorated. Didn't you veterans think that you're amazing? Didn't you all come back from the battlefield? Didn't you all look down on us? Look, you got defeated terribly. Song Wanjiang felt his face twitching. He turned to look at Ni Jianqiang and asked, "Has he always been so shameless?" "Haha, he's a little hard to control." Ni Jianqiang laughed awkwardly. Not just a little. Song Wanjiang was speechless. Still, if he had such an outstanding student, he would bear with him no matter how disobedient he was. Compared to his abilities, his flaws were nothing. However, he mustn't let him fool around anymore. This wasn't a good time. Song Wanjiang stood up and opened his mouth. Wang Teng won. "I'm glad there's such a talent in our recruits. This means that we can kill more enemies. The battlefield is forever changing. One more formidable warrior means a higher chance of victory, but you have to understand that Wang Teng is different from you. Geniuses are geniuses because they can do what you can't. All of you are a long distance behind him. Hence, Wang Teng can be happy about beating Major Yuan, but you all can't. Remember your defeat today and take it as a warning. The purpose of this drill isn't to let you understand your ability. It's to teach you one thing. There's always someone better than you. At the same time, you all can have a taste of the slaughters on the battlefield. That way, when you enter the battlefield, you won't let down your guard. You will have more chances of survival. Chapter 407, Major Yuan, you're a little narrow-minded. Song Wanzhang's words were like a bucket of cold water pouring down on them. The atmosphere turned solemn. They saw how powerful the veterans were. If they met such enemies on the battlefield, they would be dead without a doubt. The expressions of the recruits turned pale, feeling discouraged. Damn it. Why do I feel like I'm here to die? This is so scary. Mommy, I want to go home. Wang Teng felt that Song Wanzhang's words weren't meant for him. If he was strong enough, he would be able to defeat his opponent using any method. He had already walked down the arena and picked up the attribute bubbles Yuan Xuan dropped Massacre Blade Presence 35, Metal Force 150, Spiritual Realm, Enlightenment 100. Wang Teng was elated when he saw the content of the bubbles as expected of a military genius. He had Spiritual Realm Enlightenment. This meant that his talent wasn't low. Also, he had mastered the Massacre Blade Presence. Most importantly, he dropped this attribute. A figure wielding a long blade appeared in Wang Teng's mind with killing intent congregating around it. A mountain of corpses was floating behind the figure. It was terrifying. Boom! Blade glow erupted, and killing intent spread through the air. It was many times stronger than the Massacre Blade Presence Yuan Xuan had executed just now. This was the real Massacre Blade Presence. Although Wang Teng only enlightened 1/10 of the Blade Presence, it was already a considerable gain. The potential of this Massacre Blade Presence was huge. It was more powerful than the Flaming Sword Presence, the Metal Blade Presence, and the others. If he was able to push it up to a Blade Conscious, it would be an indomitable move. Song Wanzhang secretly smiled in his heart when he saw the looks of despair on the recruits' faces. He continued, "Of course there's no need to worry too much. You are all talented martial warriors from top universities. The military won't just send you to your death. We'll distribute you to different elite teams. You can slowly gain experience and battlefield awareness by starting with the low-level missions." Wang Teng felt his lips twitching when he heard Song Wanzhang's speech. This familiar tone, this familiar scheme. Beat you up and give you candy. This man seemed skilled at this move. He must use it more often. Hearing Song Wanzhang's words, the recruits felt relieved. Their emotions also calmed down. Indeed, the military wasn't so cruel. They were talented martial warriors. They wouldn't be sent to their deaths. Song Wanzhang heaved a sigh of relief. These were the expected reactions of the recruits. As the person in charge of the enlistment of recruits, he needed to let them understand the danger of the battlefield while making sure they didn't lose their confidence. It was a tough job. After saying everything he should, he announced the end of the drill and allowed the recruits to go back for some rest. 3 days later, they would officially enter their teams and start doing missions. The veterans knew when to stop, so the recruits didn't suffer many injuries. Most were just external wounds. Only a few students had received slightly more serious injuries because they fought with veterans who were of the equal match. They didn't manage to control themselves properly. Nonetheless, 3 days were enough for them to recover fully. The most tragic person was Yuan Xuan. Wang Teng went a little hard on him because he wanted him to know that recruits weren't easy to bully. Actually, he didn't know that Major Yuan would be so easy to defeat. This is a little awkward. I tormented him a bit too much. I mean, he's a major. Will he stack the deck against me? Wang Teng couldn't help but look at Yuan Xuan. Coincidentally, Yuan Xuan was looking at him too. Yes, that gaze, this is a narrow-minded person. There's no way out. If he landed in this major's hand, he would be in trouble. At this moment, Yuan Xuan was cursing in his heart. What happened to teaching him a lesson? He was the one who got defeated by a recruit in the end. His face was swollen and burning. He felt that everyone was laughing at him. Come on, let's go back. Han Zu's voice sounded beside his ear. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and prepared to leave. Before he could take a few steps, he saw Yuan Xuan walking directly towards him. Han Zu and the other students stopped in their tracks. They looked at Wang Teng. Was he here to take revenge on Wang Teng? What's the matter, Major Yuan? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and asked, You're not bad. I won't lose to you again, Yuan Xuan said in a low voice. Wang Teng was startled, Major Yuan. You're a little narrow-minded. Also, where did you get your confidence from? After getting beaten, you still have the guts to fight with me again? Who gave you the courage? Wang Teng was speechless. This fellow lost, but he was still so conceited. Wang Teng felt that he had the responsibility to let this major understand the difference between them. After all, if he lost so terribly again, it would be double the humiliation. His grudge against him would become stronger, too. They were both from Black Sparrow Troop, so it wasn't good to be at loggerheads. Better to make friends than enemies. Wang Teng kept this in mind and said shyly, Major Yuan, you might have misjudged my ability. I didn't give it my all just now. Yuan Xuan was confused. The veins on his forehead bulged out. To hell with misjudging your ability. To hell with not giving your all. Was he saying that he lost to a recruit who didn't use his full strength? Han Zu and the other students had weird expressions on their faces. They felt that Wang Teng was evil. Rubbing salt on his wound? It must be painful. Young man, aren't you afraid of angering him? At this moment, peals of laughter rang out. Kong Li strode over as she laughed fearlessly. She teased, Yuan Xuan, do you feel like a failure? You couldn't even defeat my junior brother when he didn't use his full strength. Do you dare to challenge him again? Kong Li. Yuan Xuan's face darkened. He took a deep breath. He brainwashed himself not to get angry, but it was still infuriating. He glared at Kong Li and barked, I can't beat him, but you can't either. What's there to be glad about? So, he's my little junior brother. We're on the same side. Kong Li smiled happily. The next moment she placed her arm around Wang Teng's shoulder and turned to speak to him. Junior brother, I'm from Honghai too. I only managed to become a major now, but I think you will be able to catch up with me soon. Before that, feel free to look for me. At first, Wang Teng was puzzled. Who was this beautiful and handsome lady? He didn't know her. After hearing her introduction, he learned that she was his senior. He immediately smiled and said loudly, Nice to meet you, senior sister. Please take care of me. Sure. Kong Li was elated. She looked at his smile and felt that she had made the right choice to recognize this junior. He was pleasant-looking. Yuan Xuan was furious. He was disgusted by the way they called each other senior and junior. He turned and walked away. Chess, outrageous. I can't stay here anymore. Don't bother about him. He has always been narrow-minded. He's powerful and gained many military exploits, so he often reprimands university-groomed martial warriors like us. You helped us vent our frustrations today, Kong Li sniggered. She showed no intention of removing her arms around Wang Teng as she led him out of the arena. Come, I'm happy today, so I'll treat you to a meal. Kong Li. Don't teach him bad things. Ni Zhenchang walked over and said helplessly. All right, all right. Kong Li waved her hands and dragged Wang Teng away. Han Zu and Wan Baichu stared at each other. Did Wang Teng just get kidnapped by their senior sister? Chapter 408, No One Wanted Him? Wang Teng felt that senior sister Kong Li wasn't just pretty. Her personality was good, too. Burp, he was bloated. There was good wine and delicious force dishes, so he went a little out of control and ate too much. Anyway, they had similar hobbies, so they could interact more in the future. Wang Teng was opening the door of his room when the door beside him opened. Han Zu popped his head out. Did you have a good time, looking at his expression, for some reason? Wang Teng sensed an ambiguous vibe. Old Han, after knowing you for some time, I realize that you're getting bolder at being a pervert. Cough. I'm just worried about you. Don't get enchanted by beauty. Han Zu coughed and replied righteously. Seriously, Wang Teng rolled his eyes. What did he mean by getting enchanted by beauty? They were just exchanging viewpoints on their hobbies. Don't talk if you don't know what to say. Are you getting angry from embarrassment? The door on the other side opened, too. Wan Bei-chu leaned against the doorframe as she teased him. Why are you joining in? Wang Teng was speechless. I'm just worried about you. Wan Bei-chu shrugged. Seriously, this is enough. Why are you all thinking about these useless things? Shouldn't you spend more time wondering what missions you might face in the future? Wang Teng asked. There's no use thinking about that. We can't make the decision, Hanju said. Our capabilities are different, so we'll probably be in different teams. Wan Baichu said. Let's meet when we're free and share the information. We can fill in the gaps, Hanzu suggested. You guys gathered information? Wang Teng was puzzled. Are you saying you didn't prepare anything? Wan Baichu was speechless. No one told me. I was thrown to Old Knee the moment school started. There was no time for me to check anything. Also, isn't military data confidential? Where did you guys find it? Wang Teng asked in frustration. From the school, of course. They provided a special channel for seniors like us. However, you need school credits, Hanju explained. It's normal that you don't know. You're just a little junior brother. Wan Baichu smirked. Wang Teng glared at her. This was outrageous. You can join us if you want. We'll discuss it together. A third party is always clear-minded. Who knows? You might see a problem we didn't, Hanju said. This is to repay you for making dans for us. Wan Baichu agreed casually. The two of them closed their doors and went to rest. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. They wanted to help him, but they did it so pridefully. For the next 3 days, Wang Teng would meet up with Han Zhu and Wan Baichu frequently to discuss the information they had researched. The data they received was different, so they verified and filled up the gaps. Gradually, they understood the Black Sparrow troop's situation. The presence of the troop was to guard the dimensional rift and kill all appearances of dark apparitions. 60 kilometers from the Black Sparrow troop, there was a dimensional rift. The Black Sparrow troop was responsible for keeping an eye on it. The Xingwu continent had also sent their troops here. It was called the Radiant Star Troop. These two troops were stationed at the two ends of the dimensional rift. They formed a fan shape with one another, surrounding the dimensional rift in the center. Many garrisons were set up 20 kilometers away from the Black Sparrow City and the Radiant Star City. There were force weapons erected here for frequent cleanings of any dark apparitions. No dark apparition was allowed to escape their encirclement. From this 20-kilometer point to the dimensional rift, the area was segregated into restricted zones with different levels. The closer it was to the dimensional rift, the more powerful the dark apparitions and the larger the number, hence the level got higher. There were a total of 4 levels. The dark apparitions on the other end of the dimensional rift didn't want to get restricted, so they would gather occasionally and attempt to break through the encirclement. As one would expect, the casualty count was high in all these battles. This was how the situation was formed. The second day after the drill ended, in a command room somewhere in the military camp, a bunch of officers were gathered together. Kong Li and Yuan Xuan were among them too. Yuan, I heard that you got defeated by a recruit. A tall and muscular officer laughed as he turned to Yuan Xuan. Yuan Xuan remained expressionless, but he cursed in his heart. Enough. Are you all done? Why do you have to say it every time you see me? Who hasn't been defeated? Do you have to rub it every single time? Kong Li looked at his exasperated face and laughed happily. Yuan Xuan's expression got darker and darker, but she didn't care. This is lively. Song Wanzhang walked into the command room. Sir, sir. Everyone saluted him. All right, sit down. Song Wanzhang sat down on the host's seat. He waved his hand and said, I gathered all of you to discuss the distribution of the recruits. All of you should have witnessed the drill that day. I'll send the information of the recruits to you now. If you're interested in any of them, tell me. He waved his hand at a soldier behind him. Then he leaned back on his chair silently. The soldier distributed the data of the recruits from the 3 military academies down. The only sound that remained in the room was of papers flipping. None of the officers spoke. They were looking through the information carefully. After some time, someone asked, Why isn't Wang Teng's data here? We have other arrangements for him. We'll discuss him later. Song Wanjing rubbed his forehead. He had killed many brain cells trying to find an arrangement for Wang Teng. However, he hadn't succeeded yet. Never mind, he's a 7-star, soldier-level martial warrior and probably stronger than me. I can't lead him. The officer asked this question out of pure curiosity. Hence, when he heard Song Wanjing's reply, he just shook his head. All the recruits found their teams quickly. The recruits might have been trashed by the veterans that day, but these officers knew their pros. The recruits from academies were all fresh troops. The veterans loved them the most, so they got snatched quickly. As for the arrogance of these university-groomed martial warriors, that would be gone after some rough beatings. It wasn't a problem. In the end, only Wang Teng's destination wasn't confirmed. Everyone glanced at one another and started discussing in low voices. "Shall we send him to the level 3 restricted zone?" someone asked. "Are you crazy? If you're careless, you will easily get surrounded by high-level dark apparitions in there. He won't be able to make it back," someone refuted instantly. "That's right. We finally have a genius in our troop. We can't fool around with his posting. We can't keep protecting him either. Wang Teng is powerful. Why are you worried about his safety? Still, we can't send him directly to the level 3 restricted zone for his first mission. There might be 8-star soldier-level dark apparitions." Just as the officers were about to start quarreling, Song Wanjing knocked on the table. His head was hurting. All right, stop arguing." Everyone kept quiet, and they looked at Song Wanjing. Song Wanjing was about to speak, but a knock stopped him. "Come in." Song Wanjing was surprised. Who would come at this moment? A soldier walked in and passed a mission file to Song Wanjing. He whispered a few words in his ears. Song Wanjing raised his eyebrows, feeling astounded. Then he said, "I have arrangements for Wang Teng. You are all dismissed." The officers were baffled. This person walked in and said a few words, and Wang Teng found his destination. They seemed to know what this meant. Either Wang Teng had attracted the attention of the higher authorities, or he had some powerful background unknown to them. That was why the higher authorities assigned his mission personally. Kong Li's interest was piqued. Her little junior brother sure had many secrets. Yuan Xuan's gaze flickered. He temporarily extinguished the idea of taking revenge on Wang Teng in other places. Indeed, Wang Teng was different from normal recruits. He couldn't get hold of him so easily. The other officers quickly left the command room without probing further. After they left, Kong Li walked beside Yuan Xuan and said, "Did you receive the mission? It requires us to work together to ambush one of the dark apparition's garrisons." "I received it." Yuan Xuan immediately threw away the grudges between them the second they talked about work. He frowned and said, "The mission is a little strange this time. It requires us to work together. That garrison must be special. I heard that they caught the presence of 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions there. They must be planning something." Kong Li nodded. "That means that we must kill them." A malicious smile appeared on Yuan Xuan's face. "Anyway, have you recovered from the injuries you got from my little junior brother?" "I hope it won't affect the mission," Kong Li suddenly said. Yuan Xuan's expression froze instantaneously, again. "Why do you keep mentioning it? Are you trying to anger me to death so that you can snatch my inheritance?" The anger in his heart exploded. A devil crept up his mind and started cursing and shouting crazily. He was furious. He glared at Kong Li and shouted, "Get out!" "Ha ha 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 ha!" The two of them parted in discord. 3 days passed quickly. On the gathering day, Nie Jianqiang led his students to the arena. "You can only rely on yourselves during the mission. I hope that 3 months later, when I come to fetch you all of you will stand unscathed in front of me." Nie Jianqiang looked at them intently before turning and leaving. Han Ju and the other students felt sorrow and grief. It was as if they were leaving the protection of their parents. The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy and Yongkong Military Academy were present too. Their instructors left after speaking to them for some time. Soon only the recruits from the 3 military academies were left at the venue. Many officers came in. "When your names are called, gather behind me." Wang Teng watched as the people around him got lesser and lesser. In the end, everyone left. Even Han Zu and Wan Beichu found their teams. They glanced at him before departing. Wang Teng stood on the spot, confused. "What's happening? Does no one want me? I'm so outstanding. Are you all blind? Can't you see? Or did someone miss my name and forgot about me?" A cold breeze blew past him. A few withered leaves spiraled around his head before one of them landed on his crown. At this moment, Wang Teng felt that he was surrounded by evil intentions. Chapter 409, Entering. The restricted zone, Wang Teng waited in the arena for a long time. Just when the bitterness in his heart was about to explode, he heard the roar of an engine. He looked in the direction of the sound. An armored car drove over from afar at a breakneck speed. When it almost reached him, the car did an emergency brake. The ear-piercing screech of the tires rubbing against the ground drilled into his ears. The car skidded and parked inches away from Wang Teng. The strong wind blew Wang Teng's fringe up. He looked a little absent-minded. Kong Li popped her head out of the car window. She stared at Wang Teng with a strange look and said, "Get in, wait. What's the meaning of this?" Wang Teng was stunned. "It means that you're doing a mission with us," Kong Li said. "Get in, I'll explain to you on the way." Wang Teng didn't hesitate anymore. He got into the back seat and was shocked once again. There was a man sitting beside him, giving off a cold vibe. It was Yuan Xuan. "Ha ha, Major Yuan is here too." Wang Teng chuckled. The corners of Yuan Xuan's lips twitched involuntarily. His face was black, but he didn't say anything. You could imagine how hopeless he felt when he suddenly heard that he had to work together with Wang Teng on the mission. Kong Li sniggered. She started the engine and drove out of the city. Wang Teng smirked to himself when he saw Yuan Xuan remaining silent. He didn't mind, as he knew that he had given Yuan Xuan a huge blow. Kong Li said, "The three of us will be the main force for this mission. 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions have been spotted at their No. 53 garrison in the southwest. There might even be more powerful dark apparitions there. Our aim is to investigate and find the purpose of the dark apparitions. If necessary, we will take action and kill them. Of course, we'll try our best not to alert them if there's no need to." "Sounds exciting." Wang Teng touched his chin and said he was given an important mission for his first task. The higher authorities had high hopes for him. "It's exciting, but it's dangerous too," Kong Li smiled. Although she said that it was dangerous, there was no fear on her face. She looked as if she was joking. "Listen to orders during the mission. Don't drag us down," Yuan Xuan said grimly. "Normally, the weak ones are the ones who drag others down, right?" Wang Teng smiled as he stared at him. "Yuan Xuan?" "Don't listen to him. He's not the leader of this mission. He doesn't have the commanding power," Kong Li bashed him further. "There's no leader for this mission?" Wang Teng was surprised. "There is. You will know who it is later," Kong Li said. The armored vehicle reached the entrance of Black Sparrow City as they were speaking. They showed their identity cards, and the guards inspected them before letting them go. The armored vehicle drove out of the city, but it stopped again not far away from the entrance. Lieutenant Colonel Niu Li, whom Wang Teng had seen before, was standing at the side of the road. He seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. After they parked the car, he opened the car door and sat on the passenger's seat. "What took you so long?" Niu Li frowned as he asked. "We went to pick him up." Kong Li pointed behind with a smirk. "Lieutenant Colonel Niu." Wang Teng greeted him. It looked like Niu Li was the leader of this mission. Suddenly, he realized that Niu Li and Kong Li's names were similar. He couldn't help but size up their faces. One was rough-looking, while the other was like a blossoming flower. It was a weird feeling. His expression turned a little strange. Fortunately, these two people weren't relatives. Wang Teng started having wild thoughts. Kong Li and Yuan Xuan greeted Niu Li too. Their military ranks were only one level lower than Niu Li's, but they showed great respect towards him. Niu Li was a much more seasoned warrior. He had more battle and mission experiences than them. Niu Li nodded. He didn't continue and asked instead, "Do you know the summary of the mission?" The three nodded. Wang Teng, you're a recruit. Do you have any questions? Niu Li asked. No questions. Awaiting your order. Wang Teng said righteously. The muscles on Yuan Xuan's face twitched. Damn it, he said the same thing just now and got a rebuttal from Wang Teng. Yet he was acting all obedient now. Why didn't he refute Niu Li too? Niu Li was satisfied with Wang Teng's attitude. During the military drill, he had sensed something strange from Wang Teng. He asked Ni Jianqiang after he went back and got to know that this young man wasn't easy to deal with. From the looks of it, this genius recruit might be a little cheeky, but he still understood the big picture. This was a promising young fellow. The armored vehicle drove for 20 kilometers. As they headed deeper, their surroundings got more and more desolate. All they could see was black sand and barren land. The harsh environment here was out of Wang Teng's expectations. Sir, a respectful voice was heard. They had arrived at the closest Black Sparrow garrison. Kong Li showed her identity card, and the guard immediately saluted her with respect. Most of these soldiers were ordinary people. They were in charge of operating large-sized rune weapons. Only a small portion were martial warriors. Wang Teng sized up his surroundings curiously when he entered the garrison. He realized that this garrison was built entirely out of steel. From the internal structure, he could see traces of runes carved on the surface of the steel. This meant that the garrison possessed rune defense. However, the exterior of the garrison was still filled with dents and scratches. There were all kinds of bullet marks and weapon prints. The garrison wasn't small. It could hold a few hundred soldiers, and the facilities were complete. Large firearms could be seen everywhere. It was armed from head to toe. We have rune weapons, but dark apparitions have them too. High-level dark apparitions are as smart as humans, Kong Li explained when she noticed Wang Teng's gaze. Wang Teng nodded. It wasn't hard to guess. If the dark apparitions didn't have rune weapons, the humans would have won the war already. Also, the damage caused by rune weapons to high-level dark apparitions was limited. A rune weapon could only cause huge damage if it was operated by a powerful martial warrior like Wang Teng. Even more, it had to be a formidable weapon, for instance, the fire god cannon. They parked the armored vehicle and alighted. We'll be entering the restricted zone now. Dark apparitions might appear any time. Be careful, Niu Li reminded them. Kong Li and Yuan Xuan were used to it, so his reminder was directed at Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded. He knew that he should speak less and be more aware of his surroundings from now on. He caught up with the three seniors. Actually, with their speed, they could cover 20 kilometers easily by flying. However, they chose to drive instead. Wang Teng didn't ask the reason. He wasn't stupid. He had his own guesses. This was taught during his school lessons. You must always be in your best form when you were on the battlefield. This would allow you to handle all kinds of accidents properly. His seniors didn't want to waste their stamina and force. As they walked, Niu Li and Kong Li taught Wang Teng how to hide, observe the ambush locations, and set traps. Chapter 4:110. Rest in peace. The black soil was pungent, and the stench spread in the air. The four soldiers vigilantly pushed forward. Niu Li and Kong Li had nothing against Wang Teng, so their relationship was not bad. They told him everything he should know. Besides teaching him how to ambush and set up traps, they also taught him how to differentiate the footprints of the dark apparitions, how to track enemies, and many other things. There were various types of dark apparitions. Experienced soldiers were able to decipher the type of dark apparition based on the footprints alone. This knowledge was taught in school, but merging the theory and actual situation still required some time. Wang Teng followed them and absorbed the knowledge like a sponge. He kept learning and improving. He also discovered that the surroundings weren't barren anymore. There were some plants growing sparsely. These plants weren't ordinary. Wang Teng had already activated his spiritual sight. Based on his spiritual realm, now he could support his spiritual sight for a long time, Under his spiritual sight, he could see the faint glows of dark force hovering around the plants. These plants were contaminated by dark force and had undergone a mutation. Actually, he could tell that they were different without his spiritual sight. The plants were pitch black and they had strange shapes. Some were like fangs, while others looked like the blade of a saw. They were extremely sharp. It was easy to tell that these weren't ordinary plants. If normal soldiers get pricked or scratched by these plants, they will get contaminated by dark force. If they don't get treated in time, they will lose their limb. For more serious cases, they will assimilate, Kong Li said. Splurt. Suddenly, a trumpet-shaped plant spurted some thick black liquid straight at Wang Teng. Wang Teng remained calm. He twirled his feet and evaded the liquid. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the black liquid landed on the ground, black smoke rose into the air. Oh, right, they will attack passers-by too. This is their way of hunting after they mutate. These dark plants are vicious, Kong Li said nonchalantly. To hell with being vicious. If you know that they're dangerous, why didn't you remind me earlier? Can you be more serious? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows, feeling speechless. Kong Li had explained many things to him, but she only opened her mouth after things happened. Actually, you will learn this in your second and third years. Unfortunately, you are only a freshman, Kong Li snorted. Wang Teng, is it my fault that I'm only a freshman? A smile appeared at the edge of Yuan Xuan's eyes when he saw Wang Teng's exasperated look. No matter how powerful a recruit is, he still has his flaws. He will suffer in the hands of a veteran. Personal experience will help you remember it better. Kong Li waved her hands and replied indifferently. Also, with your ability, it will be a joke if you can't dodge this. All right, you're my senior. Everything you say is right. Wang Teng didn't counter. Indeed, these dangers were nothing to him. Suddenly, his pupils stopped moving. Kong Li and the others stopped too. Niu Li opened his mouth and asked, "Who's going to take care of it?" Kong Li and Yuan Xuan didn't move. Wang Teng had no choice. He shifted his body and traveled 100 meters in a split second. A low-level, dark apparition was crawling on the ground. Although it still had the shape of a human, its face was like a devil's. It was savage and hideous. The flesh on its body protruded out of its skin, black blood oozed out, and the bones could be seen clearly. A normal person would be frightened to death if they saw this scene. When it saw Wang Teng, the low-level dark apparition hissed and pounced on him. As Wang Teng scanned the dark apparition's body, his gaze froze. However, he waved his hand the next moment, and a ball of flame swallowed the dark apparition. Roar! The dark apparition turned into ashes under the high heat. The cold wind from afar carried the ashes along with it. Rest in peace. Wang Teng's gaze was cold, his expression calm. He wasn't speaking to the dark apparition. Instead, he was talking to the human soldier that got contaminated by dark force. This was because he saw the human military uniform worn by the dark apparition. This was a human who got transformed into a dark apparition. You did well. Never hesitate in a situation like this. To them, death is their freedom. Niu Li walked over and said, "Many warriors die on the battlefield. Death is not scary. However, we'll never be slaves to the dark. Do you like to lament and make emotional comments after staying on the battlefield for a long time?" Wang Teng smiled and teased him. Niu Li, he remained silent for some time before he said, "You're indeed different. I'll take that as a compliment." Wang Teng wasn't affected, accepting the praise directly. Shouldn't we be leaving? They continued their journey again. Along the way, they met a few dark apparitions traveling alone and took care of them. The levels of the dark apparitions in the Level 1 restricted zone weren't high. They killed them as easily as killing an ant. Wang Teng couldn't help but remember the time when he met a dark apparition for the first time. That was a huge scare. He had to exert himself to get rid of the low-level dark apparition. Now, these low-level dark apparitions weren't even appetizers. There was a cleaning recently, so there weren't many dark apparitions. They didn't meet any accidents and successfully entered the Level 2 restricted zone. The plants were denser in this region with low bushes and small forests clustered here and there. Swoosh. Along with a rubbing sound, the poisonous insects scurried towards the martial warriors when they sensed their presence. Wang Teng, burn them with your flames. Kong Li knew that Wang Teng possessed fire force, so she ordered him directly. Wang Teng didn't dawdle. Fire force was really convenient at times. He waved his hand and the poisonous insects around them died immediately. Many small bubbles were dropped. Poison force 1, dark force 1. Dark force 2, poison force 1. Wang Teng gained a small amount of poison force and dark force. However, he spared some of the poisonous creatures. He knocked them unconscious and kept them in bottles. Then he stored them in his space ring. Why are you keeping them? Kong Li frowned as she asked. I'm bringing them back for research. Wang Teng placed the last horrendous-looking poisonous bug into the bottle as he replied. He studied the bug curiously. You have a strange interest. Kong Li was baffled. There's nothing wrong with analyzing them. However, be careful since these poisonous insects have been contaminated by dark force. Don't let them escape. The consequences are dire and you will be held responsible, Niu Li reminded him. Don't worry, I can kill these poisonous bugs easily. There won't be a problem, Wang Teng replied. He wanted to examine these poisonous bugs because he noticed that they were contaminated by dark force. After all, he possessed both dark force and poison force. Niu Li didn't stay on the topic. He took the lead and continued heading to the Level 3 restricted zone. More than an hour later, they reached the edge of the Level 2 restricted zone and heard the sound of fighting. Their expressions changed. They hastened their pace and dashed towards the source of the sound. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He followed them hurriedly. When they arrived at the scene, they saw a cleaning squad in a heated battle with the dark apparitions. There were around 10 human martial warriors, 3 of them at the 4-star soldier level. There were around 40 normal soldiers in their team. On the other hand, there were close to 100 dark apparitions. Most of them were low-level dark apparitions, but there were about 7 4-star soldier-level dark apparitions. These dark apparitions were lofty and huge. They were extremely muscular. The muscles beneath their green-black skin seemed as hard as steel. Their faces were ferocious, and they had jagged teeth like a saw. Their eyes were bigger than ping-pong balls. They held weapons that looked like maces, and their brutality was terrifying. They are giant apparitions, Yuan Xuan said sternly. The battle had already started. The giant apparitions charged towards the humans and swung their maces. A human 4-star soldier-level martial warrior wanted to block the attack, but his weapon broke instantly. His chest was smashed and he was sent flying into the air. His breathing got heavy. Obviously, he was in critical condition. The low-level dark apparitions shot towards the human soldiers and bit whoever they could get their hands on. Wang Teng and the officers were still a distance away. When they saw this scene, they were furious. They accelerated their speed to their maximum as they flew towards the battlefield. Faster, faster. They were already proceeding at their fastest speed, but they still had to witness many human soldiers getting surrounded and bitten to death by the dark apparitions. Their screams of agony and pain before they died echoed in the air. Wang Teng turned into a gust of wind and dashed past the 3 officers. Die. He attracted the attention of the dark apparitions with his bellow. One of the giant apparitions gave a hideous smile and wanted to grab him with its large palm. A golden brick appeared in Wang Teng's hand. Amidst the confused gaze of the dark apparition, he smashed it on its head. Boom, the earth shook. The giant apparition got knocked into the ground by Wang Teng's brick. Its neck had disappeared, and its head sunk into its chest. Blood was dripping down its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. It died in an odd posture. The human soldiers and the dark apparitions with intelligence were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Reinforcements are here? The human soldiers immediately regained their senses and cheered. Kill, kill them. The morale of the soldiers rose as they hurled themselves at the dark apparitions. The giant apparitions roared in anger when they saw their companion getting killed. In an instant, 4 giant apparitions surrounded Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze didn't change. Come on, I can finally use my brick to my heart's content. Boom! He didn't use any battle techniques. All he did was fling his brick at the giant apparitions. The air around the brick erupted, and the dark apparitions were beaten to death. Their dying posture was tragic to the extreme. Please take the first giant apparition as a reference. Wang Teng turned around. He wanted to smash the other giant apparitions with his brick, but Kong Li and the officers had arrived by now. They took one giant apparition each and killed them easily. It was a piece of cake. Wang Teng had no choice but to target the low-level dark apparitions. The addition of 4 7-star soldier-level martial warriors turned the tide of the battle. The dark apparitions were killed quickly. The casualties of the human soldiers were kept to a minimum after Kong Li and the officers took care of all the dark apparitions. They raised their heads and scanned their surroundings. They were stunned. There were numerous posts erected on the ground. Wait, those weren't wooden posts? They were dark apparitions who got hammered into the ground forcefully. They turned and looked at Wang Teng. The item in his hand had caught their attention. A brick. Chapter 411. Destroying my image. Kong Li and the others went berserk when they saw the item in Wang Teng's hand. Astonishment, disbelief. The atmosphere turned strange. Niu Li finally understood why Ni Jianqiang reminded Wang Teng repeatedly not to use the brick during the military drill. One brick, one enemy. His actions were so smooth and violent that he was lost in wonder. Even the giant apparitions who were known for their strength couldn't resist a knock from his brick. The veterans from his troop were strong, but they weren't much stronger than these dark apparitions. Hence, he could imagine their ending if Wang Teng had used his brick. They wouldn't be in life danger during the drill, but the atmosphere would definitely be messed up. A veteran getting smashed by a recruit would be a huge jock with this thought in mind. He couldn't help but look at Yuan Xuan. Kong Li was staring at him too, her expression extremely strange. Her little junior brother was a little fierce. Feeling the gazes from his comrades, the muscles on Yuan Xuan's face twitched uncontrollably. He tried to maintain his composure, but he was already cursing in his heart. He had lingering fears at this moment. He suddenly felt fortunate that he didn't have to go through this treatment. If not, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the troop anymore. He would find a hole and bury himself inside. He would have no face to see other people. Wang Teng kept the brick calmly as if nothing had happened. He wore an innocent expression, pretending that the human posts were unrelated to him. Everyone, Wang Teng ignored their gazes and scanned the area with his spiritual power. He picked up all the attribute bubbles. Dark Force 110, Spirit 60, Spirit 50, Enlightenment 15, Dark Force 125, Dark Force 65. This time he was ruthless. 1 brick per giant apparition, killing them forcefully. Thus he received many spirit attributes. However, there weren't many enlightenment attributes. It looked like the giant apparitions weren't very smart. What a waste of their big head. However, he had to admit that their big heads made it easier for him to hit them. Big head. Big head, no worries when it rains. Others have umbrellas, but I have a big head. Look, didn't this comparison give you a visualization of the size of their heads? Enlightenment, 301/1000, Emperor Realm, Spirit, 368/3000. Emperor Realm. At the same time, their Dark Force bubbles contributed a few hundred points of Dark Force. Suddenly, Wang Teng's body trembled. His Dark Force had advanced to another stage, Dark Force 325,000, 7-star. He accidentally raised his Dark Force up another level. Now he was considered a master among the dark apparitions. Wait, he wasn't a dark apparition. Huh? As Wang Teng was happily picking up the attributes, his gaze suddenly paused. Intermediate stage strength talent 20? There was a talent attribute. What a surprise. As the attribute merged into his body, he understood the uses of this intermediate stage strength talent. In summary, it was a physical talent. The stronger his talent, the stronger his physical body. His strength would also increase continuously. It was different from physique scriptures. Talent was innate. Scripture was hard work. All in all, the higher your talent, the the easier it would be for you to practice a physique scripture. At the same time, your strength would increase many times. For instance, if a martial warrior with beginner stage strength talent had 1 point of strength, then an intermediate stage strength talent martial warrior's starting strength would be double, starting with 2. If they practiced the same physique scripture, using the same effort and time, a normal martial warrior would grow by 1 point, while an intermediate stage talent martial warrior would increase by 2 points. The difference might be small at the start, but as time went by, the gap would grow larger and larger. Intermediate stage strength talent, 2,500. Not bad. Looking at the changes in the talent row on his attributes panel, Wang Teng nodded silently. Speaking of it, he had received a berserk battle technique from a giant apparition in the past, too. It was an explosive battle technique, but Wang Teng never had the chance to use it. It wasn't his fault, though. His opponents were all too weak. The process of picking up attributes seemed long, but it only lasted for a few seconds. At this moment, the military martial warriors who got saved by them came forward and thanked them. The leader of this team was a second lieutenant. He came forward and bowed. "Lieutenant Colonel Niu, Major Yuan, Major Kong, if you hadn't passed by, we'd have been in danger. We're all comrades. There's no need to thank us," Niu Li replied. The team was familiar with Kong Li and the 2 majors. They exchanged a few words and then shifted their gazes to Wang Teng. Wang Teng was the only unfamiliar person in this group. Moreover, he looked very young. However, they had personally witnessed his strength. This fellow might be young, but he was extremely powerful. Hence, the second lieutenant asked politely, "This is—" A hint of slyness flashed past Kong Li's eyes. She waved his hand and said, "Don't care about him. He's just a corporal in charge of miscellaneous stuff. You saw it just now. He runs real fast." Wang Teng, he thought that this senior sister was a good person, someone he could converse with. From the looks of it now, he was too naive. This lady was evil. She defamed him in front of so many people, calling him a corporal in charge of miscellaneous stuff. Mind you, he was their life savior. If he hadn't arrived in time, many more people would have been dead. Wang Teng had already thought of his image in his head. A brave and righteous uprising star of the military. But it was gone now. "Woman, you're dead. You've ruined my image. This is a huge grudge." "Corporal." The second lieutenant widened his eyes in surprise and stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. A corporal was so powerful. He had only left the military city for 3 days, but such a huge change had occurred. Even corporal positions were held by such powerful people. For an instant, the second lieutenant doubted himself. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up with the times. What if he went back and his superior informed him that he would retire with honor? What should he do? Don't listen to her. This fellow might be a corporal, but he's very powerful. He's a special case. Niu Li shook his head helplessly and said. The second lieutenant heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't have to retire with honor. Indeed, if all the young people were so powerful now, the dark apparitions wouldn't have anything to do. They could go back and farm. The second lieutenant shook his head to clear the unwanted thoughts in his mind. "Corporal Wang Teng, thank you for your help." Then he took a step back abruptly and shouted with a stern face, "Salute!" The soldiers around him straightened their backs and saluted at Wang Teng. "You're welcome." Wang Teng was stunned. He hurriedly returned their salute and smiled. "If you don't mention corporal, I'll be happier." The second lieutenant and the soldiers around him froze for a second. Then they burst out laughing. They exchanged a few sentences before the second lieutenant left with his team. Niu Li told the second lieutenant to go the path they came. He said they had cleared that path, so it was safe for now. Then they continued on their journey in Mission Chapter 412. Have the dark apparitions gone out for shopping? Level 1 and 2 restricted zones would be regularly cleared by humans, but the Level 3 and 4 zones were different. Level 3 and 4 restricted zones were the dark apparitions' territory. Dark apparition garrisons had already appeared further into the Level 3 restricted zone. Their target was the No 56 garrison in the Level 3 restricted zone. Along the way, the atmosphere was a little oppressive. Are you angry? Kong Li glanced at Wang Teng and teased him. Go away, I'm not close with you. Wang Teng turned his head. Aya, as a man, you mustn't be so narrow-minded. Kong Li inched over shamelessly. Ha ha. Wang Teng scoffed. 3 force dishes meal, Kong Li suggested. Do you think I look like someone that can be bought over with food? Wang Teng wasn't moved. 4 meals, Kong Li added. 6 meals, 1 from a force chef-master. Kong Li gritted her teeth. This was a fortune deal. A smile immediately appeared on his face. As expected of my senior, you're so generous. You're brutal. Kong Li was speechless. Small case, Wang Teng smiled and replied. Childish, Yuan Xuan snorted. Hey, Major Yuan, aren't you interested in force dishes? Wang Teng teased him. Not at all, Yuan Xuan replied coldly with a stern face before ignoring the two. Wang Teng started discussing excitedly with Kong Li and planned the 6 meals properly. Yuan Xuan frowned. He wasn't used to their interaction. This was a serious and dangerous mission, but they turned it into a delicious food for him. How irritating. Niu Li smiled, but he didn't say anything. He didn't care about the process as long as it didn't affect the mission. At around 2 p.m., the 4 of them successfully arrived near the No. 56 garrison of the Dark Apparitions. They hid in a small hill and looked at the garrison in the distance. The Dark Apparitions garrison was entirely different from the human garrisons. Their garrisons were crude, made of large rocks, and were pitch black. In the dark, it would be hard to notice them. The architecture was special too. Wang Teng didn't know how to describe it. It was rough, evil-looking, and exaggerated. This was the first time he saw a Darkland-style building. He was curious, so he sized it up uncontrollably. Suddenly, he realized, to his surprise, that aside from the low-level dark apparitions wandering around the garrison, there weren't any signs of high-level dark apparitions. He couldn't help but look at Niu Li. He asked through a voice transmission. Have the dark apparition gone out for shopping? Niu Li stared at Wang Teng, and a vein popped out on his forehead. What kind of strange thoughts does this guy have in his mind? Go out shopping? Can you read the atmosphere and stop acting like an idiot when you should be serious? He took a deep breath before replying to him through voice transmission. Dark apparitions like the dark, even high-level dark apparitions with intelligence don't like to move around in the day. Wang Teng noticed that Niu Li said don't like and not they can't. No wonder these low-level dark apparitions were able to move freely in the day. He looked at the sky and said, this area is covered by dark clouds and saturated with dark force. There's no difference between day and night, right? To them, the day is the day. The sun won't disappear, so they will still get irritated by it. Do you know the reason? It's probably because the sun has changed, too. Niu Li pondered for some time before he opened his mouth. After all, according to various legends from different countries, the sun is an ultimate yang object. Are you telling me that the legends are true? Wang Teng asked curiously. I don't mean that. However, the legends originate from somewhere. Maybe our ancestors saw something, Niu Li said in a meaningful tone. Wang Teng believed him. After all, this era couldn't be inferred using common sense. Humans possessed frightening power in the eyes of the ancient people. They were no different from gods and devils. However, he still had some query. Is this a guess, or did you find related evidence? What do you think? Niu Li looked at him and smiled. Seeing his reaction, Wang Teng knew that he wouldn't be able to get an answer today. Were these people all the same? Actually, I don't know much. I only heard a word or two. Niu Li shook his head. Wang Teng didn't probe further. He activated his spiritual sight and scanned the garrison as expected. He saw a few thick balls of dark force. Salve, 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions. They didn't move immediately. Instead, they waited until night dawned. Through the dark clouds in the sky, they saw a moon hanging in the air, scattering its silver-white glow on the earth. The 4 soldiers ate the rations they bought and spoke to each other using voice transmission to pass the time. However, their attention was all on the No. 56 garrison below. At approximately 10 p.m., they finally sensed some movements in the garrison. There were 3 figures in the distance. They conversed for some time before heading in different directions. Niu Li frowned. He gave his order. "Follow one each. I'll stay here." "Yes," Wang Teng and the others replied immediately. "Wang Teng, will you be all right?" Niu Li glanced at Wang Teng and asked again. "Don't worry, I won't die." Niu Li nodded and didn't say anything else. The 3 soldiers chose a direction each and executed their hiding skills as they followed the dark apparitions. "Don't die." Kong Li's voice entered his ears. Wang Teng's gaze shimmered, but he didn't turn his head. He was already a distance away. He executed his wave invisibility skill and covered himself with dark force, disappearing into the cold wind under the night sky. If he only used dark force, he might get discovered by the dark apparition. However, with the addition of the wave invisibility skill, his concealing ability increased many folds. Wang Teng believed that he wouldn't be found out as long as he was more careful. He followed behind the dark apparition, keeping some distance between them. The other party was a dark apparition he had never seen before. It was tall and lofty, at least 3 meters in height. There was a pair of huge antlers on its head that twirled backward. This was a weird monster with a deer head and human body. Its limbs were muscular and thick, and it had a pair of wings on its back. It moved extremely fast. There was also a bone-like scorpion tail behind it. It looks a little ugly. Wang Teng wondered to himself. After some time, he saw the dark apparition dashing into a forest below. Then cries of agony from wild beasts were heard. Wang Teng hid afar and saw the deer-head human-body dark apparition catch a huge star beast. It furiously bit and tore the flesh off the beast. It was a terrifying scene. It came out to eat. Wang Teng shook his head speechlessly. He thought that it had some secrets, but this was it. Half an hour later, the dark apparition went back to the garrison. Wang Teng followed it and came back to the hill where Niu Li was hiding. Kong Li and Yuan Xuan were back too. They reported the situation on their side and discovered that the 3 dark apparitions seemed to have gone out for a meal. They didn't have any other actions. Chapter 413. A detailed and thorough plan. The 4 of them hid stupidly outside No. 56 garrison for 3 days. These 3 days passed without any accidents. The 3 high-level 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions went out a few times, but it was all to eat. The lifestyles of these dark apparitions were extremely regular, so regular that it seemed scary. They either ate or slept every day. They were worse than a nerd who loved to stay at home. Wang Teng and the others started wondering if the high-level dark apparitions came to know. 56 garrison because they wanted to have a holiday in a different environment. Besides, the 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions came out to hunt for food, too. The dark apparitions with deer head and human body, the vampire dark apparitions, and the giant apparitions were among them. There were around 200 in total. Nothing was amiss from their activity. They didn't even show any signs of wanting to attack the human garrisons. Wang Teng glanced at the 3 calm officers beside him. They were extremely patient. They had waited for so many days, but they weren't agitated or impatient at all. He could only say, as expected of veterans, Wang Teng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Their mission was to investigate the strange happenings in the garrison. However, they wouldn't be able to find anything if they just waited without doing anything. Finally, Wang Teng couldn't stand it anymore and asked using voice transmission, "Old Niu, how long do we have to wait?" "You can't wait anymore?" Niu Li smiled and replied using voice transmission, "It has only been a few days, but you can't wait anymore?" Yuan Xuan glanced at him in contempt. I can wait as long as you want. It won't be a problem. I just feel that idling around like this is a complete waste of time." Wang Teng ignored him and shook his head. Niu Li nodded. "The time is almost ready. The past few days were for us to observe the internal situation in the garrison. Now we can make our move." "Move? What move?" Wang Teng asked, sneaking into. "No, 56 garrison." Kong Li smiled and replied, Do you think we can discover anything by waiting outside without doing anything? The highlight of the mission is here. Niu Li turned serious. Kong Li and Yuan Xuan dropped their casual attitudes. You will each be in charge of investigating an area respectively. I'll wait for you outside, Niu Li said. Then he glanced at Wang Teng uncontrollably. Wang Teng's performance for the past few days had exceeded his expectation. He didn't act like a recruit at all. His skills were on par with Kong Li and Yuan Xuan. Most importantly, this fellow was extremely powerful. He charged directly whenever he met any dangers, but no accidents happened along the way. When he followed the 7-star dark apparition out as it hunted, he didn't get discovered either. This was proof of his skill. Thus, he wasn't too worried about Wang Teng for this mission. During the past few days, the four of them had built some chemistry with one another, including Yuan Xuan. He wouldn't target Wang Teng when it came to important matters, hence he didn't say anything. The four of them immediately started discussing the details of this undercover mission. Half an hour later, the three officers exchanged glances with one another and gradually disappeared on the spot. This brat creates surprises all the time. I can't even detect any traces of his concealing skill. Niu Li looked at the spot where Wang Teng was standing a second ago. He shook his head and sighed in his heart. It was night, so most dark apparitions should be asleep. There was some danger in sneaking into the garrison now, but it would also allow them to find anything amiss here. They couldn't wait until the dark apparitions left to sneak in because they weren't able to confirm that the dark apparitions went out only to hunt for food. They might be doing this to fool outsiders and cover up the truth. Who knew if they were heading out for their real purpose today? No one could be sure. Wang Teng evaded the low-level dark apparitions outside the garrison's perimeters and climbed over the wall to enter. Based on the plan they came up with, he went all the way to the back. The dark apparitions probably didn't expect someone to sneak into their camp, so there were no patrols. They were all sleeping soundly. "Are you seriously so careless?" Wang Teng stood in a corner and complained helplessly. He felt that there was something wrong with this mission. It was so smooth that he didn't know what to make of it. Wang Teng roamed for some time before he finally found the place where the dark apparitions were sleeping. It could barely be called a dormitory. This dormitory was a little scary somehow. It looked like a scene from a horror movie. It was shaped like a room in a palace and was completely empty. Fortunately, Wang Teng was experienced, so he raised his head and looked up. Good riddance. Numerous heads were floating in midair in the dark, however. Why were they all upside down? He looked at them carefully. There were rows and rows of vampire-like dark apparitions hanging upside down from the ceiling. Their eyes were close, and their faces were white. A timid person might be scared to death if he saw this scene in the middle of the night. These dark apparitions love to put on an act. Why can't they sleep properly? Why must they hang themselves up? Also, according to legends, shouldn't vampires sleep in coffins? Why aren't these vampire dark apparitions going by the book? Wang Teng shook his head and threw these random thoughts out of his mind. This wasn't the time to think about that. He had to see if there was anything suspicious about these dark apparitions. Here came the question, how should he investigate? Wang Teng hid in a dark corner and touched his chin. His gaze was ambiguous as he occasionally glanced at the vampire dark apparitions on the ceiling. A sinister smile gradually appeared at the edge of his lips. I have an idea here. The next moment he disappeared on the spot. Using his spiritual sight, he knew that these dark apparitions were all at the 4-star soldier level and below. There were only 5 4-star soldier level dark apparitions. Their difference in ability was huge. Hence, even if he went near them, he wouldn't be discovered. Based on this, he came up with a detailed and thorough plan. He would silently close in on one of the dark apparitions and cover its mouth. Then he would knock it unconscious, bring it away, and question it. That was the gist of his plan. He would choose one of the 4-star soldier-level dark apparitions. After all, some things would only be known to those with stronger abilities. Wang Teng even wondered if those 4-star soldier-level dark apparitions knew any secrets. He couldn't care anymore. He decided to test it out. So which one should he choose? Wang Teng scanned the vampires and started pointing at them. Finally, his finger stopped on a vampire dark apparition who was smaller than the others. "All right, it's you." Wang Teng silently flew closer and arrived behind the dark apparition. He furrowed his brows and turned upside down. Then he quickly covered his opponent's mouth. The vampire woke up with a start. It opened its eyes wide, with fear and confusion in them. It wanted to struggle and alert its companions, but the next second, Wang Teng knocked it unconscious after a series of actions. The dark apparition was kidnapped by Wang Teng. None of the other vampires noticed anything. Even if they woke up and found it missing, they would only wonder if it had gone to the toilet. Chapter 414. Wow, you're quite fierce. No, 56 Garrison, Warehouse. Wang Teng knocked the lichened dark apparition who was guarding the warehouse unconscious and closed the main door. Now it was time for the highlight of his plan: questioning. Wang Teng thought for a moment before using his spiritual power to form an imprisoning rune. He sealed off the dark apparition's force. Then he arranged a small-sized soundproof rune array around them. Perfect. Only a divine spirit master and an advanced stage rune master could do this. Wang Teng felt a little proud. He shifted his gaze to the unconscious vampire dark apparition, and a sharp look appeared in his eyes. "Sleep, sleep, sleep, you're like a pig." The brick appeared in his hand, and he slapped it on the dark apparition's handsome and pale face without showing any mercy. Of course, he didn't aim at the face because he was jealous after all. He was more handsome than this dark apparition who gave off a morbid beauty/boom. After a round of beating, the vampire dark apparition woke up in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I getting treated so inhumanly? Oh, right. Kidnapping. Someone kidnapped me just now, damn it. Who is this impudent person? How dare he kidnap a noble vampire dark apparition right inside the garrison? This is unforgivable. However, it was being slapped right and left, so its head kept swaying back and forth at high speed. Its vision was a blur. It couldn't see the culprit's face at all. Slash, boom. Wang Teng didn't notice that the dark apparition was awake. He hit him so smoothly that he continued slapping the dark apparition with the brick. The vampire dark apparition felt his tears flowing out. He wanted to activate his dark force, but he got a rude shock. The dark force in his body had disappeared. There was no reaction in his force nucleus. What's going on? Huh? You're awake? A voice finally entered his ears. It was the human language. The vampire dark apparition squinted. Damn it. He landed in the hands of a human. The vampire dark apparition's face was badly bruised and swollen. He could only open his eyes slightly. He tried his best to open his eyes wide, attempting to see the culprit's face through the small gap. His vision was still hazy, but he finally managed to see his enemy's face. This was a young human being. He actually landed in the hands of a youngster. The vampire dark apparition was infuriated. Ouch! So painful. The change in his expression was too violent, so it pulled at his muscles. He felt excruciating pain on his face. This made him even more furious. Human? You're dead. You're in deep trouble. Huh? You can speak the human language? This is perfect. Wang Teng sized up the dark apparition in front of him in astonishment. He was still wondering what he should do if they couldn't understand each other. Yet this dark apparition could speak the human language. This was great. It saved him much trouble, but he should still learn the dark apparition language when he had the time. It wouldn't hurt to have too many skills. Did you hear what I said? You're dead. You're in deep trouble, the vampire dark apparition bellowed. Wow, you're quite fierce. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and raised his brick, another round of walloping. Can you talk properly now? Wang Teng asked. I'm a noble vampire. I'll never succumb to you, even if you use such a brutal method. The vampire replied stubbornly. Slash, boom. Human, I want to kill you. I want to suck your blood, the vampire dark apparition roared / boom. You're dead / boom. You're really dead. It's rare to see such a strong-willed dark apparition like you. You have my respect. Wang Teng praised him. Then / boom. Stop hitting me. Wang Teng, his face turned black. I just complimented you, but you slapped my face. Where's my pride and dignity / boom? The vampire dark apparition felt puzzled he had already surrendered. Why was he still getting beaten? / boom. After many rounds of beating, the dark apparition's face grew bigger. Wang Teng was afraid of wasting more time, so he stopped. If not, he would have continued beating him. Can you talk properly now? The vampire dark apparition felt the pain on his face and nodded fervently. Good, now I'll ask, and you'll answer. If I don't ask anything, you are not allowed to speak. Do you understand? Wang Teng said calmly. The vampire dark apparition hesitated for a moment. If this human questioned him about some secrets, should he give in or give in or give in? Why? You don't agree with what I've said. Wang Teng raised his brick again. Don't. I'll reply to you properly. The vampire was no longer as proud as before. He became a coward. There are 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions here. What's their purpose? Wang Teng went straight to the point. The vampire's expression changed. Then his face started hurting. I suggest that you think thrice before you speak. I'm an easy person to talk to, but this fellow isn't that kind. Wang Teng played with the brick in his hand as he sniggered. The vampire. This devil sigh. He didn't want to be a rat, but this young man was ruthless. I think they came to see someone. You think? Wang Teng raised his voice. No, I'm sure of it, the vampire immediately replied. See who? Wang Teng nodded and continued asking. I'm not sure. Besides the 3 of them, no one knows the answer, the vampire replied. Wang Teng frowned. The vampire felt his heart pounding furiously. Was he planning to beat him? He immediately shouted, I really don't know. All right, look how frightened you are. I've already told you that I'm an easy person to speak to. Wang Teng glared at him. The vampire shrunk his neck. Do you think I'll believe you? If you're easy to speak to, my face wouldn't be swollen. Now, we have come to the quick response segment. If you hesitate even a little, I'll reward you with the brick, Wang Teng said. The vampire immediately understood Wang Teng's intention. He couldn't lie if he had to reply instantly. However, he didn't dare not reply. He could only nod his head. Very good. This segment will start now. How many days have they stayed here? 5. Did the person they're supposed to meet come during these 5 days? No. When will the person come? I don't know. What's their future plan? I don't know. Do you want to live or die? I don't know. You don't know anything. It looks like there's no reason to keep you alive. Wang Teng scoffed. The vampire's expression froze. What did he say just now? Wait. I want to live. Live. His desire to live was extremely strong. He stared at Wang Teng pitifully. Oh, right. I still have some questions for you, Wang Teng said. Go ahead. You can ask me anything, the vampire replied. Your race has a talent called bewitch, right? A mysterious smile appeared on Wang Teng's face as he leaned forward and whispered to the vampire. How do you know? The vampire was flabbergasted. Ouch, his face hurt. You don't have to know. Now, let me ask you, do you have that ability? Wang Teng mocked. I don't. This ability is only born to those vampires with high talent. I'm not one of them, the vampire said dejectedly. One last question. Do you have ways to resist this skill? Wang Teng asked. There's no special method. You can only resist if your spiritual power is higher than the person who uses this skill, the vampire said. Is it? I can feel at ease then. Wang Teng nodded his head. The vampire looked at Wang Teng in confusion. What was he saying? Why was he speaking so strangely? Then he suddenly realized that the young man's gaze was starting to turn weird. This is. The vampire's pupils constricted. He was filled with disbelief. A possibility flashed in his mind. No, this is impossible. He wanted to turn his head away, but his thoughts had slowed down. He couldn't think properly, and he couldn't move his body. What's going on? This was the last thought in his mind before his vision turned black. After some time, Wang Teng got the answer he wanted using his bewitch skill. It was no different from what the vampire said a while ago. What an honest vampire. His brick method was a success. As expected, this brick could solve any problems he had. Wang Teng nodded. Then he tapped his finger on the dark apparition's swollen head and invaded its mind with his spiritual power, destroying his consciousness. The vampire died. A few attribute bubbles floated out from his body. Dark Force, 35. Dark Language, 1. Handsomeness, 60. Spirit, 70. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. Handsomeness! Handsomeness again! Are vampires honestly so handsome? Why do they always drop the handsomeness attribute? Or is it because he smashed his face with his brick? Hitting the face would allow him to drop attributes related to the face. It made sense. However, the number seemed a little high. Was he too brutal? Amen. Chapter 4:15. Don't blame me, you. All forced me. Actually, Wang Teng felt that his appearance was handsome enough. If he continued to become more handsome, the other guys wouldn't have a chance. Wait. Something strange seemed to have sneaked in. Dark language. As the bubble merged into his body, a memory appeared in his mind out of nowhere. This is a language bubble. Just a moment ago, he wanted to learn the dark language, and here it was now. When was the system ever so considerate? Wang Teng couldn't believe it. However, it was understandable that this dark apparition would drop a language talent. After all, he was able to grasp the human language. This was a good thing. It would be awkward if he eavesdropped on a secret conversation between dark apparitions, but he didn't know what they were saying. Wang Teng kept the corpse of the dark apparition in his space ring. Then he sized up the warehouse. Hey, there's something here. There was a pile of green-color ores in the corner of the room. These are celestites. Wang Teng touched his chin. As an advanced stage blacksmith, he immediately recognized the ores. Celestite was a wind element ore, best used for forging wind element weapons. They were widely sought after by wind element martial warriors. Wind element was a mutated element, and hence the relevant ores were hard to find. Naturally, they possessed a high value. Judging by the size of this pile of ores, it was worth at least 5 billion. Oh my, 5 billion Omega hearts were shooting out of Wang Teng's eyes. This was a surprise. Old Niu told me not to alert the dark apparitions, but he didn't say that I can't steal things. Wang Teng sniggered. Also, the dark apparitions probably won't notice the disappearance of the ores for some time, even if I steal them. By the time they find out about it, they will think that it was a thief. This is what I call diverting their attention and killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Amazing. Wang Teng kept the celestites in his space ring and prepared to leave. Along the way, he saw the lichen dark apparition on the ground. Slash. He pointed his finger at it, claiming its life. He threw the corpse into his space ring so that it could accompany the vampire dark apparition. He would take care of the bodies after he left. Wang Teng left the warehouse and started searching the area he was in charge of. Around 10 minutes later, he stopped moving, becoming extremely vigilant. Using his spiritual sight, he saw an area covered with the thickest dark force. This was the room of one of the 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions. Wang Teng looked inside the room and was stunned. A coffin. The dark apparition seriously slept in a coffin. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. The 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions consisted of one with a deer head and human body, 1 giant apparition, and 1 vampire. He scanned the room. Besides the coffin, there was nothing strange. He shook his head and left carefully. Wang Teng finished investigating the area under him. He then met up with Kong Li and Yuan Xuan at the agreed location. 3 sneaking figures gathered in a corner. Did you find any clues? Wang Teng asked through voice transmission. Kong Li and Yuan Xuan shook their heads helplessly. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. He wanted to verify his findings with them, but they didn't discover anything. What's with your expression? Kong Li raised her eyebrows. She seemed to have seen a hint of disdain in Wang Teng's expression. Yuan Xuan didn't look good either. He was a major. Where would he place his dignity if he got looked down on by a recruit? Cough. Let's talk about the mission. Wang Teng coughed and changed the topic. Did you find something? Kong Li asked, her eyes lighting up. Yuan Xuan looked at him too. There was disbelief on his face. Did this fellow really find a clue? I did find something, Wang Teng replied humbly. Say it quickly, Kong Li rolled her eyes at him. This wasn't the time to be humble. Wang Teng chuckled. He didn't hide his information and immediately told them what he got from the vampire. The 3 dark apparitions are here to meet someone. Who is it? Why do they need to put in so much effort? Kong Li frowned. Is your information reliable? Yuan Xuan questioned. I can't say 100%, but it's 80% reliable, Wang Teng replied confidently. If he didn't have any hidden secrets, he would have said 100%. 80%? Are you sure? The 2 majors were startled. This was a high percentage. It was high enough for the military to invest manpower and resources in delving further in this direction. How did you get hold of this news? Yuan Xuan asked again. Wang Teng noticed that they still doubted him, so he took out the corpse of the dark apparition and summarized his investigation process, the majors. The muscles on Yuan Xuan's face kept throbbing. He looked at the indistinguishable face of the vampire dark apparition and the head that had swelled to 2 times the normal size. He couldn't imagine what this dark apparition suffered before its death. This fellow is a devil. Kong Li looked at the vampire's appearance and then at Wang Teng, her gaze going back and forth between the 2. Her expression could only be described with one word: strange. She silently swore that she would never provoke Wang Teng in the future. However, they started to understand why Wang Teng was 80% confident. No matter how hard your bone was, you would surrender after getting beaten like this. If it was them, they would be confident too. They took a deep breath. Kong Li nodded and said, Your information is very useful. We have 2 choices. We can retreat, or we can stay behind and wait for the secret person to come. The 3 of them went silent. To a military martial warrior, the mission was everything. They were willing to take enormous risks for the sake of the mission. I'll stay behind. You guys can go back and report this to Lieutenant Colonel Niu, Yuan Xuan said. Let me stay behind. My concealing method is better than yours, and it's safer too, Kong Li hesitated, but she still stepped up. Your concealing method is similar to mine. It's nowhere more powerful. If I can be discovered, you won't be any different. Let me stay. If something goes wrong, I have 30% confidence that I can escape. Yuan Xuan said, Bullshit, how can I be worse than you? I have 35% confidence that I can escape. Kong Li's anger got ignited. She was unwilling to back down. Wang Teng rubbed his forehead as he listened to them quarreling using voice transmission. He said, Majors, why aren't you asking me? You're a recruit. Don't interrupt us. The 2 of them rejected his proposal without turning their heads. I have 100% confidence that I can escape. Also, I don't want to hurt your pride, but my concealing method is much better than yours. The dark apparitions might never notice me, Wang Teng said in frustration. The 2 majors turned quiet instantly. Then they turned in unplanned unison and looked at Wang Teng. You're 100% confident that you can escape. Kong Li stared at Wang Teng curiously. That's why people like you will never understand what a true genius is. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly, acting like a lonely, indomitable warrior. Speak properly. Kong Li glared at him. You won't believe me, even if I say it. Are you sure the dark apparitions won't notice you with your concealing skill? Yuan Xuan asked. Of course, Wang Teng replied calmly. For some reason, I think that you're acting. Kong Li glanced at him before turning her head and asking Yuan Xuan, Yuan, what do you think? I agree, Yuan Xuan replied expressionlessly. Wang Teng, don't blame me. You all forced me. Chapter 416, Are all the female dark apparitions so pretty? After a series of hesitation, wavering, and indecisiveness, Kong Li and Yuan Xuan left. The mission was of utmost importance to a soldier. Wang Teng had more confidence in completing this mission as compared to them, hence they had no reason to stop him. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them leaving. Although Kong Li and Yuan Xuan were powerful, their abilities offered no help in this mission. If they stayed back, they might create more trouble for him instead. Now that they had finally left the garrison after much persuasion, he could do whatever he wanted. He was being truthful when he said that he was confident in completing this mission. Not long ago, a thought had flashed through his mind, and he came up with another detailed and thorough plan. An evil smile peeked at the edge of his lips. The next second, the muscles in his body started wiggling. His entire body was changing. Finally, he took on the appearance of the vampire dark apparition who got beaten up by him. Of course, it was his appearance before his face became swollen. Wang Teng used his ice force to form a mirror and checked his appearance. A satisfied smile appeared on his face uncontrollably. The morph's skill didn't disappoint him. Whether it was the height, the physique, or the face, he was 99.99999993999% similar to the vampire dark apparition. Wait, something felt amiss. Wang Teng frowned uncontrollably. He took out the corpse of the vampire for comparison and slapped his forehead in enlightenment. The wings. The vampires had bat wings. He didn't morph those wings out. He triggered the skill in his mind, and the muscles on his back started squirming. They extended out and finally turned into a pair of bat wings. He flapped them softly. They felt like real wings. Fortunately, the morph skill was impressive enough, so he was able to create the pair of wings. The dark apparitions came in weird shapes and forms. Morphing into them was so tricky and exasperating. Wang Teng complained in his heart, then his gaze landed on his clothes. All he needed was a set of dark apparition clothing. Sometime later, Wang Teng walked out of a corner. He had already changed into the vampire's clothing. Fortunately, the scene wasn't bloody when he killed the vampire, so his clothes remained clean. If they were dirtied, he might have had to wash them before wearing them. Wang Teng strutted his way into the vampire's dormitory. The best concealment was to hide among his enemies. If he didn't say it himself, who could tell that he was a human? Wang Teng didn't continue investigating. Instead, he went back to the dormitory and rested there like the other vampires. But when he saw the situation inside, he was in a dilemma. The vampires were all sleeping upside down. What if he got cephalemia? Once again, Wang Teng felt that there was a small flaw in his detailed and thorough plan. Never mind. A human would always be careless in one way or another. This minor flaw was negligible. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and merged with the darkness. Then, without anyone noticing, he appeared on the ceiling. He hung upside down and closed his eyes. He was a big, emotionless bat now. However, he didn't sleep. He opened his eyes occasionally and used his spiritual sight to observe the movements of the 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions. He would stay here obediently if no suspicious force movements appeared around them. Time passed slowly. Soon it was night. Once night arrived, it was time for the dark apparitions to go out to hunt for food. Wang Teng didn't notice anything amiss in this period. The 3 dark apparitions returned to No. 56 garrison after hunting outside. Wang Teng didn't follow them. He believed that the 3 veterans wouldn't stay put and do nothing. After they came back, it was the weaker dark apparitions' turn to hunt in the room. The vampire dark apparitions woke up one by one, their crimson eyes flickering. Their gaze was bloodthirsty. They spread their wings and flew out in masses like a flock of bats. Wang Teng hid among the bats, the vampires, and waved his ornamental wings. He was using the ability of a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior to sail through the sky. The other vampires didn't sense anything amiss. At this moment, a voice rang beside his ear. "Rupert, you seem abnormal today." Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. Rupert was the name of the vampire he was disguised as. While questioning the vampire, he had already thought of a rough plan. So he used his bewitch skill to lure some personal information from the vampire's mouth. Hence, when he heard someone calling him, he was flustered. Was he discovered? Was there a flaw in his plan again? This didn't make sense. He hid so well. How did the vampire notice him? There was no need to be anxious. If everything failed, he would kill all the dark apparitions. Many thoughts flashed past Wang Teng's mind. He turned and looked in the direction where the voice came from. Oh my God, it's huge. The first thing that entered his vision was something that could not be explicitly mentioned. Cough. This wasn't the time to observe something unrelated. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the face. Her hair was brown, complemented with a pair of green eyes. She was gorgeous, a peculiar seductive vibe hanging around her. Are all the female dark apparitions so pretty? This thought popped into Wang Teng's mind abruptly. His brain churned, and the images of Rupert's acquaintances entered his mind. The information of the female dark apparition was among them. The face was the same. Phyllis, a female dark apparition that Rupert had been chasing for a long time. Phyllis was probably a little interested in Rupert too, but she hated some of his traits. As a result, they didn't move further in their relationship. No wonder the other party came to talk to him. Wang Teng felt relieved. It looked like the female dark apparition didn't see through his disguise. She just felt that her Rupert was a little abnormal. Normally, once Rupert woke up, he would pester Phyllis continuously. He was a chatterbox. This was the part of him Phyllis didn't like. Unfortunately, Rupert didn't know about it. As an outsider, Wang Teng naturally didn't know either. He just felt his head hurt. He got entangled in a bloody love relationship between two dark apparitions. What was he supposed to do? This is very urgent. I need an answer immediately. Wang Teng couldn't find a way out. He could only look at Phyllis in confusion without replying to her. Phyllis frowned, she said with a hint of frost in her voice. A chatterbox like you can be quiet too? Are you constipated? Wang Teng couldn't help but pay a silent tribute to Rupert. He had chased this sharp-tongued female dark apparition for 7 years, unwilling to give up. It must be difficult for him. He probably wasn't popular among the ladies. If not, why did he have to hang on to a single tree? What a poor fellow. After a few seconds, he finished his silent tribute. An idea popped into his mind, and he replied to Phyllis hurriedly, I had a dream this morning. Phyllis furrowed her brows harder. This fellow was always so ridiculous. She was furious at his cowardice. As for what dream it is, you don't have to know. Wang Teng didn't continue the story. He kept a straight face, revealing no loopholes in his acting. He added with an indifferent expression, You just have to know that from today onwards, I'm no longer the Rupert you know. I've decided to change, so you might never see the fellow who has always been pestering you. Phyllis, chapter 417. Actually, he really wanted to slap him to death just now. Wang Teng didn't plan to interfere in the complicated love relationship of these two dark apparitions. This female dark apparition was beautiful, and her figure was terrific. But he was a person with integrity. A female dark apparition? Even their race was different? There was no way they could make love. No, there was no possibility of anything happening. Hence, he planned to use this method to distance himself from this female dark apparition. In the past, you gave me the cold shoulder. Today, I'll make sure I'm above your station. Indeed, this was Wang Teng's perfect plan. Or so he thought. You don't like Rupert, right? In that case, I'll represent Rupert and ignore you from today onwards. Stay away from me. I'm not serving you anymore. Wang Teng could already predict the future progress of this relationship. He laughed silently in his heart. If he could, he wanted to give a thumbs up for his wit and craftiness. However, Phyllis's eyes lit up. Really? Wang Teng was dumbfounded. The other party's reaction was a little different from what he had expected. Based on this female dark apparition's temper, shouldn't she turn and leave? Why do I see some happiness on her face? Phyllis Wang Teng accentuated his tone and tried his best to maintain his indifference. His voice was icy. I, Rupert, have my pride. I don't want to talk about the past. From today onwards, I'll not pester you for no reason. Can you please? It's great that you're thinking this way. Phyllis was elated. Wang Teng. Why? What went wrong? Her expression wasn't right. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Cultivate properly in the future and complete the missions given by the sirs. Try to perform in front of them and work hard to climb the ladder. Phyllis was excited. We came from ordinary backgrounds, so this is our only way up, Wang Teng. After a few seconds, Wang Teng looked at Phyllis in wonder, who was following him instead of leaving him. Suddenly, he wanted to find a corner and squat there so that he could go over the situation again. Was his method wrong, or were his thoughts wrong? An admirer who was a simp suddenly became cold and distant. Shouldn't she be furious and leave? Yet this female dark apparition didn't. Instead, she became closer to him. What kind of twist was this? Did dark apparitions like this attitude? Wang Teng didn't understand, however. He didn't want to reveal any loopholes, so he adhered to his words and put on a stern face. He ignored Phyllis. The other party didn't seem to mind. In fact, she was quite delighted and followed him like tissue paper stuck on a shoe. After some time, they arrived at a forest. They split up and started hunting for food. Why are you following me? Wang Teng stopped. He turned to look at the female dark apparition who didn't want to leave him. I want to hunt with you, Phyllis replied. No, I want to be alone. Wang Teng rejected her harshly. All right, I understand. You just decided to change, so you need some alone time to get used to it. I mustn't stay too close. Otherwise, you might go back to your usual self. No one knew what Phyllis was thinking. She nodded and turned to leave. Wang Teng. You're right. You're always right. Just don't get too close to me. Wang Teng felt helpless. If she continued like this, he felt that he was going to get pushed by her. Must he sacrifice his body for a mission? No way. If the female dark apparition did anything overboard, he would slap her to death. Naturally, Wang Teng didn't hunt for food. He put on a show and met up with the other dark apparitions at the end. They went back to No. 56 garrisoned together, these dark apparitions slept in the day and were lively at night. They were having a whale of a time. The lichens, the giant apparitions, the vampires. This was like a party for the devils and monsters. Wang Teng sat in a corner and hid in the dark. A strong urge to kill boiled in his heart as he looked at the scene in the lobby. These dark apparitions invaded the human world and massacred his kind mercilessly. They wreaked havoc without fear and had caused many tragedies, yet here they were partying without any guilt. Indeed, they deserved to die. Rupert, why are you here alone? Phyllis walked over from afar. Phyllis, why care about this fellow? He's useless. He's not suitable for you. Another tall and handsome vampire dark apparition followed her. His gaze was filled with contempt as he looked at Wang Teng. Quick, I've already said that this is none of your business. Stop following me. You're irritating, Phyllis replied angrily. They arrived in front of Wang Teng as they bickered with each other. Wang Teng remained calm, though. He didn't expose any of the killing intent in his heart. He just looked at the two dark apparitions indifferently. Quirky's face had already turned black from Phyllis's words. Thus, when he saw Wang Teng's expression, he felt that he was belittling him. He shouted in anger, "Shift your eyes away and apologize? If not, I'll break your back immediately." Quirky, what do you want to do? Phyllis's expression changed slightly. She glared at the male dark apparition. Try it. Wang Teng frowned and stared coldly at the other party. He had a mission, so he didn't want to create trouble. However, that didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Very good. I wonder who gave you the courage to talk back to me. I'll give you two choices now. Kneel and beg or accept my challenge. Quirky squinted. Malicious intent poured out from his eyes as he spoke in a cold-blooded manner. This fellow never dared to refute him in the past. What happened to him today? Why did he go crazy and turn manly all of a sudden? If he didn't teach him a lesson, everyone might forget who the notorious Quirk was. Phyllis's expression changed again. She quickly stood in front of Wang Teng and said, "Don't forget what the three sirs said. If you dare create trouble, they will not forgive you." Quirk's pupils constricted, and he seemed to have remembered something frightening. He snorted at Wang Teng and said, "You're lucky. Once the three sirs leave, I'll let you have a taste of my power." He glared at Wang Teng and turned to leave. Wang Teng remained expressionless as he watched Quirke's back. Phyllis noticed his silence. She thought he was worried that Quirke would trouble him in the future, so she comforted him in a soft tone. "Don't worry. If we fight him together, we might not lose. He won't dare to go overboard." Wang Teng gave her a strange look. What did Phyllis like about Rupert? That fellow couldn't be compared with that quirky guy, but Phyllis was still thinking about him. Strange thoughts went through his mind, but on the surface, he kept a serious expression and said, "I'm fine." Phyllis looked at Wang Teng's face. Suddenly, she realized that there was no fear in it. His gaze was extremely calm, too. He seemed to have turned into a different entity altogether. She started feeling doubtful. When did this fellow change so much, however? He was better than before. Wang Teng didn't have the time to care about this lovesick female dark apparition. He looked at Quirke in the lobby. Actually, he really wanted to slap him to death just now. Chapter 418. The Academy owed him an Oscar sigh. Wang Teng sighed loudly after he walked out of the lobby. He couldn't stand the bunch of demons inside anymore. They were like maniacs, and he was the only normal person in this mental hospital. That was why he had to leave them. If he stayed too close with that bunch of madmen, any sane person would go crazy. Looking up at the moon peeking out from behind the clouds, he got emotional. He had disguised himself as a dark apparition and infiltrated into their camp. He was probably the only person who dared to think of this plan and do it. Moreover, he might be the only person who had the ability to do it. After all, there was only one bug in the world: him. He felt that everything seemed like a fantasy. If his identity was exposed, he imagined that the hundreds of dark apparitions would turn and stare at him simultaneously. That scene would be a little awkward. The next moment, he shook his head hurriedly. No, he mustn't be exposed. Why did you come out? Phyllis's voice appeared behind him. Wang Teng couldn't help but frown. This female dark apparition was so irritating. She followed him everywhere like a plaster, yet Wang Teng couldn't slap her to death. He could only keep a stern face and reply calmly, "They're too irritating. I want to have some peace. You've changed so much in the past you loved to mingle with them, but you're voluntarily keeping your distance now." "I'm really curious about your dream that caused such a change," Phyllis said. Wang Teng was startled. He hoped that she didn't notice anything wrong. No matter how much a person changed, there was a limit and a reason. Fortunately, he used a dream as his excuse, and the other party believed him. She thought in that direction, so she didn't sense anything amiss. However, in front of Phyllis's question, Wang Teng felt that he needed to work out the plot of his dream properly. Indeed, one had to use multiple lies to cover up one lie. Headache? Wang Teng sighed. He racked his brain and came up with a storyline quickly. He replied in a composed manner, "Phyllis, have you ever experienced the fear of being controlled by death? Do you understand the pain of getting betrayed by your closest friend? Do you know the despair when your friend leaves you to die?" Phyllis stared at Wang Teng absent-mindedly. She seemed alarmed by his series of questions. Wang Teng was pleased when he saw her expression. However, he pretended to shake his head as if he was mocking himself. "I knew that you wouldn't understand. Rupert, don't act like this. It's just a dream." Phyllis looked at Wang Teng worriedly. He seemed a little possessed. It was just a dream, but it seemed so real. "Also, that dream was more terrifying than you could imagine," Wang Teng replied. "Even so, I won't betray you. I understand that you don't trust others, but have you stopped trusting me too?" Phyllis said with heartache. Wang Teng looked at her indifferently without saying anything. Phyllis trembled. His calm gaze was without any shred of emotion. She took a few steps back unconsciously. She couldn't understand why the Rupert who loved her dearly in the past had become so cold and detached suddenly. Phyllis didn't continue the conversation. She left dejectedly. Damn it. She finally left. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded to himself when he recalled Phyllis's reaction and the tears hovering at the ends of her eyes before she left. His acting was splendid. The Academy owed him an Oscar. Wang Teng rubbed the stiff muscles on his face. It was hard to deal with a female dark apparition. He was now praying that the mysterious person would appear soon. Once he got the information he wanted, he would leave instantly. Wang Teng instinctively used his spiritual sight to scan the locations where the 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions were at. Huh? His pupils constricted. In his vision, the 3 brightest balls of dark force were heading in the same direction. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, another bright ball of force had appeared at the spot where they were about to meet. That ball of light wasn't black, it was green, wood force. There was another human martial warrior in this garrison. From the brightness of the glow, that person was at least at the 9-star soldier level. Very suspicious. Wang Teng frowned. He dashed towards that direction without any hesitation. During his discussion with the majors, they had guessed that the person the 3 dark apparitions were meeting might be a human. After all, the presence of traitors was revealed a long time ago. There were always people who couldn't resist the temptations given by the devils and fell into their embrace voluntarily. However, when he saw it personally, he still couldn't understand what was going through the minds of these traitors. Why did they have to be weasels when they could be humans? Wang Teng moved quickly. He evaded the dark apparitions around him and arrived only a second after the 3 dark apparitions. He stopped outside a room. You've arrived. Ha-ha. We have been waiting for you for many days. The dark apparition with a deer head and human body let out a peal of evil laughter. It can't be helped. I couldn't get away. I rushed here when I was still on my mission. Their conversation floated out of the room faintly. They didn't expect someone to eavesdrop on them, so they didn't use voice transmission. Actually, most martial warriors wouldn't use voice transmission to talk to one another if they had the choice. It was too troublesome. The mysterious person's voice was hoarse. It might be a fake voice. It looked like this person was cautious, even though he didn't use voice transmission. Wang Teng inched forward carefully. He merged into the darkness, hiding his aura and force waves. There were concealing runes on his body, too, formed using his spiritual power. With his current level of spiritual power, even the 9-star soldier-level martial warrior wouldn't be able to discover him. He peeked into the room through a crack in the window. Unfortunately, I can't see through objects with my spiritual sight. If not, I won't have to go through all these troubles, Wang Teng complained in his heart. The mysterious man had covered himself entirely with a black cloak. Wang Teng couldn't see his figure. The man was facing sideways, so he couldn't see the face under the cape of the black cloak either. Turn around, come on, turn around, Wang Teng screamed in his heart. Unfortunately, the person didn't listen to him. He couldn't see the face no matter how hard he tried. Wang Teng was exasperated. He had no choice but to focus his attention on their conversation. Time is tight. Let's get down to business. 9 days later, my race is going to launch a surprise attack on the Star Maple Troop. Prepare to welcome us. Attacking the Star Maple Troop. The mysterious person was obviously shocked. Why the sudden move? Ha ha, that's not something you have to know. The dark apparition sneered. All right. When I decided to join your side, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. The person regained his composure and shrugged. Chapter 419, The Touch of Darkness. It's good that you are mentally prepared. The dark apparition laughed menacingly. Don't worry. The higher-ups won't forget your contribution. Once this mission ends successfully, you will follow us back. The Sirs will help you break through your soldier level. As the discussion between the 3 dark apparitions and the mysterious person landed in Wang Teng's ear, his expression gradually turned grave. These dark apparitions wanted to attack the Star Maple Troop. Was it was a troop from the Xingwu continent? They weren't stationed in this area. Instead, they were guarding another dimensional rift. Were the dark apparitions planning to combine their forces from these two-dimensional rifts and capture the Star Maple troop forcefully? All kinds of possibilities flashed through Wang Teng's mind, leaving him shocked. This piece of intel was crucial. Many people would die once the war started. The game was already over for the Star Maple troop if they suffered a combined attack from the dark apparitions stationed behind two-dimensional rifts unprepared. Even more, an insider was helping the dark apparitions. The tragedy of Yang City was still fresh in his memory. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He controlled his breathing so that he wouldn't expose himself. The conversation in the room continued. They discussed some details of the plan, and Wang Teng remembered everything carefully. Then the mysterious person entered a secret passageway and disappeared from the room. He came from a secret passageway. Wang Teng was enlightened. No wonder he didn't detect the arrival of this person. He was focused on the movements above the ground and neglected to inspect below the ground. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and saw the direction where the mysterious person was heading in. He calmed down and prepared to leave. He would track the person a bit later. The dark apparitions remained silent for some time. Then the vampire said, "Is this person reliable?" "Don't worry, I have planted the touch of darkness in him. He has no other choice but to work with us." The dark apparition with a deer head and human body scoffed. The ambush of the Star Maple troop must be a success. The giant apparition opened his mouth. "Ha ha ha, those humans keep opposing us. In that case, we'll annihilate one of their troops first." The dark apparition with a deer head and human body gave a sinister smile. The killing intent in Wang Teng's heart almost overflowed. He left quietly and found his way out of No. 56 garrison. He planned to chase the mysterious man, however. He remembered that the other party had only left seconds ago. He couldn't attack him near the garrison since it might alert the dark apparitions. Thus, he went back to the hill and met up with his companions. The three officers were stunned when they saw Wang Teng, then they felt relieved. It was great that he was fine. They gathered around him and asked, "What's the situation?" Wang Teng didn't waste any time. He immediately told them what he knew. "What, they want to attack the Star Maple troop?" The three officers were astounded and filled with disbelief. They didn't expect Wang Teng to bring back such a major piece of news. It was unexpected. "We must immediately go back and report this to the higher authorities," Yuan Xuan said grimly. "That's right. There's not a moment to waste. Let's go back immediately." Niu Li nodded and turned around. "Wait!" Wang Teng suddenly shouted. Three gazes landed on him instantly. Wang Teng's performance during this mission was remarkable. They might not have realized it, but they were starting to take his opinion seriously. Thus, when he opened his mouth, Niu Li asked, "What's up?" "I want to intercept and kill that mysterious man." Wang Teng shocked them with his words. "Are you crazy, based on what you said? That mysterious man is a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. We don't have any chances of winning even if we attack him together." "What ability do you have to kill him?" Kong Li frowned. If it was possible, they wouldn't let the mysterious person leave either. This man was the crux of the dark apparition's plan to attack the human troop. They could only gain the upper hand if they took him down. However, his ability surpassed all four of them immensely. This was why Niu Li didn't ask them to intercept him and suggested going back to report to the higher authorities. The mission is of paramount importance. Don't get blinded by military exploits. Niu Li thought that Wang Teng wanted to gain military exploits, so he frowned as he rejected him. "Can you listen to what I have to say first?" Wang Teng replied helplessly. You, Kong Li, expected better from him. Why was he still being stubborn when they had expressed their opinions? He was too insensible. Niu Li waved his hand and said to Wang Teng, "Go ahead." "I have confidence that I can take him down," Wang Teng said calmly. "Pfft," Yuan Xuan snorted. He continued in an icy tone. "You're only a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. Where did you get the confidence to make this statement?" I admit that you did well up to this point, but you're seeking death if you go and intercept that person. Wang Teng, this isn't the time to fool around. This information is very important. We need to bring it back quickly. Niu Li didn't believe Wang Teng either, but he still explained to him patiently. He was a genius, and he deserved his respect. You guys never believe what I say, Wang Teng sighed. Stop being stubborn and listen to the leader, Kong Li said agitatedly. Wang Teng shook his head. He wasn't willing to let that mysterious person leave so easily. He contemplated for a while and suggested, why don't you bring the information back and let me deal with the person alone? This shouldn't be a problem, right? What bullshit are you spouting now? It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I object. Kong Li was furious. I object too. I'm the leader. I'm ordering you to go back with me immediately. Niu Li put on a stern expression and replied to Wang Teng straightforwardly. This was the first time he had ordered Wang Teng as his leader. After he finished speaking, he turned and left with the two majors. Wang Teng followed them helplessly. Their method wasn't wrong, but he understood his own ability the best. If he combined his spiritual power with his martial arts cultivation, he was confident that he could take down the 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, he couldn't explain this to them. This was what caused the situation now. Were they going to let the mysterious man leave without doing anything? The four of them went back the same way they came. Their speed was faster compared to when they came. This mission was surprisingly smooth, of course. All the credit went to Wang Teng, but he was such a bother. He insisted on killing that 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. The youth knew no fear. Niu Li felt his head hurting when he thought of this. He must be sulking now. He's not making any sound. He turned his head and glanced behind him. There was no one. The veins on Niu Li's forehead bulged out as he roared in anger. Where is he? Kong Li and Yuan Xuan turned their heads in astonishment. Even they hadn't noticed when Wang Teng disappeared. Did he leave to kill that mysterious person? Kong Li's expression was ugly. What other reasons can there be? Yuan Xuan shook his head. He felt that Wang Teng was digging his own grave. Chapter 420, Free and Good Manual Laborer. Niu Li was infuriated by Wang Teng's sudden departure. At the same time, he was frustrated. Just like what Ni Jianqiang said, this brat wasn't easy to deal with. He shouldn't have gone far. Let's split up and search for him. We must bring him back, Kong Li suggested as his senior. She didn't want to see a rare genius from her alma mater dying in this place. Niu Li pondered for a while before he nodded. The time limit is half an hour. If we can't find him by then, we'll stop searching and gather here. You should understand the importance of the information. Understood. Kong Li and Yuan Xuan nodded simultaneously. Then they started searching for Wang Teng immediately. At first, Wang Teng wanted to tell them the position of the secret passageway. However, they didn't agree to his interception proposal, so he didn't have the chance to share this information with them. Thus, the three officers could only fumble their way around. If they were lucky, they might catch up with him. Half an hour later, they returned to the original spot. Kong Li's face was black. She said indignantly, "Is that brat rushing to die? Why did he run away so quickly?" All right, a general is exempted from the king's dictations in a battlefield. He's a tough nut to crack. I did expect him to create trouble, but I didn't think that it would happen this early. Niu Li shook his head and sighed. This is his decision. Whether he lives or not is up to his fate. Yuan Xuan said coldly, "Idiot." Kong Li glared at him. All right, stop arguing. That brat is a smart kid, so he might return unscathed. Niu Li said, "There's nothing we can do if we stay here. Let's hurry back." Kong Li was a soldier, so she knew that Niu Li's decision was the best. She gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, it's up to himself whether he comes back alive or not." Wang Teng didn't know what had happened on their end. He predicted that the officers would choose to head back for the mission even if they discovered his disappearance. Hence, he wouldn't affect the delivery of intel even though he had defied a military order. He never expected them to stop and search for him. Still, he didn't have the time to waste. He was chasing after the mysterious man in the passageway. He had wasted some time in convincing them earlier, so the mysterious person was already a distance away. He had exceeded the scope of his spiritual sight. Fortunately, Wang Teng remembered the direction of the passageway and chased after him on the path. Finally, he saw the ball of force light that belonged to that person. Phew! If he had to return without accomplishing anything, it would have been embarrassing. Wang Teng silently heaved a sigh of relief. Then his gaze turned sharp, and his speed increased exponentially within a split second. He decided to dash ahead of the person and ambush him. After all, this mysterious person was a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. He shouldn't underestimate him and should remain vigilant. If he could catch him off guard, that would be the best. If he couldn't, he would have to waste much effort and time. A mountain range appeared in the distance. Looking in the direction where the mysterious man was going, he should be heading for the mountains. Without a doubt, the exit of this secret passage was in the mountains. The length of the secret passageway was longer than expected. It must have been hard for the dark apparitions to dig such a lengthy passage. Wang Teng couldn't find the exact location of the exit, so he had to keep a close watch on the mysterious person. A few minutes later, he appeared in the middle of a mountain valley. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and scanned the valley. He finally noticed something different. The exit of this passage was in a mountain cave. It was concealed with a high-quality rune array, so ordinary people couldn't detect it. However, Wang Teng was an advanced-stage rune master with impressive spiritual power. This was a piece of cake for him. He hid his figure and stepped into the cave. The next moment, he frowned involuntarily. There were 2 balls of dark forces in the cave. They were at the 3-star soldier level. Wang Teng sighed. He had made a mistake. He didn't expect there to be 2 dark apparitions guarding the cave. He gave up the idea of ambushing the mysterious person. If he wanted to capture the mysterious person, he had to kill these 2 dark apparitions first. However, the mysterious person was very close. There was no time. If he took the risk and killed the 2 dark apparitions, he was afraid that he would be discovered. Once he alerted the person, the possibility of taking them down would drop. It wasn't worth it. Also, Wang Teng wanted to capture the mysterious person alive. He planned to dig more useful information from their mouth. If Niu Li and the 2 majors knew his plan, they would have reprimanded him for overestimating himself and building castles in the air. It's hard to capture him alive. Wang Teng touched his chin. He was 80% confident of killing the mysterious person. As for capturing them alive, he felt the chances were only 50%. He looked at his attributes panel and scanned all his skills. His gaze paused on something. Wait, I have a brilliant idea. The corners of his mouth lifted and formed an eerie smile. He secretly left the cave and hid outside, waiting for the mysterious person to come out. A few seconds later, a figure covered in a black cloak came out of the cave. The person was wearing a mask, so no one could see their face. Pfft, how vigilant, Wang Teng pouted. The figure scanned the surroundings and walked out of the valley. He chose a direction and stepped into the forest. Wang Teng followed secretly. Half an hour later, the figure was already a distance away from the exit. Once confirming that no one was on their trail, they took off their black cloak and mask. His face was finally revealed. This was a handsome man around 30 years old. He gave off a dignified vibe and had a crew cut, looking smart and capable. There was a conspicuous scar on his forehead. Below the black cloak, he was wearing the red-black military uniform of the Xingwu Continent's army. Wang Teng had seen the uniform in Yang City, so he was familiar with it. When he saw the military uniform, a sneer appeared at the edge of his lips. It was followed by waves of killing intent. This person deserves to die. The mysterious man increased his speed after he took off his disguise. He headed in a certain direction into the mountains. He's not planning to leave, Wang Teng frowned. He had no choice but to follow the man and wait for an opportunity. The 2 of them didn't fly in the air. The mountains were home to many powerful star beasts, and flying would make them an obvious target. They would get attacked easily along the way. Wang Teng suddenly realized that the mysterious man wasn't just randomly moving about. He had a motive. Roar. Suddenly, an enormous star beast covered with scales pounced on the mysterious man. It opened its bloody mouth in an attempt to swallow him whole. Go away. The mysterious man scoffed. He punched his fist out and killed this 7-star star beast instantly. He didn't look at the corpse and kept it directly into his space ring. Then, he continued moving forward. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the spot where the 7-star star beast was killed. The corpse was taken away, but the attribute bubbles remained. Earth Force 100A Wood 460, blank attribute 300. This was a 7-star star beast, so it had dropped a sizable amount of attributes. Wang Teng chuckled. He picked up the attribute bubbles and caught up with the mysterious man. He didn't expect to have an unexpected gain from following this man. Were the gods rewarding him because they felt that he was having a hard time? Wang Teng felt narcissistic. During the journey, powerful star beasts would appear occasionally. The mysterious man purposely evaded the star beasts, but he still met some of them. When he did, he had to kill them. Wang Teng stayed behind him and happily picked up the attributes. The mysterious man was heading deeper into the mountains, so the star beasts he met were all formidable. He tried his best to evade 8-star and above star beasts, but the mountain was only that big. He couldn't find alternate paths all the time. Thus, he had to choose the path with the weaker star beasts, mostly around 5-star to 7-star in level. Even so, Wang Teng had a huge harvest. All his force attributes saw an increase. His blank attribute reached a new height too. Blank attribute 435. The Wang Teng hid in the dark and happily watched the man battle a giant python star beast. Fight, continue fighting. Drop more attributes. Wang Teng felt fortunate that he had chased after the person. He wouldn't have been able to pick up all these attributes if he hadn't. Even more, he didn't have to move a finger. Looking at the man, he nodded in approval. What a free and good manual laborer. Boom, boom, boom. The giant python hissed in agony. Its gigantic body squirmed and struggled on the ground for a while before it stopped breathing. The mysterious person was also panting for air. It had been an arduous journey for him. He was a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior, so these star beasts couldn't hurt him. However, it was still exhausting. Nonetheless, he had to do this to get close to that place. He kept the corpse of the giant python and dashed further into the mountain range. Time was tight. He mustn't dawdle anymore. Fire Force 120 Wood, Force 120 blank, attribute 280, Wang Teng. Picked up the attribute bubbles and followed the person hurriedly. At night, the mysterious person barbecued the leg of a wild boar star beast over the campfire he created. A pleasant scent wafted through the air, tempting one to take a bite. However, the man had used his force to lock the aroma in this area so that it wouldn't attract other star beasts. Wang Teng observed the other party silently, not far away from him. At first, he wanted to prepare some poison and feed it to the mysterious person secretly. Now he was curious what this person's motive was. Why did he spend so much effort to head deep into the mountains? If there were more attributes for him to pick up, that would be great. The peace of the mountains at night was occasionally broken by the roars of wild beasts. The man was extremely vigilant. Whenever a star beast came close, he would dodge it. He had wasted too much energy in the day, so he didn't want to fight at night. Wang Teng felt bitter in his heart. He was forced to wake up many times at night. Why can't you let me sleep properly? You're so troublesome. The next day, he continued following the mysterious man with a pair of panda eyes. The mysterious man killed many star beasts along the way, and finally reached a lake deep in the mountains half a day later. Wang Teng's pupils constricted when he saw the location from afar. Chapter 421. Chapter 421. Squaff were they considered the same type of person thick. Water force enveloped a huge lake in the depth of the forest. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he gasped in astonishment. There were many attribute bubbles of different sizes floating over the surface of the lake. Some were disappearing while some had just appeared. He had never seen a place that could produce so many attributes bubbles by itself. This proved how dense the water force in this lake was. Even the poisonous pool in the Yongye mountain ridge didn't produce so many bubbles. This wasn't a simple lake. Wang Teng didn't want to alert the mysterious man, so he didn't collect the attribute bubbles immediately. His heart ached when he saw the attribute bubbles disappearing, but fortunately more would be born to take their place. He tried his best to shift his gaze away from the attribute bubbles and focus on the mysterious man. This was obviously his destination, but what did he plan to do here? Under Wang Teng's spiritual sight, he saw clearly that the other party's element was wood. His force attribute was different, so he wouldn't benefit if he cultivated here. As expected, the mysterious man ignored the dense water force swimming around the lake. Instead, he started sizing up the lake from the side. He seemed to be thinking and searching for something. This is it. It's definitely here. Rare wood element plants like the snow jade tree can only grow in an environment like this. Ecstasy emerged on the mysterious man's face. He had been collecting all kinds of wood element treasures over the years to improve his ability. So far, he had spent a fortune on them. This was why he led a poor life. Other people thought that he was noble, a person who never wasted money or pursued extravagance. They thought that he was different from his compatriots and a role model for their generation. Only he understood his own hardships. If he had a choice, he didn't want to be thrifty either. He wanted to wear pretty clothes and eat good food. He wanted to have many beauties beside him. He didn't want to chew on hard bread and sleep alone every night. In summary, for many years, he lived a miserable life in order to raise his ability. This was the reason why he worked with the dark apparitions. Not long ago, he suddenly received news of the snow jade tree and went wild with joy. The snow jade tree was an extremely rare wood element plant. Legends had it that it could assist wood element martial warriors in stepping through the gates to the general stage. The dark apparitions promised to help him break through to the general stage, but he had his scruples towards his partners. If he didn't need to use them to achieve his motive, he would never act against his interest. With the snow jade tree, he would be able to advance to the general stage quickly and gain the upper hand. Many people didn't know that the snow jade tree had a heaven-defying function. When martial warriors used the snow jade tree to break through to the general stage, there was a chance that they could develop water talent. The snow jade tree wasn't solely a rare wood element plant. It was a rare water element plant too. Rare plants were already hard to find, hence there were even lesser, multi-element rare plants. They were the treasures among the treasures. If he succeeded, he would become a double-element martial warrior. He wasn't the most talented person or a genius of any sort. He was at most average. However, if he became a double-element martial warrior, he could be considered a talented martial warrior. After all, the combat prowess of double-element martial warriors was higher than normal martial warriors. Once he broke through to the general stage, his strength would definitely be many times greater than a normal 10-star general stage martial warrior. This was the only way for him to have a firm foothold in society and pursue his ambition. Hence, he couldn't wait a moment longer to get the snow jade tree. He took the chance while he was working with the dark apparition to sneak into this place. When he saw the scenery here, he felt that the snow jade tree was not far off, even though he hadn't seen it. The snow jade tree. Wang Teng was thunderstruck by the mysterious man's muttering. He was an alchemist, so he knew all the rare and treasured ingredients in the world. Naturally, he knew what the snow jade tree was. A sly look flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up uncontrollably. This snow jade tree was his employee. Do your job. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the mysterious man. He stared at him in encouragement, hoping that he would find the snow jade tree quickly. However, the mysterious man was cautious. He kept walking back and forth along the banks of the lake. Without thinking, he knew that there must be many powerful star beasts lingering around the snow jade tree. After all, it was a rare plant. If he entered the lake recklessly, he would be putting himself in danger. The lake was huge. No one knew what terrifying star beasts were hiding inside. Wait, since he knows that the snow jade tree is here, he will also know which star beast is guarding it. Based on his cautious way of doing things, He won't come unprepared. Wang Teng immediately thought of this. He squinted. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry, so he hid in the dark and waited for the mysterious man to act. The mysterious man covered up his aura and took out the corpses of the star beasts he had killed. He stuffed something into their bodies before storing them back in his ring. Then he sat beside the lake and waited silently. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He was sure that the mysterious man had stuffed poison into the star beasts' bodies just now. This man had the same thought as him. He wanted to poison this mysterious man a while ago, and the mysterious man was using the same method to tackle the star beast in the lake. Cough. Were they considered the same type of person? Wang Teng shook his head hurriedly. He wasn't the same type of person as this traitor. He was a human, yet he cooperated with the dark apparitions. It was a humiliation to be associated with him. It was still early, and the mysterious man didn't seem to have any plans to act soon. Hence, Wang Teng sat down cross-legged on the ground and had a short rest as he closed his eyes and leaned against a tree. Night fell. The mysterious man finally started moving. Wang Teng opened his eyes and looked over. The mysterious man took out the star beasts he had drugged and tossed them into the lake. This man is seriously willing to spend a fortune. He's just tossing all these advanced rank star beasts into the lake. The powerful star beast in the lake might be intelligent, but it probably can't resist this temptation. Wang Teng wondered to himself. Gulp, after a few minutes, bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake. Under the moonlight, a gigantic black shadow could be seen diving in the water. It was swimming towards the spot where the corpses of the star beasts were. It's hooked. The mysterious man was elated when he saw this scene. He waited for another 10 minutes. The corpses of some fish star beasts gradually floated onto the surface of the lake. The mysterious man disregarded these innocent fishes that were implicated and stared intently at the lake. Half an hour later, he took out a blade and swung it towards the lake. The blade cut the surface of the lake into two, causing a huge commotion. The lake took some time to resume its calmness. During this time, the enormous being in the lake never showed itself. The mysterious man couldn't control himself anymore. He laughed proudly and happily. Then he jumped into the lake. Chapter 422, I Don't Know Him. I'm just passing by. Wang Teng felt a little guilty when he saw how happy the mysterious man was. He even snorted like a pig. Was he too atrocious? This man worked hard to gather information and killed all the star beasts to lure the guardian of the tree out. He even poisoned the bodies and waited patiently for the star beasts to get enticed. It must be hard for him. Yet he was going to snatch his fruits of labor. It was a little uncool of him. Wang Teng shook his head. He would be gentler on him later. After all, he was a soft-hearted person. Wang Teng was standing on a tree branch, and Mo Ke had already appeared in his hand. The sharp weapon gave off a chilly and icy glint. At the same time, a ray of light flew past him at the speed of lightning. It circled him a few times before merging into the darkness and disappearing. He was already prepared for the appearance of his fruit of waiting. Wang Teng's eyes were beaming with excitement. Sneaky plans were most suitable for him. It made him excited just thinking about it. Suddenly, a large ripple appeared on the calm surface of the lake. Along with the sound of an explosion, the water in the lake spurted towards the sky. A single movement stirred up a tsunami. Roar. At the same time, an angry bellow resounded from the bottom of the lake. Wang Teng was stunned. Then his expression turned weird. He muttered to himself. Did he lose? He could imagine how exasperated and hopeless the mysterious man would feel when he went down only to realize that the star beast didn't get poisoned. This person's luck wasn't good. Wang Teng's pupils shrunk as he thought of another possibility. The star beast might be more intelligent than they had expected. It pretended to eat the poisoned corpses and didn't retaliate when the mysterious man struck the surface of the lake. It wanted to lure the mysterious man into the water, planning to catch the turtle in a pot. This is so scary. Is that star beast a sly old fox? A frightening battle was happening at the bottom of the lake, evident from the continuous explosions. Wang Teng kept a close watch. After a few moments, a figure shot out from the lake in a disorderly manner. Another gigantic figure was pursuing it relentlessly. It opened its giant maw and attempted to bite the mysterious man from below. Under the moonlight, 2 rows of saw-like teeth shone eerily. The puddles of water beside it formed 2 small-sized waterfalls, splashing down on the lake below. Damn it! The mysterious man was agitated. He chopped his blade downwards while evading to the side. The star beast closed its huge mouth, and the blade glow smashed into its shining black scale armor, letting out small sparks. It didn't get hurt. That was when Wang Teng saw the full appearance of the star beast. It was an enormous black armored giant crocodile. When he saw the mysterious man's attack landing on its body without any damage, his expression turned grim. The black armored giant crocodile floated horizontally on the surface of the lake. It gave off a frightening aura as it glared at the mysterious man with its malicious yellow eyes. Roar. It opened its mouth and gave a terrifying roar. A blue force ball formed instantly, and it darted towards the mysterious man. The ball of light traveled at high speed. In a blink of an eye, it was in front of the mysterious man. The mysterious man's expression changed entirely. He couldn't evade it in time, so he shouted and cut the ball of force glow with his blade. The glaring blade glow collided with the ball of light. Boom! Explosions echoed throughout the entire lake. The mysterious man was determined to get the snow jade tree. The black armored giant crocodile stared at it coldly, killing intent flowing out of its eyes. At this moment, it just wanted to tear this human who dared to lay his hands on its treasure into pieces. The human and the beast started fighting again. Boom! The water in the lake gushed out, toppling the trees around it. There was chaos everywhere. They fought for more than 10 minutes before the mysterious man got hit by the black armored giant crocodile's tail. He slammed into the ground and formed a deep hole. His body was riddled with wounds and blood spurted out of his mouth. He had suffered a serious internal injury. Why is this beast so powerful? The mysterious man found it unbelievable. He knew that he couldn't win, so he turned and ran away. The snow jade tree wasn't important to him anymore. His life was. He would come and settle this beast another day. Unfortunately, the black armored giant crocodile didn't plan to let him go so easily. Its body was huge, but that didn't hinder its speed. It arrived in front of the man in an instant. Move! The mysterious man raged. The force in his body erupted. He seemed to have used some secret skill that increased his power by 30%. He swung his blade at the black armored giant crocodile. Boom! A figure was thrown into the air from the center of the impact. It was the mysterious man. Bang! A deep hole appeared on the ground again. The mysterious man lay in the hole with blood gushing out of his mouth. He was appalled. Half-step Lord level. This black armored giant crocodile had reached the half-step Lord level. The Lord level of the star beasts was equal to the general stage of the humans. Even though it was only half-step Lord level, the mysterious man was not its match. His heart was filled with complaints and curses. They had fought for so long before the giant crocodile revealed its true strength. Who was the human here? What a sly crocodile! The mysterious man looked at the giant crocodile in the sky. He seemed to sense contempt in its eyes. He was being looked down on by an animal. Splurt. He vomited a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. However, he had no intention of waiting for his death here. He struggled to get up. Suddenly he saw a young man standing on a tree beside him. He was acting sneakily and seemed to be trying to hide. When their gazes met, the atmosphere turned silent for a second. Both of them. Who's this person? Why is he here? The mysterious man was puzzled. He was in a complete daze. Wang Teng felt a little awkward. He never expected the mysterious man to coincidentally land beside the tree he was hiding at. He was so close that he didn't have time to hide again. At this moment, the mysterious man's desire to live was extremely strong. He couldn't care about who Wang Teng was or why he was here. The reason wasn't important. He just wanted to survive. Hence, He looked at Wang Teng hopefully and said, "Help me?" Roar. The black-armored giant crocodile also noticed Wang Teng's presence and let out a furious growl. I don't know him. I'm just passing by. I'll leave immediately." Wang Teng froze on the spot and smiled awkwardly. The mysterious man received a huge blow, his gaze turned bitter like a resentful wife who got abandoned by her husband. The black-armored giant crocodile felt that this young man who suddenly appeared must be an idiot. Did he think that it would let him go? Roar. It roared angrily at Wang Teng. Its breath was pungent, and the wind caused by the roar brushed against Wang Teng's face, hurting his skin. His hair became messy. All right, Wang Teng waved his hand impatiently. "I understand that you won't allow me to go. Why do you have to be so fierce? Don't you know that your breath stinks?" "You don't have any self-awareness," the mysterious man, the black-armor giant crocodile. The mysterious man almost turned berserk. This was a life-or-death moment. Was it the right time to care whether its breath stunk or not? Where did this weirdo come from? Chapter 423. Evil beast, don't run. Take my last burst of fire god cannon. While the mysterious man and the black-armor giant crocodile were spacing out, Wang Teng turned around and ran. Damn it! This black-armor giant crocodile is so fierce. I should stay away from it temporarily. The mysterious man, he looked at Wang Teng in bewilderment, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Would this work? The problem was, the black-armor giant crocodile got startled by the young man and forgot to attack him. Wait! If you're running away, take me with you!" The mysterious man stared at Wang Teng, who had covered a few hundred meters in an instant. Then he turned his neck stiffly and looked at the eyes of the black-armored giant crocodile. They had turned red. A furious roar vibrated through the air. The black-armored giant crocodile swung its tail and slammed it on the ground. Splurt, the mysterious man vomited a mouth of blood and stared at the beast in confusion. Why? The black-armored giant crocodile didn't even glance at him. Actually, that tail sweep was just a random move. It was worried that the prey in its hands would escape, so it beat him up until he was half dead first. After it took care of the other prey and brought him back, it would enjoy the two of them together. The star beast turned its huge body and chased after Wang Teng. Wang Teng wasn't really running away. He took the chance to take out his fire god cannon and started charging it. "Take a shot of my cannon." As he was running, he suddenly turned around and fired a shot at the black-armored giant crocodile. Scorching red light spurted out from the muzzle and crashed into the enormous body of the black-armored giant crocodile that wasn't able to dodge in time. Boom! The fiery glow exploded and burnt everything with its scorching heat. Roar! The black-armored giant crocodile howled in anger as it stormed out from the flames. There were burnt marks on its body, but that attack didn't hurt it. There was no damage on its black armor at all. However, the black-armored giant crocodile was infuriated by Wang Teng. It roared crazily and chased after him like a madman. A blue light ball congregated in front of its mouth. The ball violently shot towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng had watched the battle between the mysterious man and the black-armored giant crocodile just now, so he was guarding against this move. When it started to form the light ball, he activated his space talent and disappeared on the spot. Boom! The blue ball of light missed him and collided on the ground. Soil splattered everywhere, leaving a deep trench. Wang Teng appeared a few meters away from the hole. He kept running away as he charged the fire god cannon. The mysterious man in the distance couldn't move because of his serious injury, but he hadn't fainted yet. He stared at Wang Teng in disbelief when he saw this scene. He couldn't tell how Wang Teng had managed to dodge the attack. He had experienced the attacks of the black-armored giant crocodile personally. If they were so easy to evade, he wouldn't have landed in his current state. Yet, Wang Teng did it. Furthermore, it didn't look forced. He seemed quite relaxed. A tinge of hope suddenly appeared in his heart. There was a chance that he could be saved. Take another blow. Wang Teng's voice rang in the air once again, followed by a loud boom. The black armor giant crocodile got hit by the fire god cannon again. It was shot in the same area as before. No matter how hard its armor was, it couldn't endure 2 rounds of forceful attacks in a short time. Cracks appeared on its armor, and it started roaring angrily in pain. Wang Teng smiled. This was the effect he wanted. It looked like the armor of this black armor giant crocodile wasn't impenetrable. He decided to let the black armor giant crocodile enjoy another few rounds of his fire god cannon. He had ample force, so he was able to handle what others couldn't with skill and ease. The fire god cannon continued charging up. The black armor giant crocodile squinted, feeling a sense of threat from the fire god cannon. Its gaze turned icy, and it roared in anger. Then it charged towards Wang Teng once again. It swept its huge tail horizontally. The air around it was compressed to the maximum before exploding. The tail swung towards Wang Teng, bringing along a terrifying force with it. Wang Teng turned into lingering shadows and disappeared. He didn't fight the black armor giant crocodile face on hence. The 2 parties started a game of catch. Wang Teng charged the fire god cannon as he ran, occasionally shooting the black armor giant crocodile. After some time, the armor on its body cracked open and wounds started to form. It was bloody. The black armor giant crocodile felt indignant. It realized that the person in front of it was like that slippery fish in the lake. It couldn't catch the fish even if it wanted to. In the past, it could swallow the fish since it was stronger, but this human was harder to handle. It was going mad on the other side. The mysterious man was flabbergasted. He didn't know that they could fight in this manner. Although it was a little shameless, he had to admit that the effects were good. However, he could tell that it wasn't easy to accomplish this. You needed to have a formidable weapon like the fire god cannon and ghost-like footwork like the young man. He took Wang Teng's space talent as a kind of footwork. He didn't think in that direction at all. Also, the endless amount of force was an important factor too. This young man wasn't an ordinary person. He was a monster. Boom. The fire god cannon inflicted some damage on the black armor giant crocodile's body once again. The excruciating pain allowed the black armor giant crocodile to calm down. Fear appeared in its gaze. This person is cheating. I can't continue this battle anymore. If I continue, I'll die from the continuous attacks. The black armor giant crocodile stopped pursuing Wang Teng. It turned around and ran away, dashing towards the lake. It wanted to go home. It's running away? Wang Teng was stunned. He hurriedly chased after it. They were halfway through the battle. How could he let it run away? He still wanted to see what the snow jade tree looked like. He didn't want the snow jade tree for himself. No way. He was just curious. Of course, if the black armor giant crocodile unfortunately died, it was reasonable for him to take over its possession. Don't run. Wang Teng's speed increased as the thought entered his mind. The black armor giant crocodile ran even faster. Oh no, it seemed to have chased him too far. The journey home was a little long. The mysterious man felt speechless when he saw this scene from afar. That was a formidable star beast that beat him, a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior, up like he was nothing. Yet it was scurrying away in fear because of someone. The young man only seemed to be at the 7-star soldier level. What was wrong with the world? He realized that he couldn't understand it anymore. Was the black armor giant crocodile a fake half-step Lord-level monster? Did he have an illusion just now? The black armor giant crocodile escaped frantically. As the lake got closer and closer, ecstasy shone in its eyes. It could finally go home. Once it reached home and hid there, the fierce human behind it wouldn't be able to hurt it. However, at this moment, it heard a loud roar behind it. Evil beast, don't run. Take my last burst of fire god cannon. The black armor giant crocodile trembled in fear. It dashed towards the lake with all its energy and dived in without any hesitation. Boom! The fire god cannon fired just after it dived, but it still hit the black armor giant crocodile's body. The star beast was swallowed by fire. A ray of light shot into the flames at this moment. Howl, a hiss of agony came from within the flames. Then it stopped abruptly. Boom. The gigantic body crashed into the lake bank. It wriggled a few times before it stopped moving completely. The Mysterious Man. Chapter 424. What did you do? Stunned. The Mysterious Man was really stunned. The half-step Lord-level black-armored giant crocodile got killed by the young man using such a simple method. He was speechless. Why was he tormented so miserably by it? Was he too weak? Was he not smart enough? No, he wasn't. It must be because the young man was despicable. Yes, that must be the answer. The Mysterious Man did some psychological construction before looking at the tragic state of the black-armored giant crocodile. The astonishment in his eyes remained there for a long time. He didn't know that the real credit went to Wang Teng's shooting star spiral. The fire god cannon might be able to kill the black-armored giant crocodile, but it required much time. Also, it might exhaust all of Wang Teng's force in his body. However, the shooting star spiral, which was controlled by his spiritual power, was different. That was some lethal shit. The fire god cannon was just to numb the black-armored giant crocodile so that he could kill it at the last moment. Of course, it was also to ensure that the Mysterious Man wouldn't discover his trump card. He would hide his trump card for as long as he could. Having more tricks up his sleeves wasn't a bad thing. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings. Many attributes were dropped from the battle just now. Water Force 450, Advanced Stage Water Talent 60, Blank Attribute 360. Astonishment flashed past his eyes when he saw the attributes dropped by the black-armored giant crocodile. As expected of a half-step Lord-level star beast, it had gifted him so many attributes. There were 450 points of water force alone. If there were more crocodiles, he would be able to advance to the 8-star soldier level soon. Unfortunately, such chances were rare. Half-step Lord-level star beasts weren't found everywhere. As for Lord-level star beasts, Wang Teng decided that he wanted to live a few more years so he wouldn't dig his own grave. Besides water force, there were advanced stage water talent and blank attributes. Any increase in his talent was good for Wang Teng. As his talent increased, his speed of cultivation would follow suit, and his grasp of force would become more and more skilled. Next, Wang Teng looked in the direction of the Mysterious Man. Many attribute bubbles were floating around him. Wood Force 250, Spirit 75, Enlightenment 60. When the Mysterious Man noticed Wang Teng's gaze, he tried his best to pull the corners of his lips to make a gratifying smile. Wang Teng, to him that smile was worse than crying. "Thank you for saving my life," the man said in a hoarse voice. He was using the Xingwu continent's common language. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. This person was thanking him. But it was understandable. He did save his life, after all. He just hoped that the Mysterious Man would still thank him after he knew the truth later. "Young man, can you spare me some healing medicines?" "Don't worry. My name is Chu Bo, an officer from the Star Maple Troop. I'll definitely repay you after I recover." The Mysterious Man was worried that Wang Teng didn't trust him, so he emphasized his identity. Wang Teng finally opened his mouth. "Star Maple Troop. I've heard of it before. Looking at your emblem, you must be a colonel. Your rank is quite high." Kubo felt proud. However, he remembered that he needed to rely on the young man's help, so he turned humble instantly and started flattering him. "This is nothing. You're better than me. You possessed such a powerful ability at this young age." "Haha." Wang Teng laughed ambiguously. Then he asked, "Do you know why I'm here?" Kubo finally remembered this matter. His expression froze and a bad feeling crept up his heart. He asked carefully, "Why are you here?" Wang Teng looked at him mockingly. "Why don't you make a guess?" The Mysterious Man, "Guess your head." Kubo was exasperated. At this moment, he realized that this young man wasn't here to help him. However, he didn't flare up in anger. He didn't have the right to throw his temper. His injury was severe. If he flared up at Wang Teng, who was unscathed, there was only one result waiting for him. He would be dead. Cubo laughed awkwardly and said, "Young man, don't make fun of me. My injury is serious. Why don't you give me a healing pill first? We can discuss the details later. I have many healing medicines here." Wang Teng took out a Dan bottle from his space ring and opened the cover, allowing the medicinal fragrance to waft through the air. Moreover, he used his hand to fan the smell in Chu Bo's direction, he said. "However, if you want it, you have to answer some of my questions." Cubo looked at Wang Teng's actions and felt that he was being played by this young man. His heart was burning in anger. A man who lost his status and power was vulnerable to humiliation. This brat was atrocious. Nonetheless, he still maintained the smile on his face and said, Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know." "Have you gotten the snow jade tree?" Wang Teng asked. No. Cubo's heart skipped a beat. "Really?" Wang Teng asked curiously. "The black-armored giant crocodile discovered me the moment I entered the lake. I couldn't even touch the snow jade tree." Cubo replied. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment. He sized up Cubo before shifting his gaze to his hands. Cubo's expression changed. He wanted to hide his hand behind his back, but the black-armored giant crocodile's last attack had broken all the bones in his body. He couldn't move at all. Wang Teng sniggered. He took the space ring off his finger. Cubo was infuriated, but he didn't dare to reveal any emotions on his face. He felt exasperated and said hurriedly, "Young man, the space ring has its master. It's useless even if you take it. I'll just have to kill you, right?" Wang Teng replied calmly. Cubo's expression changed tremendously. Wasn't he telling the other party to kill him? He lost his composure in front of death and became so stupid he wanted to slap himself. "Ha ha ha, I'm joking. Look at how frightened you are." Wang Teng laughed. "Ha ha ha." The veins on Cubo's forehead popped out. During ordinary times, he would have killed this young man, but he couldn't do it now. He could only bear with it. Don't worry. I'm a good man. I won't kill you." Wang Teng patted his shoulder. Cubo's bones were already broken, so when Wang Teng patted him, his bones almost crumbled. He gasped in pain. "Oh my, I forgot that you're injured. I'm sorry. Wang Teng apologized in embarrassment. Cubo wanted to cry. He said weakly, "Can you give me my space ring back? Is there something important inside?" "Why are you so concerned about your space ring?" Wang Teng asked with interest. "No, you're thinking too much. There are only some miscellaneous items inside." Cubo laughed awkwardly, his heart beating like a drum. "Really?" Wang Teng smiled in contempt. "Of course, I'm a poor man. I have nothing valuable. If not, I wouldn't have asked you for medicine, Erg." Before Cubo could finish speaking, he felt an excruciating pain throughout his body. He gave a painful expression and vomited a mouthful of blood. He was appalled. "What did you?" Chapter 425, Token and Snow Jade Tree. Cubo widened his eyes in disbelief. His space ring was opened, and he had suffered the backlash instantly. He looked at Wang Teng in fear. "What on earth did you do?" "Don't worry. I'm just opening it up to take a look." "Don't be stingy." Wang Teng glanced at him and chuckled. "Let me see what treasures you have inside." "No," Cubo shouted hurriedly. "There are confidential missions of the Star Maple Troop inside. If you see it, you will be arrested by the Star Maple Troop. You will be brought to trial no matter where you are." "Oh my God," Wang Teng said with disdain. "I'm sorry to inform you, but I'm a martial warrior from Earth." "What?" Cubo squinted. "I wonder if your troop can put me to trial in the first place," Wang Teng asked. "Even so, if there's a leakage, my troop will still ask Earth to hand you over to us." "You still have a chance to stop now," Cubo found an excuse. "I love to do what others tell me not to," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. "You can't do this. You," Wang Teng ignored Cubo. He scanned the space inside the ring with his spiritual power and realized that this fellow was indeed poor. There was nothing worthy in the space ring. The snow jade tree wasn't with him either. It looked like he did fail his mission. However, this space ring was bigger than the one he had by approximately 3 times. Wang Teng felt that he should change his space ring. There were many corpses of the star beasts that he had killed in the ring. Chu Bo didn't feed everything to the black armor giant crocodile. Wang Teng disregarded the corpses and took 2 other items. You can't look at them. You'll be dead if you do. Chu Bo's expression changed as he shouted sternly. He tried to use this to threaten him. Wang Teng snorted. He didn't even look at Chu Bo. He was a weakling struggling in front of death. What a joke. He examined the items in his hand. One of them was a black token with weird patterns on it. There was a strange eye printed on the back. After staring at the eye for some time, one might get bewitched by it and fall into an illusion. The entire token gave off an evil vibe. However, Wang Teng's spirit had reached the Emperor realm, so he managed to regain his senses after a moment of absent-mindedness. When the dark apparitions befell Yang City, an evil eye had peeked through the dimensional rift to peep at this world. He might have been scared if this eye was the same as that one, but this eye was a dead object. It was nothing to him. Chu Bo exclaimed in disbelief, "You are not affected?" "Why are you making a fuss?" Wang Teng replied helplessly. He looked at Chu Bo as if he were a frog in a well. Chu Bo's expression turned ugly when he was given the cold shoulder. He didn't know what to say for a long while. However, the astonishment in his heart didn't disappear. There was something weird about this young man. "If I'm right, this token is proof that you've been contacting the dark apparitions, right?" Wang Teng asked. Chu Bo's pupils constricted abruptly. He denied it without hesitation. "I don't know what you're saying." "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I already know what I wanted to know," Wang Teng said indifferently. Then he looked at the second item. It was a black rune stone. "This is a legacy stone. It must be filled with the knowledge of the dark apparitions," Wang Teng said. "Who are you?" Chu Bo's face turned black. This person knew too many things, making him feel uneasy. "Let me introduce myself. I'm a recruit from the Black Sparrow Troop." Wang Teng looked at him and suddenly introduced himself seriously. "A recruit?" Chu Bo was dumbfounded. He stared at Wang Teng in a daze. "Why are you being so serious when you're a recruit? I thought you had some important identity." "Wait, you're so powerful, but you say you're only a recruit? Do I look like a fool?" Chu Bo didn't believe him. He scoffed. "What's the point of lying to me? Who cares if you believe me? Let me invite you to take a nap. I'm going to take the snow jade tree." Wang Teng walked towards Chu Bo. "What do you want?" Bang! A brick appeared in Wang Teng's hand, and he smashed it down violently. A shrill cry later, Chu Bo's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Before he turned unconscious, his heart was filled with bitterness. Who did he provoke? Why did he have to suffer such cruel treatment? Wang Teng shook his head. He felt a little guilty when he saw the other person's terrible state. Was he too brutal? This fellow was already injured badly, but he still knocked his head with a brick. That was a little inhumane. Chu Bo's head was swelling up at a visible speed. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and muttered to himself, "Never mind, I've already hit him. I'll be gentler next time." He walked to the side of the lake and kept the body of the black armor giant crocodile. Then he looked at the lake's surface. Many attribute bubbles were floating above the water. Wang Teng swept them over with his spiritual power. The bubbles floated towards him and merged into this body. Water Force 10. Water Force 8. Water Force 12. Most of the bubbles contained Water Force attributes. They were of different sizes, and the number of attributes inside differed accordingly. Wang Teng had a great time picking up bubbles. After a round of collection, he received 688 points of Force attributes. Water Force, 2998 50,000 7 star. After he picked up most of the attribute bubbles on the surface of the lake, more attribute bubbles started to form gradually. However, they were taking a long time, and there were only a few of them. Wang Teng was too lazy to pick them up. He jumped into the lake. The water force enveloped his body, allowing him to travel in water as if he was walking on the ground. Wang Teng dived into the bottom of the lake like a fish. He scanned the bottom with his spiritual sight and found the location of the snow jade tree. There was a thick wood element glow around it. It was like a glaring and conspicuous small-sized green sun. The lake was extremely deep, but Wang Teng quickly arrived at the location with his speed. A weak greenish-blue light shone in the lake water. Many different types of fish were swimming around it, making the underwater scenery look dreamy and magical. There was a small tree growing on the lake bed, seemingly carved from jade. It was sparkling and crystal clear. Be it the leaves or the branches, they looked like a work of art. They were exquisite and beautiful. This is the snow jade tree. Wang Teng was staggered. He had read about the snow jade tree before and even saw its picture. But this was the first time he saw the real thing. He gasped in amazement. The snow jade tree was beautiful. It was like a piece of art created by a grand master. It was spectacular. Wang Teng sized up the snow jade tree. He was worried that changes might happen if he dragged any longer, so he decided to take it away immediately. The benefits of being an alchemist surfaced at this point. They were very familiar with spiritual plants and animals, so they knew how to collect them without harming their effects. Chapter 426. The Wang Teng you're talking about is my disciple. When digging spiritual plants like the snow jade tree, the best equipment to use was a shovel made from jade. After digging the plant out, one should seal it immediately in a box. Wang Teng didn't prepare any of this. However, it didn't mean that Chu Bo didn't. He came prepared. Wang Teng found these items in his space ring just now. At that time, he didn't find it strange. After all, he wasn't an ignorant person. However, Chu Bo was a layman. He didn't know having the jade box wasn't enough. The natural jade would only keep 70 to 80% of the tree's vital energy. To ensure that none of its vital energy would get lost, you needed to carve some sealing runes on the box. Wang Teng didn't waste any time. After taking out the jade box, he used his spiritual power to quickly carve some runes on the surface. Everything was done smoothly. Within a few minutes, numerous runes appeared on the box. Perfect. Wang Teng smiled. He gave himself a thumbs up. Then he took out the jade shovel and loosened the soil around the snow jade tree. He dug around the edges before inching his way around. With a quick scan of his surroundings and ensuring no treasures were left, he departed instantly. After he leaped out from the lake, he saw that Chu Bo was still unconscious. He sat down cross-legged beside Chu Bo and decided to wait and see if another round of attribute bubbles would appear on the surface of the lake. After all, the water force in this area was dense. Wang Teng didn't want to give them up. Since he had nothing to do, he took out the corpse of the black-armored giant crocodile and investigated it with his spiritual sight. Suddenly, he saw 3 bright green balls in its body. 3 light balls. Wang Teng was dumbstruck. Then he almost jumped in excitement. He hurriedly used his spiritual power to cut the corpse of the black-armored giant crocodile and take out the 3 items. Besides the star core, there was also a star bone. The star core of a half-step Lord-level star beast was priceless. Most importantly, it was rare. As for the star bone, compared to the star core, it was even harder to find. Wang Teng was thrilled. He examined the 2 star bones in his hand. Yes, he took out 2, not 1, star bones from the body of the black-armored giant crocodile. Both were forepaw bones. It was uncommon to find 2 star bones on a single star beast. He studied the patterns on the star bones and was inspired. He instilled water force into the star bones. Instantly, the star bones started shining with blue light. His hand started to feel heavy. It's a strength-type star bone. Wang Teng was stunned. It was a good item for him. Based on his skill as an advanced-stage blacksmith, he felt that this pair of star bones could be forged into a pair of strength-type boxing gloves. The previous boxing gloves he had weren't suitable for him anymore. He was a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior now, so if he used his full power, the boxing gloves would disintegrate. I'll go back, find some good ingredients, and make it myself, Wang Teng thought to himself. He took out the other star beasts from the space ring and scanned them with his spiritual sight. He instantly found a few more star cores. No more star bones appeared, though. It looked like star bones were scarce even among advanced-rank star beasts. Wang Teng sized up the 6 star cores in front of him. 2 of them were fire element star cores. He already had a plan on how to utilize them. He used his spiritual pet contract to call Little White over. The spirit flame ghost crow had always been following him. When he didn't need it, it would hunt freely. After some time, a black figure plummeted down from the sky. Little White was a 3-star star beast now, so it was getting larger. Wang Teng allowed it to roam freely. As a result, Little White was able to unleash its natural instincts. Its combat ability was not bad. However, Wang Teng noticed that it would be injured after it flew back. It looked like it kept fighting with other star beasts outside. This showed that its combat ability was improved through hard work and experience. Wang Teng had ample healing medicine, and he was never stingy towards his spiritual pet. His healing medicine was better than the ones used by Hanzu and Wan Baichu. Hanzu and Wan Baichu were elated when they received his dans, but they didn't know that a crow had better treatment than them. Little White regained its health quickly after eating his dans. In this aspect, it had an advantage over the other star beasts in the wild, so it improved tremendously. This made Wang Teng extremely satisfied. He was improving quickly and coming close to the general stage. As his spiritual pet, it would be embarrassing if it was too weak. At this moment, Little White landed in front of Wang Teng and cawed at him in confusion. "I have something good for you." Wang Teng smiled. He lifted his hand that was holding the 2 star cores and threw one of them directly to Little White. He wasn't being petty. These 2 star cores came from a 4-star star beast and a 5-star star beast, respectively. The force contained in them was powerful, so Little White might not be able to digest it with its current ability. Little White felt the thick fire force within the star core. Its eyes lit up, and it cawed happily. It bit the star core with its beak and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a fiery red glow appeared in its eyes. Even its body was engulfed in flames. It looked handsome and magnificent. Wang Teng nodded silently. After Little White digested this star core, it would advance to the 4-star level. He would feed it the 5-star star core sometime in the future. By then, its ability would be on par with its parents. However, on his attributes panel, Little White's second talent, Ghostfire, was still not activated. Wang Teng was puzzled. Was he using the wrong method? Could it be that Ghostfire wasn't an ordinary flame, so it needed a special method to awaken it? Although Wang Teng was excited by the prospects, he knew that there was no point thinking about this now, when there was a chance he would help his pet awaken its talent. "You can leave now. Grow quickly, and don't fall behind me too much." Wang Teng smiled and waved at Little White. Little White rubbed against his palm intimately before cawing in high spirits. It spread its wings and flew away with its flaming body. Wang Teng looked up at the sky until he couldn't see Little White anymore. He retracted his gaze and said, "There's no need to act anymore since you're awake." "Ha ha!" Chubo laughed awkwardly behind him. "Young man, you're lucky to be able to get that magnificent star beast to recognize you as its master. I knocked you unconscious, but you're complimenting me." Wang Teng gave him an ambiguous smile. The corners of Chio Bo's lips trembled slightly. This fellow was touching his tender spot. However, he kept his smile and replied, "You must have a reason for knocking me unconscious. I'm not an insensible person." "Your skin sure is thick. You're a talent too, but why do you have to work with the dark apparitions?" Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment. Chio Bo's expression froze. He said quickly, Don't make up stories. I'm arch enemies with the dark apparitions." Wang Teng ignored him and closed his eyes. He started cultivating. Time passed quickly. 3 hours flew by in a blink of an eye. Q Bo didn't know what Wang Teng was doing. He didn't understand why he hadn't left and was sitting around, idling his time away. He got impatient, but he didn't dare to disturb Wang Teng. This young man was handsome, but he had an evil heart. He was ruthless, too. If he provoked him, he would be tormented again. He knew how to protect himself. At this moment, Wang Teng opened his eyes and looked at the lake. He shook his head. Despite waiting for a few hours, there was only a limited number of attribute bubbles floating above the lake. It looked like the sea of bubbles he saw had accumulated over the years. Disappointing. He swept them over with his spiritual power and picked them up. Water Force 3, Water Force 2, Water Force 4. After the round of harvest, he received 56 points of Water Force. Wang Teng shook his head. It's time to leave. It wasn't worth wasting his time here. However, before he left, he had something to do. He walked to Chubo and looked him in the eye. A crimson glow flashed past his pupils. Bewitch. Chubo was bewildered. He quickly lost his consciousness due to the vast difference in their spiritual powers. Wang Teng started questioning him. His answers were more or less the same as what he had heard. He felt less worried. After some time, Chubo woke up. His expression was ugly as he exclaimed, "What did you do to me?" Wang Teng didn't reply to him with his mouth. Instead, a brick appeared in his hand. Chubo widened his eyes in shock. He cowered instantly. "What do you want? Let's speak properly. Don't hit my face. I'm sorry, I don't trust you. We are leaving soon, so to prevent you from playing tricks on me, I should knock you unconscious." Wang Teng smiled apologetically and raised his brick. "Actually, I need you alive. If not, I'd have killed you directly. A dead man is the safest." Chubo was horrified. The next second, bang! A dull thud later. Chubo's eyes rolled back and his vision turned black. He fainted. "I used less strength than before. It's just perfect for fainting him. What a benevolent person I am." Wang Teng praised himself. He picked up the half-dead Chubo and walked away casually as if he was holding a dead dog. He didn't go back to the Black Sparrow City immediately. Rather, he hid Chubo and went back to No. 56 Garrison. The female dark apparition, Phyllis, started questioning Wang Teng when she saw him. He treated her coldly and found an excuse to chase her away. His main purpose in coming back was to find out where the 3 dark apparitions went. Soon he found out that the 3 dark apparitions left not long after they met Chubo. They didn't care about the other dark apparitions in this garrison, so they didn't notice anything amiss. Wang Teng felt that he was too cautious. The dark apparitions were more careless than he thought. Nothing would happen. He shook his head and left with Chubo, Black Sparrow City. Niu Li and the 2 majors had come back. They quickly reported the situation to their superiors. The news they brought back alerted all the higher authorities of the Black Sparrow troop. At this moment, Dan Teishuan and a few deputy commanders were sitting in a meeting room. Niu Li and the 2 majors were here too. They were sitting on the other end. Dan Teishuan placed her hands on her chin and asked gravely, "Is this true?" This piece of news was discovered by recruit Wang Teng. "It shouldn't be wrong," Niu Li replied. "Do you have evidence?" one of the deputy commanders asked. Niu Li choked. Wang Teng heard it personally. Wang Teng is just a recruit? How can you trust the words of a recruit so easily? This is outrageous. The deputy commander scolded angrily. "Cough, old Jew. The Wang Teng you're talking about is my disciple." A calm voice was heard at this moment. Chapter 427, Wang Teng is back. Everyone, the room turned silent. Everyone's attention was placed on Dan Taishuan, who was sitting on the host's seat. Her beautiful face was always calm, and she always gave a relaxed vibe. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her, she could still maintain her composure. "But could you consider the feelings of your subordinates?" Dan Teishuan's words were like a bomb. They felt as if they were struck by lightning when they heard what she said. Zhu Chengwang was having a mental breakdown. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his head as he looked at Dan Teishuan and smiled awkwardly. "Chief Commander, are you serious? Do you think I have nothing better to do than playing tricks with you?" Dan Teishuan replied furiously. Zhu Chengwang froze. He looked as though he was choking. Another deputy commander, Song Wanjiang, laughed secretly at his miserable plight. However, he was astounded too. When they were arranging the missions, he had received an order from Dan Taishuan. That was why he allowed Wang Teng to take the same mission as Niu Li and the two majors. If it wasn't for this reason, Wang Teng wouldn't have had the right to take this mission. He might be powerful, but as a recruit, he lacked experience. It was made possible because of Dan Taishuan's order. Thus, he knew that Dan Taishuan was Wang Teng's support. However, he didn't expect him to be Dan Taishuan's disciple. This relationship was stronger than most backgrounds. Niu Li and the two majors looked at one another in disbelief. Wang Teng was their chief commander's disciple. Kong Li covered her mouth, almost screaming in shock. Her junior brother was amazing. If this news was made known to others, Wang Teng would become the prince of the Black Sparrow troop. He could do anything he wanted here. Yuan Xuan was appalled, too. The muscles on his face trembled violently. He couldn't express his emotions with any words. It felt as if your classmate from high school had become the CEO of a company while you had just graduated from university and were only a white-collar worker. Naturally, the CEO would feel superior. Suddenly, the CEO realized that the white-collar's house got demolished and the government compensated him with many houses. The rents he collected were much higher than his salary. The CEO would feel that the world had forsaken him. All the other higher authorities from the Black Sparrow troop stared at the floor and pretended that this had nothing to do with them. At first, they were questioning the reliability of this information too. After all, it was a serious matter. However, once Dan Taishuan opened her mouth, the situation changed. Their chief commander was obviously standing up for her disciple. Actually, even if she didn't speak up for Wang Teng, their relationship alone was enough for them to place high importance on Wang Teng's words. The difference in the power of his words was solely caused by his identity. "Ha ha ha! The weather is good today. What did I say just now?" Zhu Chengwang finally regained his composure and laughed awkwardly. He changed the topic, as if what he said a moment ago was bullshit. As someone in a high position, their skins were all extremely thick. The other didn't take it to heart either. They chuckled and let this matter pass. "Going back to business, I believe what Wang Teng said, even if there's no evidence." Dan Taishuan glanced around her and continued, "That brat might be cheeky, but he won't joke around on serious matters." "Tell us the details, then." Zhu Chengwang nodded and signaled Niu Li to explain further. Niu Li shared with them everything he knew. However, when he told them that Wang Teng had gone to chase the mysterious man alone, they were shocked. "This is atrocious," Zhu Chengwang shouted. A second later, he realized what he had said. He turned his head stiffly and coughed. Chief Commander, I'm not saying that he's atrocious. I'm talking about myself. I'm atrocious." Dan Taishuan nodded in satisfaction. Then she frowned and yelled, "What the hell is he doing? I think he needs a beating." "Everyone, can you please be less obvious with your bias? He said that he's confident. I didn't agree, but he sneaked away while we were on our way back." Niu Li smiled bitterly. He wasn't going to take the blame. That suits his personality. Dan Taishuan shook her head. She didn't reprimand Niu Li. "It's going to be hard to settle this matter if we don't have evidence. It affects an entire troop. A slight move may cause a domino effect. We can't just rely on his words," Zhu Chengwang said after some hesitation. "We should still inform the Star Maple troop. Whether they believe it or not is up to them," Song Wanjiang suggested. "I'll talk to them personally," Dan Taishuan said. Everyone nodded. Dan Taishuan had to do it personally to show the importance of this news. "Niu Li, tell me the exact position. I'll go and see if that brat is still alive. Even if he's dead, I have to find his corpse." Dan Taishuan stood up. She said to all the officers present, "The rest of you are dismissed. Contact the Star Maple troop after you leave. I'll head over in 3 hours." The moment she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Dan Taishuan frowned and said. A soldier opened the door and saluted. He said hurriedly, reporting, "Wang Teng is back. He's back." Everyone was stunned. Dan Taishuan sat back down and smiled. "Perfect. I don't have to waste a trip. Send him in." "Yes." The soldier received the order. A few moments later, He brought Wang Teng into the meeting room. Some of the officers present had seen Wang Teng before, but some were completely unfamiliar with him. Now that they knew he was Dan Taishuan's disciple, they sized him up carefully when he walked into the room. His back was straight and he was handsome. The most crucial point was, he was very young. A little too young. The next instant, they were startled. Wang Teng was holding a human-shaped living thing that was in a sorry state. What was going on? Wang Teng was confused. Why did he have to face all these higher authorities the moment he came back? What was the situation? However, when he saw Dan Taishuan, he felt at ease. As someone with a powerful background, he wasn't afraid. Come and take a seat. Why are you standing there absent-mindedly? Dan Taishuan pointed to the seat beside her and opened her mouth. Okay, Wang Teng sniggered. He strutted over and sat down without any qualms. As for the person in his hand, he casually threw him on the floor beside him. The officers stared at the ceiling. No one said anything. Dan Taishuan was the biggest boss here. What she said was always right. You're not dead yet. Dan Taishuan glanced at him and said, Wang Teng, what the hell? What's with the strong verbal attack? Wasn't she amiable and kind a moment ago? Why did her attitude change suddenly? Where did you get your guts to chase after a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior? Dan Taishuan continued angrily when she noticed that he wasn't speaking. Chapter 428. On the Verge of Breaking Out. Wang Teng understood at once. His master was worried about him. Ladies were always fierce in speech, but soft at heart. Wang Teng chuckled in his heart. However, his expression remained unchanged. He coughed softly and said, Master, don't you believe me? Your disciple is incredibly talented and extremely powerful. Catching a traitor is a piece of cake for me. Look, I brought the fellow back. He kicked the body at the side as he spoke. Everyone felt the corners of their lips trembling. This brat was shameless. But why did this scene seem familiar for some reason? They couldn't help but glance at Dan Taishuan. They were enlightened. It was passed down from his master. Dan Taishuan ignored everyone's gazes and glared at Wang Teng. She didn't probe further when she noticed that he wasn't injured. Instead, she turned to look at the body and said, Is this the mysterious man? That's right. His name is Q Bo, and he's an officer from the Star Maple Troop. Wang Teng flipped the body over and continued, He's still alive. You can question him any time. I'm sure you'll be able to get some information out of him. Everyone couldn't help but praise Wang Teng. Amazing, since he was able to bring the traitor back. All their problems were solved. Wang Teng seemed to have some skills. Neil Li and the two majors were astounded. Wang Teng really managed to catch the mysterious man. How did he do it? That was a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. They couldn't wrap their heads around it and were filled with curiosity. However, they knew one thing. Wang Teng wasn't joking when he said that he was confident in catching the other party. He did have the skills to back his words, yet they didn't believe him and thought that he was fooling around. The three of them remembered what happened at that time and felt awkward. They gave a bitter smile. At this moment, Chu Bo's finger moved. Wang Teng might have used too much force just now and woke him up. He opened his eyes in confusion and sized up his surroundings. The first person he saw was Wang Teng sitting in front of him. His expression changed entirely, and he wailed in fear. You devil, you can kill or skin me alive, but if you slap my face one more time, I won't let you go, even if I turn into a ghost. He sounded so tragic that it made everyone's imagination run wild. What did this fellow go through? Why was he terrified? When they saw Chu Bo's face, their expression turned strange. His face had turned into a pig's head. Everyone glanced at the poker-faced Wang Teng. Their chief commander's disciple was a ruthless person. He beat this person so inhumanly. Cough, cough, Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He was afraid that others would misunderstand him and think that he was a pervert who liked to torture people. This would affect his valiant and outstanding image. Hence, he remained patient and explained in a soft tone, Q Bo, I did it for your sake. The journey back was filled with bumps, and you were injured so badly. I slapped you unconscious so that you wouldn't be able to feel the pain. That way, you wouldn't have to suffer on the way back. Q Bo wanted to cry. Was this what a person should say? He beat him up brutally and told him it was for his sake. Could you be a little more shameless? The atmosphere turned weird. All the officers present had a clearer understanding of Wang Teng. His shamelessness was no lesser than his master's. Kong Li and Yuan Xuan stared at him speechlessly. They didn't know what everyone was thinking. He felt that his explanation was useful, so he continued. However, I won't slap you anymore. You can feel at ease now. Q Bo was puzzled. He didn't trust Wang Teng. Suddenly he realized something was amiss. Feel at ease. He felt that he wanted him to die in peace. We're already here. Wang Teng noticed that he didn't believe him, so he enlightened him. They were here? Where? Q Bo could still move his neck, so he glanced around him. Many high-ranked officers were sitting on the chairs looking at him amiably with a smile on their faces. This environment, this atmosphere, he seemed to be home. My foot. Q Bo turned as white as a sheet. Damn it, he was dead. He was in the hands of the military. All his secrets would be exposed. Carry him down. Don't let him die an easy death, Dan Teixuan said. A few soldiers charged in after she finished speaking and carried Q Bo away. Q Bo didn't shout. He had probably resigned himself to fate. Dan Teixuan waved at Wang Teng. All right, your part has ended. You can do whatever you want now, Wang Teng. Are you kicking me to the curb after using me? You're so cold-blooded. Wang Teng felt bitter. He had committed a huge merit. Shouldn't they be discussing his rewards now? Did she forget about it? He remembered Dan Teixuan's style and felt that this was possible. He started winking at his master frantically. Do you have sand in your eyes? Dan Teixuan asked curiously. Wang Teng, you just need to blow your eyes to get rid of the sand. Do you need your dear master to help you? Dan Teixuan asked calmly. Wang Teng's eyes felt better instantly. Dan Teixuan was scary. He couldn't offend her. Wang Teng didn't care about the military exploits anymore. If they belonged to him, they wouldn't run anywhere. Dan Teixuan wouldn't let her disciples suffer. He wondered what rank he would be able to rise to. A corporal was too low. He should be at least a company officer. After that, someone came to ask him about the details of the mission. Wang Teng filtered what he could tell. As for unimportant information like the snow jade tree and the celestites he stole, they didn't have to know. Even if Q Bo told them about it, they couldn't do anything to him. As Dan Teixuan's disciple, no one would dare to snatch it from him. After handing over the mission, they walked out of the meeting room. The three of them found it unreal when they saw Wang Teng's relaxed manner. He looked as though he had just come back from a holiday. How did you catch Q Bo? Kong Li leaned over and whispered to him. She knew that there must be secrets, but she couldn't contain her curiosity. Niu Li and Yuan Xuan looked over. They were also eager to know. That was a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, he got caught by Wang Teng, and judging from his state, he must have been tormented violently. The process was probably full of twists and excitement. I'm very powerful, so I used my skill to suppress him, Wang Teng said in a righteous tone. Who are you trying to fool? How can a 7-star soldier level suppress a 9-star soldier level? Kong Li was speechless. How do you think I caught him? Wang Teng asked her back. Tisk, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Kong Li rolled her eyes at him. They chatted casually along the way as they prepared to go back for some rest. After some time, Kong Li grabbed Wang Teng's shoulder and asked, The mission has ended. Do you want to have some fun? Cough, a little fun is enough. Wang Teng glanced at Niu Li and Yuan Xuan and replied calmly. You two. Niu Li didn't know what to say. He shook his head. The mission has ended, but the issue hasn't been solved yet. There might be a huge task tomorrow. Know your boundaries, and don't go overboard with the fun. Don't worry. I'm a sensible person. Kong Li waved and walked over with her hands over Wang Teng's shoulder. When Yuan Xuan saw them leaving, a glint flashed past his eyes. He bade farewell to Niu Li and turned to leave. Wang Teng and Kong Li had a fun time eating and playing outside. They only came to the dormitory late at night. When he was preparing to enter his room, Wang Teng noticed that the two rooms beside him were very quiet. Han Ju and Wan Baichu were still on their missions. It made sense. His mission didn't take up too much time, ending in a few days. Compared to the rest, it was much shorter. Han Zhu and Wan Baichu's mission shouldn't be difficult. However, since they were undergoing training, it wouldn't be short. Wang Teng shook his head and stopped thinking about them. He sat cross-legged on his bed and started cultivating. The next day, just like what Niu Li said, they received a mission notification at around 10 a.m. from the higher authorities. Wang Teng, Niu Li, and the two majors gathered in a meeting room again. The four of them looked at one another. No one spoke. Despite waiting for some time, no one came. Kong Li got impatient and asked, "Niu Li, did you receive any information from the higher-ups? Can you reveal some things to us? I didn't receive any notification." Niu Li shook his head. "We're probably heading to Star Maple Troop to reinforce them," Yuan Xuan guessed. "Hey, that's not bad. Wang Teng will definitely get first-class merit. However, since we worked with him, we should be able to get some soup too." Kong Li's eyes lit up. She sniggered. "Wang Teng will bask in your reflected glory." "Senior sister, stop kidding. The missions are all arranged by the higher authorities. It's got nothing to do with me," Wang Teng said. The door of the meeting room finally opened, and Song Wanzheng walked in. "It looks like you all have guessed it." The four of them hurriedly stood up and saluted. "All right, let's talk business. Yesterday we dug some information out of Chu Bo, Chief Commander, personally brought him back to the Star Maple Troop overnight, and had an entire night of meeting there. They're already preparing for war. It's on the verge of breaking out." Song Wanzheng's words caused the four of them to turn serious. War was a heavy word. Its appearance meant blood and death. Even if they were at an advantage, many people would still die in the end. Song Wanzheng said grimly, "The dark apparitions have invaded the Xingwu continent for many years. All along we have been at a disadvantage. This time, we finally got to control the situation. We must gather all our strength and give them a violent knock on the head." Wang Teng exchanged glances with the others. They could detect the determination of the humans from Song Wanzheng's words. They felt invigorated. Even a selfish person like Wang Teng felt a little impulsive. He wanted to get on the battlefield and kill some enemies. He wanted to take revenge for all the sacrifices humankind had suffered over the years. Your mission is time is very important. After our discussion, we've decided to let each of you lead an advance force and head to the Star Maple Troop. You will listen to the Chief Commander when you're there. Do you have any questions? Song Wanzheng asked seriously. No. All right, prepare to leave. Song Wanzheng nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Niu Li, Kong Li, and Yuan Xuan shouted in high spirits. Yes. Wang Teng replied in a lazy tone. Everyone, Chapter 429, a masked martial warrior in the underground training area. Song Wanzheng felt anger surging into his heart when he saw Wang Teng's lazy manner. This is an important matter. Can you be more serious? But the moment he remembered Wang Teng's background, he would glance behind Wang Teng uncontrollably. He felt as if Dan Taishuan was standing there. Never mind, he would be benevolent and forgive the wrongdoings of this young man. As a deputy chief commander, he had no reason to harbor a grudge against a small corporal. He turned to look at Kong Li and Yuan Xuan. As expected, they were more soothing to his eyes. We don't want to alert the dark apparitions, so this mission is confidential. Your identity will be normal martial warriors, and you will each lead a small team heading to Star Maple City from different directions. All the necessary equipment has been prepared for you in No. 3 underground training area. You can go and get them, Song Wanzheng said. Wang Teng and the others nodded. They saluted at Song Wanzheng and prepared to leave. After taking your equipment, don't create any commotion. You will hide in the Force floating airships transporting our daily goods and get out of the city using it. Remember, time is tight. You need to hurry to Star Maple City before midnight tomorrow. Song Wanzheng gave his last reminder. Understood. The four of them turned around and left. Song Wanjiang stood alone in the room for a long time before he walked out. The four of them hurriedly made some preparations and met up again. Wang Teng followed Niu Li and the others to a heavily guarded building after confirming their identities. The guards let them in. They strode inside and passed through a corridor made of steel. A row of elevators appeared in their vision. Niu Li and the others seemed familiar with this place. They brought him to an elevator with the number 3 written in front. The lift door opened. There was only one button beside the door. When Wang Teng and the others entered the lift and pressed it, they immediately felt a sense of weightlessness. The elevator traveled at a fast speed. The underground training area seemed exceptionally deep. It felt as if they had jumped down from a building. Fortunately, they were all martial warriors and had a strong mentality. If not, they might not be able to handle this excitement. After some time, the elevator trembled abruptly and opened with a swoosh. Wang Teng and the others walked out calmly. The first thing they saw was an enormous underground space filled with all kinds of weapons. There were already many people in the underground training area. They were split into 4 teams and were waiting quietly. These people were dressed in black battle uniforms and were wearing all kinds of strange masks on their faces. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. This scene was beyond his expectations. They didn't look like they were going to war. Instead, this seemed like a large-scale cosplay game. He turned to look at Niu Li and the others. They didn't seem surprised by the scene. He immediately rearranged his expression to prevent them from thinking he was a frog in the well. After the martial warriors in the underground training area saw them, they suddenly raised their hands and saluted. They were extremely organized and neat. Sir, the fierce and low voices of these martial warriors reverberated in the underground area. Niu Li and the others saluted back. Wang Teng was helpless, feeling that he needed to salute everywhere in the military. We will each pick a team from the 4 teams. You guys can choose first, Niu Li said at this moment. I'm all right with any of them, Wang Teng replied calmly. Niu Li opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him otherwise. However, he remembered what had happened before and decided to shut up. His face was still hurting from the slap in the face. I won't be polite then, he. Kong Li didn't push away the offer. She carefully examined the 4 teams and felt their auras to analyze their power. This mission wasn't easy, and they wouldn't be able to complete it on their own. On the battlefield, unless they were general stage martial warriors, they weren't capable of fighting their enemies alone. Hence, the abilities of their subordinates were crucial. This would affect their performance in this mission. If they could perform outstandingly and get merits, they might be able to rise to another rank. At their age, the major rank was their limit. Ordinary military exploits weren't enough for them to climb the ladder. They had to make outstanding contributions during a large-scale battle and gather enough reputation if they wanted to advance another step. Obviously, this mission was a great chance. While Kong Li was choosing her team, Yuan Xuan didn't slack off either. He glanced at Wang Teng. He was still unwilling to accept this young man, but he wouldn't let his emotions get the better of him. He immediately started choosing his team at this moment. A flash of light appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He had activated his spiritual sight. He glanced through the martial warriors and was astounded. These martial warriors were all 3-star soldier level and above. The most powerful ones were at the 5-star soldier level. Every team's arrangement was the same. There were 2 5-star soldier level, 10 4-star soldier level, and 33-star soldier level martial warriors. With this ability, if they were outside, they would dominate wherever they went. Of course, there was a difference in the ability of the individuals. This was why Kong Li and Yuan Xuan chose their teams so carefully. After some time, the 2 of them made their decision. Which one will you choose? Niu Li asked. This time, Wang Teng didn't reject his offer. He pointed to the team on the left and said, I'll choose them, actually. Among the 4 teams, the one he chose was the strongest. With his spiritual sight, he saw that more than half of the martial warriors in this team had thicker force in their bodies as compared to the other teams, especially the 5-star and 4-star soldier level martial warriors. Their battle ability must be high. This couldn't be seen from their appearance. Kong Li and Yuan Xuan would never have imagined that after choosing for such a long time, the strongest team still landed in Wang Teng's hand. Just like that. The allocation of the team was completed. There was a table with nothing except for a mask in front of all the teams. The four of them walked in front of their teams. Wang Teng felt speechless. He took the mask on the table and flipped it over to take a look. This was a cat mask. Actually, it still looked all right since most of the others were wearing animal masks, but this mask seemed a little cute. Wang Teng felt even more speechless than before. What on earth is this? Why did you give such a cute mask for this serious mission? Who came up with this idea? This is outrageous. No wonder they placed the mask facing down. They didn't want him to see the mask. Had he seen the front of the mask, he would never have chosen this team, even if they were the strongest. He wouldn't let his dignity as a man get trampled. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at the mask in the other officer's hands. Wang Teng, the bitterness in his heart became stronger. Why were their masks normal? He could feel a malicious intent from their mask. This was how martial warriors should look on the battlefield. Under Wang Teng's unhappy gaze, Niu Li and the others suddenly felt a strong resentment floating towards them. They were stunned. What is this? Why is this fellow looking at us so bitterly? When they saw Wang Teng's mask, they understood immediately. Their expressions turned weird as they tried their best to control their laughter. However, Kong Li didn't give him any face. She burst out laughing without any restraint. Chapter 430. Code Ghost Crow. Why are you laughing? Wang Teng glared at Kong Li, feeling that he had suffered a huge humiliation. This girl was outrageous. Cough. I'm not going to laugh anymore. Pfft. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I can't control myself. Kong Li walked over and burst out laughing again when she saw Wang Teng's exasperated expression. She held onto his shoulder and laughed until she bent backward and forward. She was beside herself. Niu Li and Yuan Xuan couldn't control themselves either, revealing happy smiles. They would have laughed if the situation wasn't so dire. Come, junior brother, wear it and let your senior take a look. I think this cat mask is not bad. It suits your vibe, Kong Li teased him after laughing for some time. Go away, Wang Teng slapped her hand away in anger. Come on, wear it. It's really not bad. Kong Li didn't give up. She continued urging him. Wang Teng ignored her. He shifted his gaze and said to Yuan Xuan, Major Yuan, why don't we change our masks? I think that this mask is more suitable for you. Yuan Xuan snorted coldly. His expression changed. Wang Teng didn't give up. He turned to Niu Li and said earnestly, Old Niu, how about we exchange our masks? Trust me, if you wear this, you will definitely return to your youth and get a new lease of life like the sprouts on a withered tree in spring. You will mesmerize thousands of ladies. More than Major Yuan, you will become the new idol of the military. Niu Li felt the muscles on his face twitch. Veins bulged out on his forehead. Young brat, don't you know how to speak properly? What do you mean by return to my youth? What do you mean by getting a new lease of life? Am I very old to a martial warrior? 30 years still meant youth. Yet this brat was calling him old. He was so insensible. Don't you want to switch masks with me? You can continue daydreaming. No one will exchange with you. Kong Li guffawed at his plight. Wang Teng was boiling with rage. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Why don't? Don't even think about it. I'm not changing with you. Kong Li rolled her eyes. She rejected him before he could finish his sentence. She fiddled with the bear mask in her hand and said, I think my mask is awesome. Tisk, what kind of taste is that? Wang Teng said with disdain. All right, stop fooling around. Time is tight. We should leave now, Niu Li said at this moment. All right, since no one likes you, let me dote on you. Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. He knocked the cat mask in his hand. The mask is to conceal your identity to prevent others from recognizing you through your pictures. It's not an ornament, Niu Li replied helplessly. Wang Teng remained quiet. Niu Li continued. Since we are hiding our identities, we can't use our real names. We need a code name. Codename? Wang Teng asked curiously. This feels like a spy movie. Niu Li glared at him. My codename is Raging Bull. Kong Li is Peacock, and Yuan Xuan is Wolf Wen. You're a recruit, so you don't have a code name yet. You can pick one yourself. We'll call each other by our code names from now on. This is so troublesome. Wang Teng felt helpless, but he still pondered over it. It was his first time thinking of a code name for himself. It felt strange to him, so he couldn't come up with one for a long time. Why don't you call yourself Cute Cat? Kong Li teased him. Not bad. Yuan Xuan nodded in approval. Enough. Wang Teng glared at them. Suddenly, he had an idea. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he said, I've thought of mine. My code name will be Ghost Crow. Ghost Crow! Kong Li and Yuan Xuan repeated the name. Niu Li was afraid that they would continue wasting time here. He waved his hands hurriedly and said, This code name is not bad. All right, it's decided. Wear your mask and let's leave. Their jokes ended there. They turned serious and headed towards another exit in the underground training area. Along the way, everyone wore their masks. Wang Teng also stopped hesitating. It was just a mask. Besides Kong Li, Yuan Xuan, and Niu Li, no one knew who he was. It wasn't too embarrassing. The 4 teams followed behind their leaders. A few moments later, they arrived at the Force floating airship docking station. There were already people waiting for them. Take care of yourself. The 4 of them exchanged glances and said some parting words. Then they brought their teams onto the Force floating airship and flew off into the horizon. Wang Teng and his 42 subordinates sat in the transportation cabin, staring at each other awkwardly. Wang Teng didn't know what to do. These soldiers were extremely uptight. They only knew how to follow commands. If he didn't open his mouth, they wouldn't say a single word. After some time, Wang Teng coughed and said, Why don't you introduce yourselves? We'll start with the 2 of you. He waved his finger around and finally pointed at the 2 5-star soldier-level martial warriors. The 2 martial warriors were shocked and exchanged glances with each other secretly. These martial warriors belonged to a special department, so all of them had learned concealing skills to hide their cultivation. Usually outsiders wouldn't be able to see their true abilities, yet Wang Teng was able to point them out accurately among all the soldiers. They didn't believe that this was based on pure luck. This exceptionally young leader must have noticed something. A moment ago, when the team saw Wang Teng's light-hearted attitude, they felt a little regretful. They wondered if it was luck or misfortune to have such a leader. Now, the 2 martial warriors finally realized that this young man wasn't an ordinary guy. Anyone that could be sent by the higher authorities to be their leader wouldn't be a normal person. Wang Teng's intention of doing this was to show his ability to the soldiers. Any powerful person was proud. Hence, these martial warriors would more or less have some unhappiness and doubts towards him, their leader who dropped from the sky, especially when compared to Kong Li and the others. He had no reputation and was extremely young. A youngster was normally thought to be weaker in ability. He was too lazy to explain to them, so he directly used this method to shock them. These martial warriors weren't stupid. He believed that they would notice something. Under Wang Teng's calm gaze, one of the soldiers took off his mask, revealing the face of a man around 30 years old. He opened his mouth and said, Codename Icewind. Then he put on his mask and kept quiet again. He didn't mention his ability. He stared intently and directly into Wang Teng's eyes. Wang Teng remained indifferent, having no intention to probe further. He turned and signaled the other person to speak. Surprisingly, the other martial warrior was a lady around 27 years old. There was a scar that looked like a centipede covering half of her face. She said in a cold voice, Codename Black Widow. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Wang Teng and wore her mask again. She didn't mention her ability either. Wang Teng felt his teeth hurting. Black Widow? What kind of name is this? Why don't you act in the Avengers? Moreover, the Black Widow in the Avengers was prettier than this lady. This lady was, without the scar, she should be pretty too. Next, the other people started to introduce themselves. They only said their code names and took off their mask to allow Wang Teng to recognize their faces. Wang Teng touched his chin and scanned his subordinates. All his subordinates seemed unruly. Chapter 431. Ah. This team is not easy to lead. Wang Teng looked at his subordinates and lamented in his heart. Actually, this mission of leading a team shouldn't be given to him, but he was the one who discovered the piece of news. He was also powerful enough and had Dan Taixuan backing him up. All these factors allowed him to stand in this position even though he had no qualifications. Wang Teng knew that many of his subordinates hadn't accepted him yet. However, he didn't want to explain himself. Sometimes, the impact of words was minimal. There was no point in talking too much. He knew the faces of all his subordinates now. The two 5-star soldier-level martial warriors gave him a deep impression. If used properly, they would be the sharpest weapons in his team, at least for this mission. At this moment, a soldier walked over and saluted. He said, "Report, the Force floating airship will pass by Mount Guzhou in half an hour." Wang Teng was wearing his mask, so his voice was a little muffled. He nodded and replied, "I understand." After the soldier walked away, he looked at his subordinates and said, "Once we reach Mount Guzhou, we will leave the Force floating airship and make a detour north. From there, we'll head to Star Maple City." "Yes, sir," everyone shouted in unison. Although they didn't like Wang Teng, on the surface, they still respected his order. Wang Teng didn't say much. He glanced at Icewind and Black Widow and closed his eyes. He leaned against the cargo behind him and rested. This Force-floating airship was specially used for transporting goods, hence there were all kinds of cargo boxes inside. The other martial warriors sat cross-legged on the floor and rested with closed eyes, waiting patiently. Half an hour passed quickly. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. The other martial warriors also opened their eyes in unplanned unison, the gazes behind their masks sharp and focused. Wang Teng thought more highly of his subordinates when he saw how well trained they were. Wang Teng didn't say anything, though. He stood up, walked to the door of the airship, and pulled it open. Gusts of strong wind blew into the cabin. The hair on his forehead danced in the air. The next moment, he stepped out without any hesitation. Behind Wang Teng, Icewind and Black Widow exchanged glances with one another. A glint flashed past their eyes. Then they jumped out of the Force-floating airship, too. The other martial warriors followed suit. Among these martial warriors, besides Black Widow and Icewind, who were at the 5-star soldier level and had force wings that allowed them to fly in the air, the others relied on rune equipment. All of them had a rune device on their backs. After activating the runes on it, a pair of mechanical wings would spread out, helping them fly in the sky. If someone looked up from the ground, he would see many black dots suddenly appearing in the air. These black dots grew larger gradually and landed in the same place. Wang Teng floated above the peak of a mountain so that his subordinates would be able to see him. Icewind and Black Widow scanned the mountain and immediately saw Wang Teng. They flapped their force wings and shot towards him. When they came close, their pupils constricted in surprise. There were no force wings behind him. He wasn't using any rune equipment either. He was just floating in the air. This meant that he was at least 7-star soldier level. Their leader was a 7-star soldier level formidable warrior. How was this possible? He was so young, even younger than Major Yuan and Major Kong, yet he had reached such heights. They were both in disbelief. They did guess that his level wouldn't be low since the higher authorities let him lead them. But they thought that he was at most at the 5-star soldier level or 6-star soldier level. They didn't even think about him being a 7-star soldier level martial warrior. After all, the difference between the 6-star soldier level and the 7-star soldier level was vast. For the soldier level, every 3 stars represented an obstacle. By rank 6-star and 7-star had a difference of only 1 star, but the actual gap was huge. These two levels were incomparable. Icewind and Black Widow were stunned. They looked at each other involuntarily before following Wang Teng quietly. They bent their bodies slightly to show their respect. No matter where you were, strength was the best explanation. A strong person would always gain respect. Wang Teng didn't say nor do anything, but none of them dared to belittle him anymore. The others hurried over one after another. They kept the wings behind their backs and landed on the ground gently. At the same time, they had also noticed Wang Teng's situation. Behind their masks, their expressions were the same as Ice Wind and Black Widow. They were astounded. "Is everyone here?" After a few minutes, Wang Teng asked. Ice Wind didn't dare to waste any time. He took a step forward and called the roll. Then he replied to Wang Teng, "Yes, let's go." Wang Teng gave his order and turned into flashes of lingering shadows. He rushed in a certain direction based on the military's requirement. They needed to arrive at Star Maple City before midnight. It was noon now. The distance between them and the city meant that time was tight. If Wang Teng was alone, he didn't need much time. However, the 3-star and 4-star soldier-level martial warriors under him couldn't move so quickly. The team of martial warriors traveled relentlessly and quickly through the mountain. Some of them leaped through trees while others ran on the ground. They were scattered within a small area, stabbing through the forest like a sharp blade. They were in the wild, so star beasts would appear occasionally and attack them. However, the star beasts would be torn into pieces by the sharp blade. Wang Teng didn't help them. He observed his subordinates at the side to judge their abilities. He realized that his subordinates weren't just strong. They worked well together, too. Their performance on the journey surprised him. Also, he managed to pick up many attribute bubbles without doing anything. Unknowingly, his ability increased. On the way, a 6-star beast appeared in front of everyone. Nonetheless, under Icewind and Black Widow's instructions, they still managed to gain the upper hand. Sometime later, the 6-star beast roared in anger and started attacking without any constraints. It charged towards 2 4-star soldier-level martial warriors, attempting to bring them down with it. Icewind and Black Widow's expressions changed. Slash. At this moment, a crimson-red light penetrated the star beast's head. The star beast froze, the glimmer in its eyes disappearing completely. However, its huge body still slammed down on the 2 4-star soldier-level martial warriors due to inertia. Bang! The 2 martial warriors were thrown off their feet. Fortunately, they weren't injured. They stood up immediately and felt lucky. Then their gazes turned to Wang Teng, who was standing on a branch to their left. He stood there calmly and kept his finger. It looked as though he didn't do anything. Everyone was thunderstruck. 1 finger. He used 1 finger to kill a 6-star star beast. How powerful was he? Icewind and Black Widow couldn't believe what they saw for the first time. Wang Teng had given them a preview of his power. "Thank you, sir." The 2 martial warriors who were saved bowed and thanked him immediately. Chapter 432, Encounter. Stay alert. I hope that none of you will get hurt before we reach Star Maple City. I can't afford to lose my face. Wang Teng spoke indifferently. Yes. The 2 martial warriors replied instantly, feeling embarrassed. Continue. Wang Teng waved his hand and kept the corpse of the 6-star star beast. Then he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the horizon. The soldiers behind him tidied themselves quickly and dashed after Wang Teng. Soon it was nighttime. The team stopped for a break. They took the chance to recover their force and eat some dried goods to curb their hunger. Wang Teng didn't like the dried goods, so he used his fire force to quickly barbecue a piece of star beast meat. He took out the seasoning he had brought along and sprinkled it on the meat. Done. The intense fragrance wafted through the air. The sound of people swallowing their saliva rang out in the silent night. Although the conditions were poor, he was still a Force chef master, hence the food he made was perfect in aroma, taste, and appearance. No matter how calm the other martial warriors were, they were unable to resist the temptation of good food. "That is a Force dish," Black Widow exclaimed in her cold voice. It was rare for her to lose control. "Is our leader a Force chef master?" Icewind asked with a weird expression. After witnessing Wang Teng's ability, they had gradually started to acknowledge Wang Teng's status as their leader. "I'm afraid so." Black Widow was speechless. "This is unexpected." Sigh. "My dried food is tasteless now. Icewind bit the compressed biscuit in his hand and sighed. Sniffing the fragrance in the air, he swallowed his saliva again. He wasn't the only one. The other soldiers were glaring at Wang Teng with hidden bitterness. Outrageous. They were eating dried goods, but their leader was eating a force dish. Shouldn't he show some care for his subordinates and distribute some force food to everyone? Shouldn't he use the chance to win their favor? They had their principles, so they wouldn't be bought over with one force meal. But there was nothing wrong with accepting the kindness of their leader once in a while. Unfortunately, they could only think about it. Wang Teng disregarded them entirely and ate his food himself. Do you think that I can't handle you guys? I haven't forgotten the opening gambit you gave me. As a narrow-minded leader, he had many ways of taking revenge on disobedient and insensible subordinates after resting. They continued their journey late in the night. Wang Teng suddenly received a warning from Little White. Little White had always been following him and helping him scan the surroundings. It provided him valuable aid. Wang Teng signaled everyone to stop. Icewind, Black Widow, and the other martial warriors looked at him curiously. Wang Teng didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and changed his vision. Soon, he was able to see a spot in the forest a few thousand meters away from them. A group of people was in a heated battle. One party was a group of humans in black battle uniforms and wearing masks. They were dressed similarly to Wang Teng's team. The other was a pack of Gale wolves. They were extremely powerful, and there were more than 100 of them. They surrounded the human martial warriors and put them in a dangerous position. Without a doubt, the motive of the masked martial warriors must be the same as them. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment. Then he waved his hand and led his team in that direction. A few minutes later, they stopped a few hundred meters from the battleground. They watched the fight from afar. The other martial warriors were stunned, glancing at Wang Teng involuntarily. Did he detect this fight just now? It was obvious that he had sensed something, the reason he rushed here instantly. Even a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior might not detect the fight at that distance. How did their leader do it? They are probably the advance force of a certain troop. Wang Teng suddenly opened his mouth. We actually managed to meet them, Icewind exclaimed. The troops are heading to Star Maple City using the same route. It's not strange to bump into them, Black Widow said. However, they are really unlucky. They met a pack of Gale wolves, Icewind said. The moment Wang Teng and his team arrived, the martial warriors who were surrounded by the Gale wolves had noticed them. They were stunned for a moment before they rejoiced. Someone even shouted for help directly. Shall we help them? Black Widow asked. There are many Gale wolves. Even if we join in, there might still be sacrifices. Icewind frowned and said, We won't die. Let's go, Wang Teng said indifferently. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Icewind didn't object further. With a 7-star, soldier-level formidable warrior among them, this pack of Gale wolves wasn't a threat. They turned into rays of lights and darted into the battlefield. The martial warriors surrounded by the Gale wolves were in a dire state. Fortunately, Wang Teng and his team had arrived on time. If not, they would have suffered heavy casualties. After Wang Teng's team entered the fray, the pressure on them lightened tremendously. However, the Gale wolves still won by numbers. They specialized in speed, so the martial warriors had a hard time fighting with them. Howl. The howl of a wolf ran in the air continuously. It seemed to be commanding the wolf pack, making them cooperate like humans. They were tough to handle. Wang Teng scanned the crowd and noticed a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, the martial warrior was surrounded by numerous 6-star Gale wolves, so the person couldn't break free, no matter how hard he tried. The person noticed Wang Teng, who was standing not far away. She frowned and shouted, Hey, why are you looking all distracted? Come and help me. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. Under the thick battle uniform, he couldn't tell that this 7-star soldier-level martial warrior was actually a lady. Nonetheless, he ignored her and continued scanning the pack. Gradually, he furrowed his brows. How is that possible? He guessed that there must be a wolf king among the Gale wolves. They couldn't cooperate with such chemistry without one. He wanted to find the Wolf King, but he realized that the most powerful Gale Wolf was a 6-star. There was no one above this level. Could it be that the Wolf King isn't there? Wang Teng wondered to himself. Hey, can you help quickly? Are you planning to let us die here? The 7-star soldier-level martial warrior shouted again. Shut up, Wang Teng retorted coldly. You, the 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, was furious. Wang Teng didn't have the time to care about her. His mind was working at full speed. There's one more possibility. The Wolf King isn't the strongest of the wolf pack. This situation was unbelievable. Survival of the fittest had always been the rule in the world of star beasts. Their king must be the most powerful of their kind. That was how it could lead them to survive in this brutal environment. It was impossible for a weakling to become the king. Unless one of them possessed a special talent the others didn't have. Even so, how can I find it? Wang Teng felt his head spinning. He thought that he would be able to find the strongest Wolf King using his spiritual sight. But he met this unexpected special situation. Chapter 433, Wolf King Reign. The pack of wolves attacked the martial warriors fiercely. They seemed famished. Even if this bone was a little hard to bite, they were unwilling to give up. Gale wolves were known for their speed. They were already hard to deal with, but now they had the advantage of numbers too. Even a tiger was afraid of a pack of wolves. This showed how terrifying a pack of bloodthirsty wolves was. The human martial warriors kept retreating as they fought against the 100 wolves. Many of them were already injured. The 7-star soldier-level martial warrior was indignant at Wang Teng's negligence, but she couldn't do anything. Wang Teng ignored her completely. This bastard! Xie Kuya gritted her teeth in anger. She cursed Wang Teng 1,000 times in her heart. Most of her subordinates were injured, so they might not be able to withstand it for long. If someone died, she wouldn't have the face to be their leader anymore. She begged her family to give her this chance to participate in this mission. She thought it would be an opportunity for her to realize her ambition and prove to everyone that she wasn't a delicate and weak young miss. Her family would only recognize her and look at her straight in the face if she displayed adequate ability. This was the only way for her to grasp her own fate, but now all her hopes were dashed. Suddenly, Xie Wei saw 3 Gale wolves pouncing on her subordinate. He was about to get bitten and eaten by them. Her expression changed, and she wanted to help him. However, the 6-star Gale wolves around her turned into lingering shadows and surrounded her. She was unable to break free, get off. Xie Wei turned anxious. She screamed and slashed her long sword at one of the Gale wolves in anger. A flash of contempt flashed past in the Gale wolf's eyes. It swung its claws, shooting out several wind blades. With a few loud clangs, they shattered the sword glow flying towards it. A few wind blades flew towards Xie Shui. However, Xie ignored them and waved her long sword frantically. Sword glow flashed through the air as she tried to get out of the encirclement. Slash. The wind blade cut a few wounds on her body. Fresh blood spurted out. Why did this woman suddenly turn crazy? Wang Teng was searching for the traces of the Wolf King when he saw this scene. He frowned. He thought of something and looked in the direction where Xie Shui was staring. He understood at once. The next moment, 3 crimson glows bolted out from his finger and landed accurately on the 3 Gale wolves. The 3 Gale wolves died on the spot before they had the chance to dodge. Xie Wei was staggered. It's him. The person who saved her subordinate was the fellow who had been standing indifferently at the side. Xie Wei never expected this. Also, he was so powerful, he killed 3 Gale wolves in a single attack. She could do it too, but not in such a relaxed manner. This meant that the other party's ability was higher than hers. However, this person seemed conflicting. When she asked him for help, he refused. When she didn't call him, he helped her subordinate voluntarily. Xie Wei was getting confused by this young man. Wang Teng didn't notice Xie Wei's gaze after saving the soldier. He continued looking for the Wolf King. That was the pressing matter. However, he had also realized that he shouldn't underestimate the ability of this pack of Gale wolves. Thus, he paid some attention to the safety of his subordinates. As their leader, he didn't want to follow behind them like their nanny, but he mustn't let them die in this insignificant battle. Wang Teng's spiritual power was strong enough to cover the entire battleground. Hence, he was able to immediately detect anyone in danger and lend them a helping hand. With his addition, the pressure on the human martial warriors dropped tremendously. Their morale was boosted, and they started charging towards the Gale wolves once again. In the blink of an eye, numerous Gale wolves were killed by the human martial warriors. An idea popped up in Wang Teng's mind. He slapped his forehead in frustration. He was so stupid. Why wasn't he using his spiritual power? It was the simplest method. Was he stupid? The Wolf King was able to command the pack, so its intelligence must be high. In that case, its spirit attribute would most likely surpass its companions. Wang Teng believed that the Wolf King wouldn't be able to escape the radar of his spiritual power. The next instant, a mighty spiritual power seeped out from his forehead and spread to the surroundings. As expected, a few moments later, Wang Teng noticed something amiss among the Gale wolves to his left. Gotcha. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He disappeared on the spot and abruptly appeared beside a 5-star Gale wolf. He slammed his palm down. The Gale wolves around him roared in anger and pounced on Wang Teng. Wang Teng snorted. Force surged out of his body, throwing the Gale wolves around him into the air. During this time, his palm didn't stop. It landed on the body of the Gale wolf. Bang! Blood flowed down the nose, eyes, ears, and mouth of the Gale wolf. Before it could howl in pain, it died. Howl. The Gale wolves around them trembled. They looked in Wang Teng's direction in unplanned unison and howled solemnly as they looked up at the night sky. Indeed, this is the Wolf King. Wang Teng smiled as he looked at the ground. After the Wolf King died, a few attribute bubbles had dropped there. Spiritual Realm Spirit 50, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 60, Wind Force 212, Wolf King Rain 1, blank attribute 75. Wang Teng was surprised after he picked up the attribute bubbles. He couldn't help but feel a little astounded. Spiritual Realm, Spirit and Enlightenment. This Wolf King is indeed special also, he muttered in his heart before examining the changes in his attributes panel. In the battle technique row, a special technique had appeared. It was the Wolf King Rain. This was most likely why Gale Wolf was able to become the Wolf King. It was all thanks to this talent. Without it, the other 6-star Gale wolves wouldn't be willing to follow it. Well, even the other 5-star Gale wolves might not want to listen to it. After Wang Teng received the Wolf King Rain, a hint of joy flashed past his eyes. This skill was not bad. He had the Wolf King Rain now, so it meant that he had the ability to reign over the wolf pack. Furthermore, the Wolf King Rain was considered a spirit-type skill. The higher his spiritual power, the stronger his control over wolf-type star beasts. Coincidentally, Wang Teng's spiritual power was indomitable. At this moment, the Gale wolves were howling and roaring ferociously at him after they saw him killing their Wolf King. Hatred appeared in their eyes. They bared their fangs, eager to charge at him and bite him to death to take revenge for their king. Wang Teng wasn't afraid. A green light flashed in his eyes, and spiritual power flowed out. Wolf King Rain. The Gale wolves in the area froze. Thereafter, the weaker ones lowered their heads and grunted in low tones to show their submissiveness to Wang Teng. Only a few 6-star Gale wolves didn't get influenced by him. They hesitated for a moment and slowly stepped back, wishing to escape. Wang Teng wouldn't let them leave, though. He increased the spiritual power he had placed on the Wolf King Rain. Grunt, the 6-star Gale wolves lowered their heads instantly. They didn't dare to move anymore. What's going on? Everyone was baffled when they saw this scene, chapter 434. This leader is not bad. A strange and bemused scene appeared in the forest. A pack of Gale wolves was bowing to a human. They seemed to be expressing their submission. What on earth was going on? Everyone was bewildered, feeling at a loss. A figure walked over and glanced at the Wolf King on the ground. She then looked at Wang Teng in confusion and asked, "What did you do?" Wang Teng glanced at the other party and immediately recognized her. She was the 7-star soldier-level martial warrior from earlier. He remembered how she hastened him continuously in a harsh tone, so he looked at her coldly and replied to her in an indifferent tone. "Please use your brain next time. It's useless to charge without an aim. Don't you know that you should capture the boss if you want to destroy the entire gang?" Xie felt her chest hurting from anger. Wang Teng ignored her. The Wolf King is dead. The wolf pack isn't a threat anymore. Everyone exchanged glances with one another and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, they still kept their distance from the Gale Wolves to prevent provoking them again. Leader Ice Wind, Black Widow, and the rest of his team hurried over. They saluted and stood behind him. "Is anyone injured?" Wang Teng asked. "Only 5 of us suffered small injuries. It isn't a big deal. The rest of us have exhausted too much force, so we need some time to recuperate." Icewind summarized the situation. Wang Teng nodded. "We'll rest here so that you can restore your force." "Yes, sir," everyone replied. "These Dan pills have better medicinal effects. Distribute them to the injured soldiers." Wang Teng took out 2 bottles of healing medicine from his space ring and tossed them to Icewind. We've all prepared our own healing medicine." Wang Teng stopped him before he could continue. "Open it first." Icewind opened the bottle cap curiously. When he smelled the fragrance of the Dan, his expression changed. "Let me thank you on their behalf," Icewind said sincerely. "Quickly, stop dawdling. If you waste my time, I'll hold you responsible." Wang Teng smiled as he scolded him. Icewind also smiled under the mask. He made his move and hurriedly distributed the Dan medicines to the injured soldiers. Black Widow, who was behind him, glanced at Wang Teng after hearing their conversation. This leader is not bad. Before this, they accepted Wang Teng because of his ability. Now they followed him because they felt something different. Wang Teng didn't know what they were thinking. He just didn't want to waste too much time. He sat down cross-legged under a big tree and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual power. The attribute bubbles dropped during the battle just now flew towards him. Wind Force 30, Wind Force 15, Blank Attribute 30, Earth Force 10, Wood Force 25, Wind Force 36, Spirit 15. Wang Teng's greatest gain was the Wind Force and Blank attributes from the Gale Wolves. There were relatively fewer of the other forces. In total, he received 632 points of Wind Force and 560 Blank attributes. Wind Force 1356, 3000, 5-star Blank attribute 502. There Wang Teng's Wind Force was still at 5-star, but the number had increased. He was getting closer to the 6-star level, but he still found it a little slow. Wind Force wasn't commonly seen. He glanced at the Gale Wolves around him unconsciously as this thought entered his mind. If he killed all the Gale Wolves, he should be able to harvest another round of Wind Forces. Would it be enough for him to advance to the 6-star soldier level? The Gale Wolves suddenly shivered. The hairs on their bodies stood up as if they had felt a strong killing intent engulfing them. The 6-star Gale Wolves looked around them vigilantly. Who is it? Which bastard is eyeing us? Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He threw this thought out of his mind and waved at the 6-star Gale Wolves. The Gale Wolves hesitated for a moment before they lowered their heads and strutted towards him. "Leader?" Black Widow stood up, her eyes focused on the Gale Wolves. "Don't worry, don't be so nervous. Sit back." Wang Teng waved his hand. Black Widow remembered how the Gale Wolves had bowed to Wang Teng. She pondered for a moment and took a step back. However, she was still on her guard in case the wolves attacked Wang Teng. The Gale Wolves seemed to sense the enmity from Black Widow and the other soldiers. They glanced at the human martial warriors, but due to Wang Teng's Wolf King reign, they didn't attack them. They arrived in front of Wang Teng obediently and squatted down. Wang Teng stroked the head of a Gale Wolf. The texture is not bad. If he didn't get the Wolf King reign, if these Gale Wolves weren't useful for his future plans, he might have slapped them to death. Black Widow was startled when she saw how obedient the Gale Wolves were. She couldn't control her curiosity and asked, "Leader, how did you do it?" "I'm wise, amazing, and outstanding. It's only natural that these Gale Wolves will submit to me after seeing me. They have decided that they will follow me from now on." Wang Teng started spouting nonsense in a righteous tone. Black Widow rolled her eyes. She never knew that her leader was such a shameless person. "You don't believe me. You can ask it yourself." Wang Teng pointed at the Gale Wolf in front. The Gale Wolf stared at him absent-mindedly. "What do I know? Hurry up and tell her whether you think I'm wise, amazing, and outstanding." Wang Teng glared at the wolf. "Howl." The Gale Wolf immediately got frightened. Its furry ears drooped as it nodded instantly. Black Widow, childish. "Why are you threatening a wolf?" Xie Huia walked over and said with disdain, "If I'm not wrong, they temporarily bowed to you because you killed the Wolf King. After some time, they will naturally run back into the forest. So, at least they listen to me now." Wang Teng didn't explain himself. He just sniggered in delight anyway. He loved how these people came up with their own stories. He didn't need to give them any explanations, and they would find excuses for him instead. That simplified matters. Shai Huaye looked at the obedient Gale Wolf in front of Wang Teng and felt envious. However, she didn't show it. She scoffed. "Which troop are you? What troop? We're free martial warriors. We don't belong to any troop." Wang Teng played dumb. Shi Wei's face turned black. Did he think she was an idiot? She immediately took out a token and threw it to Wang Teng. "We're from Star Universe Troop. You can believe me now." Wang Teng flipped the token and threw it to Black Widow. After she nodded, he said, "May I know what you want?" Shi Wei noticed that he still didn't admit his identity, but she didn't dawdle over it. When she spoke again, her voice was soft, as if she was embarrassed. Many of my men are injured. I saw that your healing den has better effects. Can you lend me some?" "Oh," Wang Teng emphasized his reply. He smiled at her ambiguously and asked, "So you're here to borrow some dan from me. However, you were so fierce just now. Why should I give them to you?" Chapter 435. So it's not enough. I need to add money. Xie Ye didn't expect Wang Teng to be so straightforward. He didn't give her any leeway at all. Her expression froze instantly. "What do you want?" "I don't want anything. I just don't like your attitude." Wang Teng smiled. "As a man, how can you be so narrow-minded?" Xie Wei raged. Wang Teng didn't mind. He found a comfortable position and leaned against the Gale Wolf. He said lightheartedly, "You're right. I am narrow-minded. Who says that a man can't be narrow-minded?" "You're shameless." Xie Wei glared at Wang Teng. She was born with a silver spoon, so she had never experienced such a treatment before. Wang Teng glanced at her in surprise. He smiled and said, "Wow, you know me well. You've pointed out another one of my merits." Xie Guia was speechless. Helplessness wafted into her heart as she looked at Wang Teng. At this moment, Wang Teng took out a bottle of healing medicine. He opened the cap and allowed the fragrance of the herbs to spread out. Then he sniffed the air and gave an irritating and mesmerized expression. "This smells so good." Xie Guia's expression turned ugly. She wanted to press this young man on the ground and beat him up. However, she knew that she couldn't do it. She couldn't anger Wang Teng anymore when she remembered her injured subordinates. She could use normal healing medicine, but their effect couldn't be compared to Wang Teng's dans. She had observed his men just now. The wounds of those who consumed the dans were almost healed by now. She knew that only the high-class dans made from advanced-stage alchemists had this effect. Normal healing dans were nothing compared to them. She must recover the strength of her team as much as she could for the war in Star Maple City later. With the current state of her subordinates, they wouldn't be of much help even if they rushed to Star Maple City. This wasn't what she wanted. Shakweya wanted to perform well during the battle. She wasn't willing to give up so easily. Hence, the healing medicine in Wang Teng's hand was her only hope. She gritted her teeth and murmured, "I'm sorry." Wang Teng was startled, based on her previous actions. It wasn't hard to see that this young lady was an arrogant and demanding person. People like her rarely lowered their heads, yet she apologized. Wang Teng looked at her with interest. He twirled his pupils and said, "You've already apologized, so it will seem unreasonable if I hoard onto it. Really," Xie was delighted. She was expecting him to make things difficult for her, but Wang Teng let her off so easily. She continued hurriedly, "Are you willing to lend me the healing medicine?" "Of course. I always mean what I say," Wang Teng nodded. Xie was touched. This fellow wasn't that evil, but what? Xie's hair R stopped beating again. "But I only have a limited number of healing dans on me. I prepared it for myself and the people around me, so if I lend them to you, there might not be enough for me." Wang Teng pretended to be in a dilemma. Shi Weiya hesitated. She knew that Wang Teng's worry was reasonable. However, she needed those healing medicines badly. "Also, you should know that the effects of my healing dans are many times better than normal healing medicine. I spent a lot of time and money on them," Wang Teng continued. Icewind and Black Widow felt strange after hearing what he said. For some reason, there seemed to be a hidden meaning behind his words. Xie wasn't stupid. She understood Wang Teng's intention. He was trying to rob her. This bastard, to think she took him as a generous person. Now, it looked like she was thinking too much. "Tell me directly, what do I have to do to let you give me the medicine?" Xie suppressed her anger forcefully and snorted. "That'll depend on the price you're willing to give." Wang Teng smiled and replied, "I'll buy your healing medicine at twice the market price. However, I don't have that many force stones on me. I'll pay you back when we reach Star Maple City." Xie gritted her teeth and said, "So your subordinates are only worth this much in your heart?" Wang Teng shook his head. "Don't be outrageous." Xie's face turned black. This bastard was evil. He wanted to loot a burning house. But he made it sound so righteous. He even brought out her subordinates to condemn her. Despicable. Am I wrong? You aren't even willing to fork out this little money. What right do you have to be their leader? I'm different. I'm extremely generous to my men. I give them expensive dans without batting an eyelid," Wang Teng said confidently. Icewind and Black Widow knew that Wang Teng was teasing Xie Weiya, but when they heard him praising himself, their faces turned warm. They felt embarrassed 3 times. The muscles on Xie Weiya's face twitched as she called out in anger. Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. "You can't bear to part with your money even in the face of life and death. Your subordinates are hurt quite badly. If they go on the battlefield like this, their survival rate will be less than 30%. Xue felt that she was going crazy. Why did she meet such a treacherous and scheming fellow? 4 times. Why are you so impatient? I'm sure you want to achieve something in Star Maple City, right?" Wang Teng looked at her with a meaningful gaze. He took out a few bottles of healing medicine and laid them out in a row. At this crucial moment, Icewind and Black Widow wanted to stop him. They had witnessed the healing effect of this medicine, so they didn't want it to land in the hands of outsiders. Mind you, on the battlefield, these Dan medicines could save a life. The other party was unrelated to them. No matter what high price she offered, they felt that it wasn't worth selling it. However, these healing dans belonged to Wang Teng, so they had no right to say anything. They could only smile bitterly in their hearts. Xue thought that he had agreed to the deal. She beamed with joy and stretched her hand out to take the bottles. Bang! Wang Teng slapped her hand away. "What are you doing? I'm not done yet." The back of her hands turned red. Xie Weiya rubbed her hand and gasped in pain. "This bastard was vicious," she complained. "I've already given you 4 times the price. What else do you want? Young miss, think big. What's 4 times when you compare these Dan medicines with military exploits? It's really not enough. You need to add money." Xue took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. She knew that she would have to fork out a huge sum of money today, so she said coldly, "Stop beating around the bush. How much are you willing to sell me?" Cough, Wang Teng coughed and scratched the mask on his face. He said, "Well, at least 10 times the price." Gasp! Exclamations were heard all around him. This young man was too ruthless, 10 times the price. Where did he get the guts to say that? Everyone stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. Even Icewind and Black Widow, who felt that the healing medicine was extremely important and shouldn't be given to others, felt that 10 times the price was atrocious. 10 times. Shi Wei's eyes widened in shock. She cried out in alarm, "Why don't you just rob me?" She looked at Wang Teng's cat mask. It was a little cute, but to her it looked like a devil now. "It's all right if you don't want it. I won't force you." Wang Teng wanted to keep the bottles. "Wait." Shi Wei stopped him anxiously. Under Wang Teng's gaze, she said hesitantly, "Can't it be cheaper? 10 times is too much. No." Wang Teng shook his head indifferently. Shi Wei sensed no chance of bargaining from Wang Teng's tone. She was left with no choice. She gritted her teeth and said, "All right, 10 times. Well then, sign this." Wang Teng took out a piece of white paper and a pen from his space ring and placed them in front of her. Sign what? Xie Ye was puzzled. Weren't they talking about a transaction? Why did he ask her to sign suddenly? This young miss seems stupid. Wang Teng gave her a, "Are you an idiot?" look and said impatiently, "My healing medicine is precious. You can't just agree verbally. What if you turn your back on me? You need to sign this IOU. I'm the young miss." Wang Teng's gaze made her uncomfortable. She turned angry from embarrassment. However, she stopped herself halfway and sneered, "You're doubting my sincerity and questioning my morals." She grabbed the paper and wrote 2 lines on it. Then she signed her name. She wiped her thumb on her wound, staining it with blood. She pressed it on the paper forcefully. "Take it. That's right. Putting it on paper is the safest way." Wang Teng looked at the content of the IOU and nodded his head in satisfaction. "Xie, your name's not bad." He didn't say the next part of the sentence, "You're just a little stupid." Xie didn't want to speak to him anymore. She took the medication and walked away furiously. She returned to her subordinates and distributed the healing medicine immediately. Is this that healing medicine? Indeed, the effects are amazing. The soldiers were elated after they ate the dans and felt the changes to their injuries. Xie heaved a sigh of relief. The medicine was a little expensive, but the effects were real. A smile appeared at the edge of her lips. It was a relieved smile, as well as the smile of a poor woman. It was seriously expensive. After Xie walked away, Icewind asked, "The Star Universe troop belongs to the Xingwu continent. Will they become hostile to us because of this?" "Don't worry. The higher authorities will not bother about such small matters," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Sir, I don't think you're a stingy person." "Why did you treat her that way?" Black Widow asked curiously. "The world is a cruel place. It's not hard to tell that that young lady comes from an elite family. She doesn't have much experience and speaks rashly. If I don't teach her a lesson, she will cause trouble in the future." Wang Teng smiled. "Also, don't you think it's fun to tease her?" "Sir, I didn't know you had such a hobby," Icewind said helplessly. "What are you saying? Do I look like that kind of person?" "I'm doing it for her sake." Wang Teng glared at him. After resting for half an hour, Wang Teng got up and gathered everyone. "It's time to leave." "Yes, sir," replied everyone. "Time is tight. I'm not sure if we can arrive before the allocated time." Icewind frowned. "We will," Wang Teng replied firmly. He looked at the Gale Wolves around him. The Gale Wolves stood up and howled. "Get on the horses, I mean wolves," Wang Teng shouted. He took the lead and leaped onto a 6-star Gale Wolf. These Gale Wolves were all half as tall as a human. They were large so they could be used as their mounts. Also, they were fast. They were the best candidates to zoom through the forest. The other martial warriors were enlightened. With the help of these Gale Wolves, they might be able to reach the city before the deadline. Icewind and Black Widow scanned the wolves. The 6-star Gale Wolves were staring at them maliciously, so they took a step back and chose 5-star Gale Wolves to sit on. The Gale Wolves roared in a low tone. They seemed unwilling, but under Wang Teng's Wolf King reign, they remained obedient and didn't resist. The other martial warriors were in a dilemma, however. When they saw this scene, they stopped hesitating and climbed onto the backs of the Gale wolves. "Let's go," Wang Teng ordered. The Gale wolves shot out. Wind force enveloped their bodies as they galloped at the speed of the wind and turned into lingering shadows in the night sky. In the distance, Xie Shuiya looked at them enviously. That bastard had many incredible tricks up his sleeve. Actually, she wanted to ask Wang Teng to bring them along, but she threw this idea away when she recalled his methods. She couldn't afford to give him any more money. "Never mind, it's all right to be a little late, leader. There are many lone Gale wolves. Why didn't you ask them to bring us along?" One of her subordinates touched her tender spot. "Shuiya, leader, you must have a good relationship with their leader, right? They even lent us these precious medicines," another of her subordinates said. "That's right. Their leader is a kind person. He saved us and lent us his dance." Shuiya felt the corners of her lips twitch. To hell with a kind person. That was a wolf in sheep's clothing outside Star Maple City. In a certain part of the forest, dawn was arriving and the sky was at its darkest. Kong Li and Yuan Xuan had already arrived and gathered at the prearranged location. "Did you have a smooth journey?" Niu Li asked. "Everything is good on my side. We didn't encounter any trouble." Kong Li shrugged. "Me too," Yuan Xuan replied. Niu Li nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a figure landed from the sky. Niu Li and the others were stunned when they saw the person's face. They saluted hurriedly and greeted with respect. "Chief Commander." This person was Dan Teishuan. She nodded and scanned the crowd. Then she frowned and asked, "Where is Wang Teng? He hasn't arrived yet," Niu Li said. "That fellow is late. Where did he run to this time?" Dan Teishuan wondered curiously. Everyone was speechless. No matter how cheeky Wang Teng was, he wouldn't fool around at this important juncture. The chief commander didn't seem to trust her disciple very much. "Huh?" Dan Teishuan exclaimed softly. She turned and looked at the left side of the forest. Chapter 436. Green with Envy. Niu Li and the others were confused when they saw Dan Teishuan staring into the depths of the pitch-black forest suddenly. They turned to take a look too, but they didn't see anything. The three of them exchanged glances with one another. Niu Li asked cautiously, "Chief Commander, did something happen?" They would have been on alert when they noticed anything amiss. However, since Dan Teishuan was here, they chose to ask her first. Of course, they would have to sense the danger first. "That brat is here," Dan Teishuan smiled. "Wang Teng." The three officers understood instantly. The chief commander would only call one person like that. It was Wang Teng. No one else had this treatment. Yuan Xuan was full of jealousy. Dan Teishuan stopped talking. She placed her hands behind her back and waited quietly. Niu Li and the others waited for a moment, but there was still no sight of Wang Teng. They were astounded. Their chief commander was able to sense Wang Teng at such a distance. Was this how frighteningly powerful a general stage martial warrior was? At this moment, the sound of strong winds echoed from the depth of the forest. A gale blew against their faces. Where did this wind come from? Yuan Xuan frowned, then he felt something, and his expression changed. This isn't right. Kong Li and Niu Li felt it too. Suddenly, the sound of air getting compressed was heard, rapidly closing on them. It was extremely faint, so they might not have discovered it if they weren't powerful enough. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next moment, countless green lights lit up in the forest. Many shadows broke free from the darkness and landed quietly in front of everyone. Gale wolves, Niu Li and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They saw something unbelievable and were awestruck. More than 100 lofty wolves were scattered around them, exuding a ruthless vibe. They glanced around them with blood-curdling gazes. It wasn't hard to tell that they weren't kind wolves. The military martial warriors went on guard upon witnessing this scene. If there weren't people wearing masks sitting on some of the Gale wolves, they might have attacked them already. "Huh! Everyone is here. a voice broke the silence. Wang Teng! Niu Li and the others regained their senses and looked at the person who spoke. What is going on? Where did these gale wolves come from? You managed to tame them. Kong Li was dumbstruck. She bombarded Wang Teng with a series of questions. Yuan Xuan's eyes were filled with bewilderment, too. His pupils twirled furiously in his eyes as he looked at Wang Teng. You asked so many questions. Which one should I answer first? Wang Teng wasn't expecting this huge reaction from them. He seemed to have made quite a splash. All right, stop standing there. You're the slowest. Get over here quickly. Dan Teishuan barked. Master, why are you here? Wang Teng was startled. He hurriedly climbed down the gale wolf and ran over obediently. Nonsense. If I don't come, who are you going to take your orders from? Dan Teishuan glared at Wang Teng. So what happened? Where did you get this pack of gale wolves? She was stunned, too. Mind you, it was extremely difficult to tame wild beasts, especially adult wild beasts. They possessed intelligence and were stubbornly arrogant. It was almost impossible to train and tame them. However, Wang Teng managed to bring this huge bunch of gale wolves back, and from the looks of it, they listened to him well. But as the chief commander of a troop and Wang Teng's master, she needed to maintain the poise of a master and the demeanor of an elder. She mustn't get surprised so easily. She must hold it in. Oh, this is what happened. Wang Teng immediately told them what he met on his way here. In the end, he concluded these gale wolves might have recognized me as their new wolf king because I killed the previous one. Kong Li and the others perked up their ears and listened. After Wang Teng finished speaking, their expressions turned strange. Why was this fellow able to meet such events all the time? He was so lucky. This was a normal traveling mission, but he managed to abduct a pack of wolves back. Why couldn't they encounter such good things? However, they also knew how difficult it was to kill the Wolf King when there was a huge pack of wolves attacking them. If they were in Wang Teng's situation, they might have fled. Moreover, Wang Teng's team had remained unscathed. This was another level of difficulty. They admitted that they would be unable to achieve the same feat. Was this fellow really so strong? It was hard to see through him. You're lucky. Dan Teishuan glanced at Wang Teng meaningfully. Only she knew whether she believed him or not. Wang Teng felt a little guilty by her gaze. He manufactured an innocent expression and met Dan Teishuan's eyes with a naive look. He was an Oscar winner now. Dan Teishuan felt her hair standing. She lowered her head speechlessly. What kind of weird disciple did she take in? She glared at Wang Teng before saying, You did well by saving the soldiers from Star Universe Troop. The war is imminent. We can't afford to lose a single man. Wang Teng kept his expression and said seriously, It's my duty. Dan Teishuan nodded. She dropped this topic and asked, What do you plan to do with the Gale Wolves? I plan to let the Gale Wolves collaborate with my subordinates, forming a Gale Wolves cavalry, Master. What do you think? Wang Teng replied. Icewind and the other subordinates were chuffed. No wonder Wang Teng asked them to familiarize themselves with the Gale Wolves quickly on their way here. He had this plan in mind all along. If they were to have a Gale Wolf as their mount, their strength on the battlefield would increase exponentially. This was a good thing. It suits me fine, Dan Teishuan replied. Since the Gale Wolves listen to you, you can be the decision-maker. Wang Teng nodded. He spoke to his subordinates. Get familiar with your wolves based on the current arrangement. What about the remaining Gale Wolves? Kong Li asked hopefully. Her eyes were shining. Niu Li and Yuan Xuan looked at Wang Teng instantly. They were green with envy when they saw that he had a Gale Wolf as his mount. There were more than 100 Gale Wolves, so Wang Teng's team only used less than half of them. It wouldn't be too much to ask him to give them the rest of the wolves, right? They were on the same side. It made more sense to let them reap the benefits instead of giving them to another troop. The remaining Gale Wolves can be distributed evenly to the other 3 teams. Wang Teng smiled. Of course, Senior Kong Li can choose first. Ha ha! As expected of my beloved junior brother, I'll remember your kindness." Kong Li sniggered and glanced at Yuan Xuan and Niu Li proudly. Then she ordered her subordinates to claim their Gale Wolf. "This is unfair." Niu Li and Yuan Xuan looked at Wang Teng bitterly. When they noticed his indifference, they turned and looked at Dan Taishuan, hoping that their chief commander would administer justice. "I think it's all right. As a student from Hanghai, we should help each other," Dan Taishuan chirped the two officers. Chapter 437. Dan Taishuan feels different today. Ha 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 ha. Kong Li burst out laughing. Niu Li and Yuan Xuan were on the brink of tears. They felt that they got abandoned by the entire world. In the end, they were the outsiders. How saddening. Wang Teng shook his head and smiled when he saw their expressions. "Come on. Are you planning to snatch from a lady? Sai, talk is cheap. You can make irresponsible remarks because your subordinates have already chosen their mount," Niu Li replied. "What can I do? I was the one who tamed the Gale wolves," Wang Teng smirked. "All right, you can stay here and choose your mounts slowly. Afterward, get familiar with the wolves. Don't leave before your mission comes. Keep hidden and don't expose yourselves." "Wang Teng, follow me," Dan Taishuan said. She rose into the air after she finished speaking. "Where are we going?" Wang Teng asked curiously, as he chased after his master promptly. Niu Li and the others glanced at one another when they saw the two of them flying away. Their gazes were ambiguous. "Looking at the direction, Chief Commander is bringing Wang Teng to Star Maple City," Niu Li said. "She's giving favored treatment to Wang Teng. I'm so envious." "I wish I could be Chief Commander's disciple," Kong Li complained. "You're thinking too much." Yuan Xuan sneered. "Why can't I think about it?" Kong Li glared at him. "Chief Commander is our Hanghai's principal. I'm half her disciple too. Tisk, I'm not going to waste my time with you. Hurry up and choose your Gale wolves." "We're still waiting for you," Yuan Xuan scorned. Wang Teng followed Dan Taishuan and asked, "Are we going to Star Maple City?" "Just follow me." "Why are you asking so much?" Dan Taishuan glanced at him. Suddenly she smiled. "Your mask is not bad. Don't let me find out who played this bad joke on me. If not," Wang Teng got angry the moment he remembered the mask. If not, Dan Taishuan smiled at him ambiguously. "Master, are you the one who found this mask?" Wang Teng asked curiously, his heart skipping a beat. "Of course," Dan Taishuan nodded and admitted it directly. "I specially designed this for my beloved disciple, but you're so ungrateful. This is depressing." Wang Teng stared at Dan Taishuan in shock. In the past, he would never have imagined that Dan Taishuan had designed this mask. "How bored are you? You're a chief commander, but you went to design a mask? Seriously? Also, what do you mean by beloved disciple? Wasn't he always the good-for-nothing? When did he advance to become her beloved disciple? Did he hold such an important position in her heart?" He felt so overwhelmed by the flattery and honor that a chill went up to his spine. Wang Teng took a few steps back and asked carefully, "Can you speak properly?" "Go away. Anyway, Master, how did you know I would get this mask?" Wang Teng asked. "Because you're my beloved disciple." "I believed that you would choose the strongest team," Dan Taishuan said blatantly. "Can you not call me your beloved disciple?" "I feel scared." Wang Teng was in a dilemma. "Have I been too gentle recently?" Dan Taishuan squinted, a dangerous gaze shooting out of her eyes. "Cough. Actually, I'm thankful for your trust," Wang Teng said weakly. "That's more like it. All you need to do is to accept the gift your master gave you, my beloved disciple." Dan Taishuan nodded in satisfaction. Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. He could feel his blood running cold. There was something wrong with Dan Taishuan today. She kept calling him her beloved disciple. Was she preparing to kill him and change to a new disciple because she didn't like him anymore? Maybe she was being sarcastic. That's right, that must be it. Master is an evil person. Wang Teng let his thoughts run wild. He felt uneasy. This was so scary. After some time, a city appeared in front of them. Dan Taixuan hid her presence so no one detected her. She landed in the city with Wang Teng. The environment in the city was different from what Wang Teng expected. It was exceptionally calm. It seemed no different from a typical day. "Do you find it weird?" Dan Taixuan smiled and asked, "A little." Wang Teng nodded. "It's nothing. Until the last moment, everything inside the city will run as usual," Dan Taixuan explained. Wang Teng guessed the reason they had been cautious all this while. Even when they entered the city, Dan Taixuan hid her aura. She was afraid of alerting the dark apparitions. It might seem impossible that dark apparitions could appear here, but they would have other ways of collecting information within the city. "Let's go. I'll bring you to meet a few people," Dan Taixuan said. "Who?" Wang Teng asked. "You'll know once you see them." "My lovely disciple, please don't embarrass your master." Dan Taixuan smiled. "If not, you're dead." "Wang Teng, it's here. It's here. As expected, she had a motive. Don't worry, I'll perform well and not embarrass you." Wang Teng nodded firmly. "That's good." Dan Taixuan smiled and rubbed the back of his head. Wang Teng shuddered, his head turning numb. "This is frightening." The layout of Star Maple City adopted the classic military style. However, it was different from Black Sparrow City and Crimson Tiger City. The architecture of the buildings had the influence of the Xingwu continent. However, it seemed to have referred to Earth's military cities for their layout. You could faintly see the shadow of the other military cities here. The Xingwu continent had also been influenced by Earth over the years. The two of them passed through many streets and finally arrived at a 3-level octagon tower in the middle of the city. "This is the Central Command Center of Star Maple City," Dan Taixuan introduced nonchalantly. Wang Teng raised his head. This building was interesting. They stepped into the building. The guards at the side recognized Dan Taixuan and placed their fists on their chest as they bowed to her slightly. This was the military salute of the Xingwu continent. Dan Taixuan nodded. She brought Wang Teng all the way to the 3rd level. The moment they entered the lobby, they saw a huge model of Star Maple City placed in the middle of the room. The panorama layout of the city floated above the model. Many people were standing around the model, debating in loud voices. There were also a few people wearing black-red military uniforms, standing at the side helplessly. When they saw Dan Taixuan walking in, a refined-looking middle-aged man said, "Taixuan, you're back." His eyes lit up when he saw her. "How's the situation?" Dan Taixuan glanced at the people who were arguing. "There's no conclusion yet." The refined-looking man shook his head. Then he noticed Wang Teng and asked in surprise, "This is my disciple." Dan Taixuan replied. Wang Teng wasn't interested in their conversation. Instead, all his attention was on the people who were quarreling. No, his attention was on the huge attribute bubbles beside them. Chapter 438, Accidentally Upgrade to Master Level. Rune Knowledge 88. Rune Knowledge 67. Spiritual Realm Spirit 30. Spiritual Realm Spirit 42. Rune Knowledge 10101. Wang Teng was amazed. A second later he beamed with joy and gradually became ecstatic. He cheered in his heart. He was rich. He looked at his attributes panel. It felt like an illusion. Rune Master +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 plus a few seconds. Wang Teng's Rune Master level soared through the roof and reached the upper limit of the advanced stage. Rune Master 4000 4000. Advanced stage. All kinds of rune knowledge floated into Wang Teng's mind, and it felt swollen for a moment. As the rune knowledge merged into him, it gradually became part of his knowledge. The people hovering around the model were still arguing. As time passed, their voices were getting louder and louder. Torrents of words were hurled out of their mouths as they voiced their opinions. No one was convinced by the other. As they argued and glared at each other furiously, more attribute bubbles dropped out of their mouths. Wang Teng felt that they looked like elderly goldfish spurting bubbles. It was a funny scene. Rune Knowledge 36, Spiritual Realm Spirit 12, Rune Knowledge 20. Wang Teng immediately picked up the bubbles. His Rune Master level instantly broke through the advanced stage and reached the Master stage, Rune Master 123,000. Master. Did he accidentally upgrade to Master level? Wang Teng was surprised when his Rune Master level advanced. He felt blissful. He didn't expect to have such a massive gain after coming to this place with Dan Taishuan. Besides the growth in his Rune Master level, his spirit attribute also increased tremendously. Not only that, all the spirit attributes were in the spiritual realm. None of them was a normal spirit attribute. Spirit, 568,000, Emperor Realm. As Wang Teng's spirit attribute surged, a huge dragon seemed to be entrenched deep into his mind. Are these people all Rune Masters? Wang Teng was astounded, however, it was understandable. On such an important occasion, you would need the help of Rune Masters. As he was pondering to himself, Dan Taishuan's voice came into his ears. Wang Teng, this is General Yin Tongfang from Star Maple City. Wang Teng had only been picking attributes for a few seconds, even though it sounded very long. When he heard Dan Taishuan's introduction, he looked at the refined-looking and handsome man and saluted. General Yin. As expected of the disciple of a general. Your disciple is a fine-looking and extraordinary young man. Yin Tongfang smiled and said, Don't praise him. He's still far away from that, Dan Taishuan replied. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. As expected, this was Dan Taishuan's true face. It was all an illusion when she called him her beloved disciple just now. Yin Tongfang smiled. He just took it as her being humble from what he saw. Wang Teng was exceptional. He wasn't lying when he praised him. He changed the topic and brought the two of them into the room. He shook his head and said, These Rune Masters rarely see each other in a year. Now that they are congregated in a room, they could destroy the building with their arguments. How can they still quarrel in a situation like this? Dan Taishuan was speechless. What can we do? It's not easy to invite them. They are our bosses now. Yin Tongfang said helplessly, I went to persuade them just now and got scolded. Ha ha ha, it must be hard for you. Dan Taishuan laughed. Come, let me introduce everyone. Yin Tongfang brought Dan Taishuan and Wang Teng to the people at the side and started introducing everyone. General Dan, they just arrived, so you might not have seen them. This is General Ko Dian from Star Universe Troop. This is General Kun Shang from Giant Tree Troop. Wang Teng was in awe. These were all general stage bosses. Usually it was hard to even meet one of them, yet there were around 7 of them here. General Kun Shang from the Giant Tree Troop must be a general stage, giant race martial warrior from the Xingwu continent. He was exceptionally tall and lofty, about the same height as the 8-armed Devil General. There was also the general from the Star Universe Troop here. He had provoked his subordinates earlier. If the general found out, would he send him flying with a slap? Wang Teng felt that he had broadened his horizons after seeing so many bosses. This is Dan Taishuan from the Black Sparrow Troop. Yin Tongfang solemnly presented Dan Taishuan after introducing the local general stage martial warriors. He didn't introduce Wang Teng. No one asked either. After all, Wang Teng was just a small and unimportant figure. No matter how outstanding he was just a young man. He wasn't strong enough, so the formidable warriors wouldn't care about him. Yin Tongfang added, We could make early preparations because Dan Taishuan's subordinate had brought back this important information. If not, the consequences would have been dreadful. Everyone had already taken notice of this beautiful lady with an exceptional aura. They were observing her secretly and guessing her identity. When they heard Yin Tongfang's words, they were shocked. We must thank you. If it wasn't for your information, our empire would have suffered heavy losses and been put at a disadvantage, Cao Dian said. No one would have thought that a dark apparition spy had infiltrated the higher authorities of our troop. Kun Xiang said with his deep and loud voice, There's no need to thank me. Actually, I have to thank my disciple for getting the information. Dan Taishuan pointed at Wang Teng beside her. If he hadn't snuck into the dark apparitions camp using his special method and overheard their plan, we wouldn't have been able to discover it. Oh. They all turned to look at Wang Teng. Of course, they had already noticed this young man beside Dan Teixuan. However, his ability wasn't eye-catching, so they didn't take much notice of him. Even though Dan Teixuan specially gave Wang Teng the merits, they didn't take it to heart. How could a mere 7-star, soldier-level martial warrior discover this important information? It must have used up much manpower from the Black Sparrow troop. They thought that Dan Teixuan was helping her disciple improve his reputation, so they didn't expose her. They smiled and said a few polite words and changed the topic. Dan Teixuan knew what they were thinking, but she didn't explain. She introduced Wang Teng because she didn't want to take the credits for herself when she didn't do anything. She was just letting them know she didn't care if they believed it or not, and she didn't have to explain herself either. After exchanging some greetings, Dan Teixuan used voice transmission and asked Wang Teng, "Are you angry for getting belittled by them?" It isn't a disgrace to get looked down on by general stage martial warriors, right? Wang Teng glanced at Dan Teixuan and replied to her calmly using voice transmission. Do you have to be so mature all the time? A young man should be hot-blooded and arrogant." Dan Teixuan rolled her eyes at him. Then she pointed at the bunch of people on the other side with her chin. "Do you see those young people there? They are the disciples of some rune masters. We are planning to lay a huge rune array over Star Maple City. Remember to perform well." "So this is why you brought me here?" Wang Teng finally understood. "Anyway, why are you angry at a bunch of rune masters when you're a martial warrior?" Those rune masters are extremely conceited. They say that we're just a group of physically strong soldiers with simple brains. I'm giving them face by not teaching them a lesson personally." Dan Teixuan scoffed. What a huge grudge. Wang Teng glanced at Dan Teixuan. He wondered how bold those people were to offend this young madam. No wonder Dan Teixuan brought him here. She must have figured out his run master identity after what happened in Yang City. So she wanted him to trample those irritating young men. There was no ground for blame. The problem was he was a master stage run master now, the same level as the young men's masters. Wasn't Dan Teixuan asking him to bully them? Fortunately, he loved to bully people. He would agree immediately. When he thought of this, Wang Teng smiled and replied, "No problem. I promise that I will torment them until they question their lives." Dan Teixuan was extremely satisfied. She patted Wang Teng's shoulder as expected of my beloved disciple. Wang Teng felt weird whenever he heard Dan Teixuan speaking those two words. However, he couldn't do anything to her, so he pretended he never heard it and asked, "There are so many rune masters here. Why didn't Master Gorlin come? There should be someone coming from Yang City." The moment she finished speaking, a group of people entered the room. She smiled and continued, "Look, they are here." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He saw a few familiar figures in the crowd, one of them an old man with a white beard and hair. He immediately went forward and called out, "Master, Wang Teng." Gorlin beamed when he saw Wang Teng. "You're here too?" "Yes, I joined a troop from Earth and came for a mission," Wang Teng said. "You must be careful." Gorlin seemed worried. "This battle might be worse than the one in Yang City." "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Wang Teng consoled him. "You seem to have become more powerful." A voice was heard at the side. "Lord Yang. Principal Yang." Wang Teng greeted them. "How's Yang City?" The two of them nodded with smiles and replied, "We're still restoring the city. After some time, it will resume its prosperity." Suddenly, Wang Teng felt a gaze secretly landing on him. He turned and saw a pretty figure beside Lord Yang. "Princess, we meet again." A smile appeared on Li Rongshui's face immediately as she looked at him. Li Rongshui's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the young Ron masters. Beautiful people would always be in the spotlight, no matter where they went. Wang Teng couldn't bear Li Rongshui's gaze. He felt helpless. A handsome man had many troubles. "Lord Yang." Yin Tongfang walked over and saluted. Although they were both general stage martial warriors, Lord Yang's status was different. Even Yin Tongfang had to treat him with respect. "You're too polite." Lord Yang raised his hand. "You're late." Dan Teixuan walked over with a smile. "It's Miss Dan," Lord Yang grinned. "We don't have a choice. There are many things to attend to in Yang City." I hurried over after handing over all the matters. "Lord Yang, this way, please," Yin Tongfang said. They entered the lobby and started exchanging amenities. Gorlin chatted with Wang Teng. It had been a while since they last saw each other. "Ling Xuan didn't come?" Wang Teng glanced around and asked. "That little girl wanted to come, but I stopped her." Gorlin smiled, likely thinking of something funny. Wang Teng could imagine Su Ling Xuan's helpless and frustrated expression. He laughed and said, "Did she pull your beard? How dare she?" Gorlin widened his eyes while pretending to be angry. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this scene. Wang Teng was an earthling. Why was he so close to Gorlin? They didn't notice how Wang Teng greeted Gorlin before this. Gorlin seems to have a good relationship with Wang Teng. Yin Tongfang probed. His face was filled with surprise. "Wang Teng is Gorlin's disciple." Lord Yang smiled and answered. "Isn't he Chief Commander Dan's disciple?" Yin Tongfang glanced at Dan Teixuan in astonishment and asked. "I'm Wang Teng's martial arts master. Gorlin is his master in rune studies." Dan Teixuan smiled and replied. Everyone was dumbfounded. It wasn't an easy feat to have two masters. Moreover, both his masters were formidable characters from two different worlds, although the cooperation between the Xingwu continent and Earth had been getting closer recently. This was the first time such an event had occurred. There must be an important relationship here. Was there something special about Wang Teng? Lord Yang briefly explained Wang Teng's performance during the Yang City War. He verbally attacked a general stage dark apparition. He helped with the creation of the rune array that almost tormented the Eight Arms Devil General to death. He helped Yang City overcome the crisis and was given the title of an honorary baron. Everyone felt enlightened and thunderstruck at the same time. They had heard of the Yang City War before, but they weren't clear on the details. They didn't know that Wang Teng had played a part too. Also, the higher authorities gave an earthling the title of an honorary baron. Even if it was just an honorary baron, its significance was extraordinary. Good Lord, this quiet young man did many astonishing things. At the same time, Yin Tongfang and the others suddenly remembered what Dan Teixuan had told them just now. Did he really discover the dark apparition's plan alone and bring back the news? You might not know, but Wang Teng was the one who brought back the information this time, Yin Tongfang said with a bitter smile. "It looks like we were being judgmental." "Oh." Lord Yang was startled. He glanced at Wang Teng and smiled. "If this brat survives this ordeal, I'll ask His Majesty to record his meritorious deeds." Dan Teixuan's eyes lit up when she heard this. Wang Teng was already an honorary baron. If he climbed higher, he could become the bridge between Earth and the Xingwu continent. This was a hard-to-come-by good event for the two worlds. Wang Teng didn't know how deep Dan Teixuan was thinking. Instead, he felt a little embarrassed by what Lord Yang and the others were saying about him. Did he perform a little too outstandingly? He was so dazzling that the general stage bosses couldn't help but praise him. Yes, that was right. That must be the case. "Actually, I was just there at the right time," he said humbly. "Even so, your merits are a fact. No one can deny it." Lord Yang waved his hands. "Thank you," Wang Teng replied. Chapter 439, Using One City to Bury the Dark Apparitions. Li Rongshui stood among the crowd and looked at Wang Teng, who was chatting casually and confidently with the general stage formidable warriors. A different emotion appeared in her eyes. This fellow was truly surprising. They hadn't met for a short while, but he was still the same. He didn't change at all. Wang Teng was chatting with Lord Yang when he noticed a gaze from the corner of his eyes. His heart shuddered. Why is she looking at me with such a loving expression? He didn't do anything to Li Rongshui, right? Why was this lady being so troublesome suddenly? All kinds of thoughts appeared in Wang Teng's mind. However, he didn't reveal any of it on his face. He evaded Li Rongshui's gaze. The Roan Master arguing finally sensed Gorlin's arrival. They hurried over and shouted, Master Gorlin, you came at the right time. We picked a few arrays but haven't chosen which one to use. What do you think we should choose? Those old fellows. Gorlin shook his head and said to Wang Teng, "Come, let's go and take a look." Wang Teng nodded and followed Gorlin over. "Why are you still arguing at this time? Don't you know how serious the situation is?" Gorlin frowned the moment he went up. "It's their fault. They refused to use the waterfall heaven array I chose," a fat old man complained. "Bullshit. The waterfall heaven array has a larger coverage area, but it isn't powerful enough. How can it give the dark apparitions a lethal blow?" Another balding short elder with little hair glared at the old man. Wang Teng glanced at the short elder. His ears were pointed, and his face was covered with wrinkles. He had a long nose along with a slightly sharp chin. He should be an elder from the goblin race. He seemed old, but his temper was huge. "Carl, stop complaining about old Cha's array. Your golden ray, heaven-lock array, is good at pinning people, but it's not that powerful either. My Crimson Stormfire array is better than yours." Another runmaster joined the conversation. Seeing that they were about to start arguing again, Gorlin said hurriedly, all right, everyone. There's not much time. Let's sit down and discuss properly. Let's not waste time over these pointless arguments." The runmasters understood the situation, but this was precisely the reason why they were anxious. The more urgent the matter was, the more agitated they became, giving rise to more differing opinions. Gorlin was the oldest among them, and had the highest accomplishments in rune mastery. He was at the entrance of the Grand Master level already. Hence, the instant he opened his mouth, everyone took the opportunity to take a step back and stop this endless argument. Yin Tongfang and the other martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. "Everyone, please take a seat." Yin Tongfang guided them immediately. They all sat down around the large-scale model of the Star Maple City. The atmosphere turned tense and serious. The young men came over and stood beside their masters. Li Rongshui sat beside Lord Yang. As a princess, she enjoyed special treatment. Wang Teng glanced around him and understood his position. He knew that there was no seat for him, so he planned to stand behind Gorlin and observe the situation. Suddenly, Yin Tongfang said, "Wang Teng, you can sit beside Master Gorlin." The young men looked at him with a questioning gaze. There were envy and jealousy on their faces, too. Why? Why was he able to sit down when they couldn't? They were from the same generation, right? Of course, they only dared to complain in their hearts. In front of all the big shots, they were too scared to open their mouths. Wang Teng ignored the gazes. Since Yin Tongfang said that he could sit, he sat down directly beside Gorlin. He became the second youth who was able to sit with powerful figures. Yin Tongfang placed the complete layout of the Star Maple in front of everyone and said, "We plan to abandon Star Maple City this time. Abandon Star Maple City." Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. He was stunned. "Hence, you can do whatever you want. Try your best to arrange the most powerful rune array," Yin Tongfang said coldly with a stern face. "We will use a city to bury the dark apparitions who dared to provoke us." Many people didn't know about this plan. Thus, when they heard it, they gasped in astonishment. How determined was the Xingwu continent this time to have decided to abandon an entire city? The Roan Masters turned serious, feeling a heavy burden landing on their shoulders. They looked at each other with bitter smiles. Yin Tongfang passed the stage to the Roan Masters after he finished his speech. He didn't speak again. The Roan Masters opened their mouths, but no words came out. In the end, they looked at Gorlin. The fat elder, Cha Shu, said, "Master Gorlin, you should lead the discussion." That's right. You should do it," the others agreed readily. Gorlin shook his head with a forced smile. "You're giving me a tall hat. All right, time is tight, so I won't decline the offer." He was extremely decisive. He didn't waste time on the issue and went directly into the topic. His gaze landed on the layout of Star Maple City as he said, "Since General Yin is allowing us to do whatever we want, let's go all out." "You mean the Goblin Roan Master?" Carl asked. "Have you heard of?" Gorlin scanned the crowd before continuing slowly. Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. Everyone turned silent. Cha Shu hesitated before replying. Is it the array that is said to be able to destroy everything? The array that is known as the god of lightning? That's right. Gorlin nodded. Master is really going all out? Wang Teng glanced at Gorlin in bewilderment. He didn't expect his courtly master to have this side, too. He knew the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. It used the strength of the runes and the help of lightning rods to conduct all the lightning in the sky. It was formidable enough to obliterate anything in its path. Wang Teng recalled how Ren Qingchang used the lighting physique and made use of the power of nature to throw lightning bolts at him. He had personally experienced how strong the impact was. However, honestly, it paled in comparison with the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. But this array had its cons too. The Roan Masters glanced at one another and smiled helplessly. Master Gorlin, the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array is indomitable, but it's extremely complicated. The success rate isn't high, yet we only have one chance. This was the disadvantage Wang Teng was thinking about. How confident was his master? From what you've mentioned, the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array is powerful, but the success rate is low, Yin Tongfang asked at this moment. Yes, in terms of power, the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array is the #1 array we can arrange based on our current ability. Cha Shu said. Yin Tongfang's eyes lit up. Master Gorlin, how confident are you? With everyone's help, I'm only less than 60% confident, Gorlin said. This Yin Tongfang was in a dilemma. Chapter 440. This stupid disciple only knew how to embarrass him in front of everyone. Less than 60% is a little low, Lord Yang frowned. He was hesitant, too. One could see their determination to exterminate the dark apparitions. After all, they had decided to sacrifice an entire city. Hence, the array was extremely important. There must be no mistakes. Looking at the time, they only had one chance to lay the array. They couldn't change to another array easily if the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array failed. If that was possible, they wouldn't be in a dilemma now. Master Carl and the other Run Masters were startled when they heard Gorlin's words. Then they gave a bitter smile and said, Actually, this isn't a low probability for the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. They looked at Gorlin and sighed, as expected of Master Gorlin. You are able to have a high success rate even with such a difficult array. You're flattering me. I came up with this percentage after taking into consideration your help. If I do it alone, I'll only be 40% confident. Gorlin shook his head. Oh? Yin Tongfang and Lord Yang were surprised when they heard the other Run Masters' high praises. The Run Masters and the martial warriors were looking at the issue from two different perspectives, so their conclusion was also different. The Run Masters focused on mastery. The martial warriors were the commanders, so they only cared about the success rate. Since the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array is so powerful, why don't we take a leap of faith and give it a try? Dan Tai Xuan suggested. Yin Tongfang was still hesitant. We can have two strings to our bow. While everyone was hesitating, they heard a voice speaking slowly. They turned to look at Gorlin and then at Wang Teng beside him. This was the young man who spoke just now. Many general stage martial warriors frowned. Honestly, they didn't have any impression of him even though Lord Yang and the others thought highly of him and praised him just now. Thus, when they heard him speaking at a moment like this, they felt that he was insensible. After all, at such an important event, any opinions could affect the final result. You needed to be extremely careful with your words. The disciples of the Run Masters were flabbergasted. They turned to Wang Teng and complained in their hearts. This young lad is bold. Where did he get the guts to speak? Can't he see how serious the general stage martial warriors are and how tense the atmosphere is? However, they had to acknowledge his courage. Under such a huge and frightening pressure, he was still able to open his mouth and speak calmly. Unlike them. They didn't even dare to make a peep. No, they were just being sensible. Of course, many people were anticipating Wang Teng's response. For instance, Dan Tai Xuan, Gorlin, and Lord Yang. Lord Yang looked at him with interest and smiled. Say it. We can have two arrays. Wang Teng scanned the crowd and continued indifferently. The 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array will be the main array. Inside it, we can draw the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array to complement it. At the start, the Run Masters didn't take Wang Teng seriously, but toward the end, they felt mind blown. They went into deep thought. The martial warriors didn't know much about rune arrays, so they looked at the Rune Masters and waited for their reply, noticing how lenient Lord Yang was towards young people. A young Run Master said, "That isn't right. Based on my humble opinion, the 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array is a Thunder Element Array, while the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array is a Fire Element Array. These two arrays restrict each other instead of reinforcing each other. How can you use it as assistance? Also, creating an array in another array will increase the difficulty level. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse?" Wang Teng glanced in the direction where the voice came from. He saw a delicate young man with an extraordinary aura looking at him. He was dressed in Rune Master attire and was lean and skinny. When their eyes met, a hint of delight flashed past the young man's eyes. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and sniggered in his heart. He understood the young man's motive. He wanted to step on him and create an impression in the hearts of the powerful Rune Masters and formidable martial warriors. Young people were naturally competitive. However, if he was able to control his hands that were trembling because of his nervousness, the effects might have been better. Also, his knowledge of runes was lacking, so his rebuttal didn't hold water normally. Wang Teng wouldn't allow others to trample on him. However, this fellow was too weak. He couldn't even bother about him. Yin Tongfang and the other martial warriors were stunned once again. They glanced meaningfully at the two young men, but no one was in a hurry to open their mouths. They waited quietly for the Run Masters to speak. Li Rongshui, who was sitting beside Lord Yang, gave Wang Teng a cheeky smile. Wang Teng shook his head. This young miss was enjoying the show without any concern over the consequences. The young man was filled with jealousy when he saw this. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. "Shut up." A cold voice stopped him suddenly. "Master!" The young man was dumbstruck. He looked at the elder in front of him absent-mindedly. The elder turned and glared at him with a black face. The young Run Master was at a loss. "Don't speak if you don't know anything." The elder reprimanded him in a low voice. Then he cupped his hands and apologized to everyone. "I'm sorry. I didn't teach my disciple properly." "It's all right. It's all right. It's normal for a young man to make mistakes." "That's right. We used to be like this when we were young." The Run Masters were secretly laughing at his plight, but on the front they waved their hands and pretended to be magnanimous. The young man knew that he had just displayed his incompetence when he saw the reaction of his master and the other Run Masters. He had just embarrassed himself. He turned red and wanted to dig a hole to bury himself. He couldn't bear to stand here anymore. However, he had already made a mistake. If he stepped out of the line again, the humiliation would be worse. He couldn't help but blame his master for not giving him face. Why did he have to reprimand him in front of so many people? He didn't know that his master had already recorded his mistake in his heart. This stupid disciple only knew how to embarrass him in front of everyone. However, the young Rune Master was still confused. He went through his rebuttal again and again in his mind, but couldn't find his mistake. The 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array was a lightning element array, while the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array was a fire element array. They were not related, so they couldn't merge. If they forcefully combined these two arrays, the difficulty would only be greater. But why were the Rune Masters and his master giving that expression? Was there something magnificent about Wang Teng's plan that he didn't notice? Chapter 441, Lightning Fire Double Array. The saddest thing in the world was, before your opponent spoke, you had already made a grand exit. The young Run Master, Ni Wenguang, lowered his head. He didn't dare to look at other people. They must be mocking him. The other young Run Masters glanced at Ni Wenguang happily. They felt fortunate that they didn't speak up. If not, they would be the ones getting embarrassed. Actually, besides the younger generation and Ni Wenguang's master, Master Dong Guo, who planned to punish him after they went back, The other important figures didn't have the time to care about him. At this moment, Master Dong Guo wanted to lighten the awkward atmosphere, so he said, "Master Gorlin's disciple is indeed exceptional. This is an ingenious solution." "You're flattering him, however. I didn't expect him to be able to come up with this idea either." Gorlin remained humble, but he was beaming with happiness. "Yi wood melting fire array. Master Gorlin, your disciple's rune knowledge must be profound. It's not easy to find a complementary array for the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array among the millions of arrays present." Master Carl shook his head and commented, "When lightning strikes trees, trees will light up in flames. Your disciple extrapolated this in the arrays. He's not bound by the appearance of the arrays." "This is a rare and valuable trait," Chai Shu praised. "That's right. My disciple only looked at the appearance of the arrays and thought that they couldn't merge. Actually, the Yi wood melting fire array uses the wood force in its surroundings to stir up the fire force that powers up the array. Hence, it is linked to the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. We won't need to worry about them conflicting with each other if we add some assisting runes in." Master Dong Guo said. Ni Wenguang felt a stab in his heart once again. He almost vomited blood. He finally understood what the problem was. He had truly embarrassed himself. He gave a regretful look. At the same time, he was amazed. How did Wang Teng come up with this ingenious plan? How high was his talent? Mind you, even the masters didn't think of it. No one bothered about him. Cha Shu continued. "After linking these two arrays, the operation of the Yi wood melting fire array won't be affected even if the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array failed, but if both of them work, it will be magnificent." He got more excited as he spoke, his facial features dancing happily. "Both arrays will activate at the same time. The combined forces of lightning and fire won't just double the effect. At that time, we don't have to worry about annihilating the dark apparitions anymore." He wasn't the only one feeling amazed. Even Carl and the other runmasters found this plan remarkable. The other runmasters who never spoke became extremely interested and attracted by the ingenuity of this solution. They praised it continuously and joined the discussion. The martial warriors exchanged glances with one another and then looked at Wang Teng beside Gorlin. This young man seemed to have given a constructive suggestion. Li Rangshui's shining eyes landed on him. No one knew what she was thinking. On the other hand, Dan Texuan wasn't that happy, her face downcast. At first, she had dragged Wang Teng here to boost her pride. He did boost someone's pride, but it was Master Gorlin's. How infuriating. As the main lead, Wang Teng felt helpless. When these runmasters started discussing, they threw him to the side. As expected, these were a bunch of old kids who only loved runes. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't mind. He didn't come up with the plan to gain a reputation. He just wanted to kill more dark apparitions. Of course, he didn't mind gaining more reputation if he could. Yin Tongfang coughed helplessly when he saw the runmasters getting carried away with their discussion. He asked, "Is this idea possible?" The runmasters immediately stopped talking and nodded. "Yes, that's right. It's 100% possible. No problem. I think we can start working right away." Yin Tongfang and Lord Yang were elated. They immediately made the decision. "All right, we will hand this matter over to you." "We won't hesitate to," the runmasters replied simultaneously. "Also, I suggest having Master Gorlin as the chief commander of the construction of the rune array." Master Cha Shu proposed. "I can't do that. I think we can form the array together. There's no need for a chief commander." Gorlin waved his hands hurriedly. It was always hard to be the first in the world of runes. Gorlin didn't want to step into the muddy waters. "No, without a chief commander, we'll probably start quarreling again. It will be a waste of time." Master Carl shook his head. He understood his personality. Gorlin gave a forced smile. "It's good that you know what you're like. Even if he was the chief commander, they would still argue. This was a troublesome matter. Gorlin didn't want to be the mediator. He still wanted to reject the offer, but the other runmasters started speaking up. "Master Gorlin, please don't reject it. There are too many of us. We need someone in command. I have no objections to you being the leader." That's right, I have no objections either. We'll have to trouble Master Gorlin then. Lord Yang smiled and said. Gorlin sighed. Since Lord Yang had asked him personally, he couldn't reject it any more. He nodded with resolution and said, "All right, I'll accept it." Then he teased himself. I'm afraid that I might cut short my lifespan after forming these two arrays. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst out laughing. I'll ask His Majesty to record your meritorious deeds after this battle ends. I'll also ask His Majesty for some longevity spiritual herbs for Master Gorlin to make dans. Lord Yang laughed along. I don't deserve such divine herbs. Gorlin shook his head. Everyone laughed and chatted for some time, the atmosphere easing up a little. After that, the intense preparation work for the rune array started. More work was needed to form 2 arrays, but time was extremely tight. All the rune masters left the central command building and started surveying the site to choose the spot for the lightning rods on the surface. Star Maple City seemed normal, but it had already entered an emergency alert state. No suspicious person could enter the city anymore. The rune masters didn't cause any commotion either. Everything was done secretly to prevent any unwanted attention. The rune masters finally settled on the spots for the 12 lightning rods. Then the blacksmiths started forging the rods fervently. The rune masters weren't the only ones who came. The blacksmiths and the alchemists came too. They were all preparing for the war secretly. Wang Teng followed Gorlin to a huge underground smithery room in Star Maple City. The moment they came out of the lift, heat waves splashed against their bodies. Loud clangs shook their eardrums without stopping. Chapter 442. Forging Lightning Rods. Forging lightning rods was the first step to creating the 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array. It was an important step, too. When making the lightning rods, both the blacksmith and the rune master must be present. The rune masters would carve the runes on the rod when it was almost completed. Master Gorlin and the other rune masters came to the underground smithery room for this. Wang Teng followed them out of the lift and walked towards the knocking sounds and heat waves. The other younger generations didn't come. Wang Teng had come up with the lightning fire double array and gained recognition for his rune mastery. That was why he was allowed to come and observe. As they came closer, the temperature became higher. After some time, a breathtaking scene appeared in front of Wang Teng's eyes. Lava flowed on the ground and fire rose into the air. Many pillars more than 10 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter were suspended in the air by black chains. They were red from all the burning. Muscular figures stood on the scorching hot round pillars and knocked the pillars continuously with the giant hammers in their hands. Sparks flew everywhere. The figures were perspiring profusely. They bathed in the flames as they forged, seemingly unafraid of the heat. Down. Suddenly, a deep and strong voice echoed in the room. A person standing on one of the pillars leaped down. The round pillar plunged straight into the lava below, along with the clanging of the chains slash. Fire spurted straight to the roof. Impressive. They must be master-level blacksmiths. Wang Teng was lost in wonder. As he gasped emotionally, his gaze was attracted by the attribute bubbles around the blacksmiths. He picked them up. All the attribute bubbles flew into his arms. Smithry 68. Smithry 10 Spiritual Realm Spirit 60. Smithry 120 Spiritual Realm Spirit 82. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. Smithry +1 +1 +1 +1. Then his blacksmith level seemingly, possibly, probably achieved a breakthrough accidentally. Blacksmith 322 3000. Master blacksmith. Wang Teng felt incredibly proud of himself now. He couldn't help but glance at the blacksmiths who were furiously wielding their muscular arms on the round pillars. Fortunately, he didn't look like that. He would go crazy otherwise. Besides Smithery, there were many spiritual realm spirit attributes too. All the master-level characters experienced changes to their spirit. They were all in the spiritual realm. However, Wang Teng knew that not everyone who reached the spiritual realm spirit would have spiritual power. That depended on talent. It went without saying that he was a talented child. No one could deny that spirit. 721,000 Emperor Realm. Wang Teng looked at his spirit attribute. It was getting closer and closer to the peak of the Emperor Realm. His eyes shone. He was highly anticipating what the next realm would be. The figure who leaped down the round pillar walked over and said, "You're here." Master Opal Gorlin and the Run Masters stepped forward and greeted him. "This lightning rod is completed. You can carve the runes on it soon." Master Opal was a dwarf. His hair and beard were plaited into multiple braids. He pointed to the round pillar in the lava as he spoke. Gorlin nodded and asked, "Who's willing to go?" "I'll do it," Master Carl replied instantly. Soon the round pillar was lifted, bringing a huge splash of lava and flames with it. The body was entirely red and it was burning hot. Carl rose into the air indifferently, unaffected by the heat. He took out a special rune pen and started carving on the pillar. Purple glow shone around the rune pen. Every time he moved it, a rune would be carved on the pillar. Master Carl was extremely careful. Hence, he slowly moved his pen stroke by stroke. The other pillars were finished one by one. They proceeded to the carving stage, too. The rune masters kept themselves busy as they started carving. While they were working hard, attribute bubbles dropped from their bodies. Wang Teng picked everything up cheerfully. Rune Knowledge 36. Spiritual Realm, Spirit 12. Spiritual Realm, Spirit 8. Rune Knowledge 25. Rune Knowledge 30. Wang Teng's Runmaster level and his Spiritual Realm spirit were slowly increasing. Gorlin and the others didn't know that Wang Teng had reached the master level, and his skills were better than some of the run masters present. Hence, they didn't ask him to carve the runes personally. After all, much time was required to forge one lightning rod. No mistakes were allowed. In summary, they still thought Wang Teng was too young. Wang Teng didn't say anything. He was happy to be free. He didn't need to do anything and could still pick up attributes. How wonderful was that? Within a single day, 12 lightning rods were all completed, right on schedule. No accidents happened. It was hard for any accidents to happen, though, since the masters were there. Very soon, it was dinner time. Wang Teng and the other run masters walked out of the underground smithery room. Yin Tongfang and Lord Yang were waiting for them. They asked anxiously, "How is it?" "Fortunately, we didn't disappoint you," Gorlin replied with a smile. Yin Tongfang heaved a huge sigh of relief. "That's great. The first step is successfully completed. This is a good start. You must be tired. Have your dinner quickly," Lord Yang reminded everyone. The next day, all the run masters started carving the rest of the 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array in the Star Maple City. Gorlin split the city into different areas and assigned one to each run master. Then he said to Wang Teng, "I'll let you handle the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array. Can you do that?" "Me?" Wang Teng had been in a relaxed state all this while. So when he suddenly heard his master passing the mission of creating the entire Yi Wood Melting Fire Array to him, he was dumbstruck. The disciples of the run masters had tagged along this time. They were also astounded. He was passing the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array to Wang Teng. Master Gorlin was so biased towards his disciple. "Master Gorlin, isn't that a little inappropriate?" Master Carl and the other run masters were hesitant. "It's all right. In the past, Wang Teng helped me complete the 8-dragon Ablaze Dragon Array. The Yi Wood Melting Fire Array is around the same difficulty level. I believe that he can do it," Gorlin replied. "He helped you to complete the 8-dragon Ablaze Dragon Array." Everyone stared at Wang Teng in shock. They were all at the master level, but why was Gorlin's disciple so exceptionally outstanding? The younger generation of rune masters was stunned. Wang Teng's rune mastery had already reached that stage. Also, let's allow the disciples to participate. There won't be enough time for Wang Teng to complete the array alone, Gorlin added. Master Cha Shu smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that they will mess up and waste this ingenious double array plan." "We should give the young people some chances," Gorlin urged. "All right, let them try. We can clean up their mess anyway." Master Carl gritted his teeth. The Roan Master's disciples were excited. It would be a rare experience for them if they were able to complete the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array. They thought that their masters wouldn't let them go easily, but they actually agreed in the end. However, the moment they remembered that they had to listen to Wang Teng's command, their gazes flickered, a competitive spirit rising in them. Chapter 443, An Emotionless Correcting Machine. Gorlin departed after he handed over the task to Wang Teng, leaving him with the younger generation of rune masters. Wang Teng looked at the arrogant and unyielding bunch of people in front of him and felt a headache. These people were all talented individuals since they were able to become master stage rune masters' disciples. They were obedient in front of their masters, but that didn't mean they would listen to Wang Teng. At this moment, everyone stood quietly at the same spot, waiting to see what Wang Teng would do. Wang Teng remained expressionless. He said in an indifferent tone, "I don't care what you're thinking, but since the masters asked me to take charge, you will have to listen to me." Everyone gave a look of disdain when they heard this. This fellow was daring. Who did he think he was to ask them to listen to him? "Those that are unwilling can step out," Wang Teng said. Ni Wenguang was unhappy. He wanted to say something, but another young man beside him pulled him back. The young man shook his head at him. Although the others were unconvinced, they didn't voice out. What a pity. Wang Teng waited for a moment before shaking his head in disappointment. Everyone was speechless. Did he think they were stupid? Who couldn't tell that this was an obvious trap? Ni Wenguang's expression changed. He glared at Wang Teng furiously. He almost stepped out. This fellow was waiting for them to kick up a fuss. What an evil guy. Since there's no objection, you can start moving. Everyone will be in charge of a certain area. Start creating the Yi wood melting fire array now. Wang Teng glanced at everyone before continuing in an icy tone. The array is crucial. If anyone makes a mistake because of carelessness, I will kick you out of the team without any mercy. Everyone got nervous. How domineering. Wang Teng added, "I'm a narrow-minded person. If you make things difficult for me, I'll do the same to you. I don't mind if you say I'm abusing my power to get even with you, because that is the truth. But I wonder what your masters would think if they learned you got kicked out of the team." The run master's expressions changed. Wang Teng had hit their soft spot. These talented run masters weren't afraid of anyone except their masters. If their masters knew that they were chased out of the team, they would go hard on them. Threat. This was a direct threat. This fellow was shameless. He didn't even blink when he said that he would abuse his power to get even on them. Why wasn't he going by the book? They were indignant and unconvinced, but they couldn't do anything to Wang Teng. Well, unless they left voluntarily, obviously no one wanted to give this chance up. Many of them frowned. Unknowingly, they seemed to have entered Wang Teng's trap. They felt exasperated under Wang Teng's cold and distant gaze. In the end, they had no choice but to start working obediently. They started creating the array under Wang Teng's lead. Seriously, this is a piece of cake. Wang Teng pouted. These talented rune masters just lacked a beating. After trampling them for some time, they would become obedient. He didn't act personally and used the young rune masters as manual labor. He pushed them hard. "Be quick. Why are you so slow? Did you learn the basics properly? How can you call yourselves talent when you're so slow? When carving runes, you have to be stable and fast. Do you understand?" "Who is that? Ni Wenguang, right? Is your rune knowledge taught by a blacksmith?" Anger appeared on the talented young rune master's face. He bellowed, "Wang Teng, how dare you humiliate my master?" "Bullshit, when did I do that? I'm humiliating you," Wang Teng replied calmly. Ni Wenguang was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. This bastard was targeting him on purpose. The others felt like laughing, but they couldn't. If they did, it would encourage Wang Teng's arrogance. Their faces looked strange as they tried to suppress their laughter. But this fellow was a weird guy. "What about me? Your 16th rune is wrong. This is such a simple thing. Why do you need me to remind you?" Wang Teng pointed at his nose and scolded him. "Nonsense. How can I be wrong?" Ni Wenguang looked at his 16th rune instinctively. His expression changed, turning ugly. He did make a mistake. The others were astounded when they saw this scene. It looked like Ni Wenguang did make a mistake. The unfortunate thing was, Wang Teng saw it. This was embarrassing. Change it quickly. Are you waiting for me to teach you? Wang Teng glanced at him in contempt from the corner of his eyes. Ni Wenguang didn't say anything. The mistake made him unable to raise his head. He didn't have the confidence to speak further, so he looked down hastily and changed the rune. The atmosphere turned tense. The other rune maesters became more cautious, but they were still too young. Also, this was their first time arranging a large-scale array, so it was normal to make mistakes. Who is that? The seventh rune below you. Wang Teng's voice was heard again. The person who got called froze for a moment, then he pondered and started correcting the runes silently. That one with a ponytail beside him. You look good, but your brain must be muddled. You made 3 mistakes. The 15th, 23rd, and 26th rune. Change it. Wang Teng sat cross-legged at the side. He opened a bag of chips he had bought on Earth and started eating it out of boredom. His voice would occasionally ring out. Everyone had been called, some even more than once. No one had the heart to laugh at other people anymore. After all, they were all the same. They had no right to laugh at others. At the same time, they were mind-blown. Wang Teng was scary. He seemed to have memorized all the runes and was able to point out everyone's mistakes. They even suspected that if he was asked to make the Yi wood melting fire array alone, he would be able to finish it without any difficulty. But how was that possible? He was at most an advanced stage rune master. How could he create such a large array, yet the truth was laid out in front of them? Wang Teng was even more outstanding than they expected. This was a huge stimulation to the talented young rune masters. They started questioning their lives, and there was no more competitiveness in them. Wang Teng kept pointing out their mistakes and urging them. All their efforts were used to tackle their tasks. They felt that he was even more strict and stern than their masters. This lad was an emotionless correcting machine. They complained in their hearts, a tinge of fear appearing in their eyes. This is so scary. They weren't from the same world. Was Wang Teng an old demon wearing the clothes of a young man? For the entire day, the young disciples lived in a nightmare. They felt the fear of being controlled by a correcting machine. But the result wasn't bad. They had completed more than a third of the array. Towards the end, the young rune masters hastened their pace and became more efficient after they got used to Wang Teng pressurizing them, as expected of talents. It looks like I can increase the pressure on them tomorrow. Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. Chapter 454, I can try. The young rune masters didn't hear Wang Teng's thoughts, but they unconsciously shuddered. They felt an evil aura engulfing them. They gathered together and started discussing in low voices, occasionally glancing at Wang Teng. It was obvious that they were talking about him. These talented young rune masters rarely had any interactions, but they were now bonded by a common hatred for a common enemy. Ni Wenguang, I think you shouldn't argue with him. Wang Teng is a devil, that's right. His rune mastery is at a frightening level. I can't imagine how he did it. I heard my master saying that Master Gorlin's rune mastery is higher than him. I didn't expect his disciple to be so powerful, too. Like master, like disciple. Ni Wenguang, don't fight with him. You can't win. Ni Wenguang didn't feel good. He still didn't like Wang Teng, but he knew his limits. He honestly didn't plan to fight with Wang Teng anymore. He knew that he would just be bringing humiliation to himself if he did. Unfortunately, that bastard didn't want to let him go. He always reprimanded him. That was still all right. The infuriating thing was, his tone was worse compared to when he was speaking to the others. The other run masters realized this too. They felt lucky that they didn't offend Wang Teng in the past. This person was truly narrow-minded. At this moment, Master Gorlin and the other masters dragged their exhausted bodies and walked over from afar. Master Carl immediately asked, "How's the formation of the Yi wood melting fire array?" Everyone replied honestly, "It's slightly more than a third completed? Are you kidding me?" The master stage run masters were all in disbelief. The young run masters felt frustrated. They got tormented by Wang Teng and had put in so much effort to get this result. In the end, their masters suspected them. Master Carl's disciple was a goblin too. He was short, and his temper was just like his master's. He jumped up instantly and pointed at the area they had completed. "Master, if you don't believe us, you can inspect it yourself." "Oh." The run masters were surprised. These young fellows seemed confident. Were they telling the truth? However, this didn't make sense. The Yi Wood melting fire array might not be as difficult as the Thousand Thunder annihilation array, but it was a large-scale array too. These young lads completed more than a third of it in one day. It seemed impossible no matter how they looked at it. They walked over in confusion and amazement. The master stage run masters observed the runes in that area. They got more and more astounded. Good riddance, they had really completed more than a third of it. Even more, there weren't any mistakes. The completion rate was extremely high. When did these brats become so incredible? "You did well," Master Cha Shu complimented them. "I told you to give the young men some chances." Gorlin stroked his beard and smiled. The other roan masters nodded in approval. They gave their disciples a look of satisfaction. The bitterness in the hearts of the young roan masters disappeared instantly. They puffed up their chest and felt exhilarated. It was as if they were finally able to hold up their heads. "How did you do this? There isn't a single mistake at all," Master Carl asked curiously. The young roan masters fell silent. They turned and looked at Wang Teng in unplanned unison. "Huh?" Their masters were puzzled. They glanced at Wang Teng and asked, "Why are you all looking at him?" Master Carl's disciple gritted his teeth and explained what had happened to them. "I see," Cha Shu gave a forced smile. "I thought you had improved." I knew it. If these young lads were so powerful, I wouldn't be having a headache because of them." Master Carl glared at his disciple and scoffed. "Master, I worked hard too," Master Carl's disciple argued angrily. Just as the master and disciple were about to start quarreling, Master Cha Shu stopped them quickly and said to Gorlin, "Master Gorlin, you have groomed an outstanding disciple. We'll have to rely on him to take care of our good-for-nothing disciples for the rest of the array formation. You're flattering him. Instead of taking care of them, Wang Teng can have some exchanges and mutual learning with your disciples," Gorlin replied humbly. "Yes, please don't worry. We'll have exchanges and mutual learning with one another," Wang Teng agreed. The run masters immediately had a better impression of Wang Teng. They started throwing all kinds of praises and compliments at him. At this moment, Wang Teng became other people's kid again. The faces of the young rune masters were as black as the bottom of a pot, especially when they saw Wang Teng acting all humble and courteous. They gritted their teeth angrily, hypocritical. Exchanges and mutual learning? Had he forgotten how he pressurized and humiliated them? Bastard. In the next 2 days, everyone made the best use of their time to create the 2 arrays. Things were going smoothly for the master stage run masters. However, they went for quality, so the progress was a little slow. On the other hand, the speed on Wang Teng's side was astonishing. On the 3rd night, they had completed all the carvings of the runes for the Yi Wood melting fire array. Everything was smooth and there were no mistakes. Wang Teng didn't move his hands at all during the process. He just used his mouth. Of course, the young rune masters weren't weak, and their mastery wasn't low. If Wang Teng was given a bunch of beginner stage rune masters, he wouldn't be able to rely solely on his mouth. The young rune masters finally acknowledged Wang Teng's ability. This fellow was irritating, but his skills were undeniable. They improved greatly after following Wang Teng for the past few days. One could say that they owed it to him. Currently, everyone was having a meeting in the meeting room. Yin Tongfang and the other martial warriors understood the situation and felt happy and worried at the same time. "Master Gorlin, can we speed up the formation of the Thousand Thunder annihilation array?" Lord Yang asked. "We're afraid that there will be mistakes if we pick up the pace," before Gorlin could open his mouth. Master Cha Shu replied to him after some hesitation. Indeed. We're in the crucial stage where we are carving the core of the array. If we hasten the process, I'm afraid we might waste all our efforts. Gorlin gave a bitter smile. Why don't we let Wang Teng join in, Master Carl suddenly suggested. Everyone was shocked. They glanced at Master Carl before turning to look at Wang Teng. Wang Teng was stunned. He just completed the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array. Why were they throwing the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array to him now? These people sure had high hopes for him. We all know who should get the credit for the completion of the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array. I feel that his mastery level is enough for him to make the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array, Master Carl said. Gorlin contemplated for a second before asking, Wang Teng, are you confident? Everyone looked at him in anticipation. Wang Teng scanned the crowd, lamenting that he was born to be a workaholic. Then he slowly nodded. I can try. Chapter 445, a huge blow to their hearts. I can try. These 3 words gave no certainty, but when they saw Wang Teng's calm face, they chose to believe him. Even the master stage run masters had great expectations for this young man. He had already used his actions to prove his ability. He had proposed the Lightning Fire Double Array and led the formation of the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array. These 2 events were enough to prove his skills. In that case, we'll allow Wang Teng to join the masters in completing the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. Lord Yang concluded. Then he said to Wang Teng, Wang Teng, thanks for your hard work. You're being too polite. Wang Teng nodded. I'll do my best. The young runmasters were stunned for a few seconds before revealing envy. This fellow got invited into the runmasters team and had the opportunity to work with them. They were from the same generation, but Wang Teng was already ahead of them. It was frustrating.
Master, what about us?
Ni Wenguang couldn't control himself and asked. The other young runmasters also stared at their masters hopefully. They wanted to join in too. Even if they were only there to observe, it was better than being rejected entirely. You? Master Dongguo glared at him in contempt. He snorted and replied, Don't you know your limits? The corners of their lips twitched and their faces turned warm. Although Master Dongguo's response was merciless, it was the truth. They were honestly a little weak. Ni Wenguang turned green and white in anger and embarrassment. He turned and wanted to find someone to help him, but he realized that those idiots had already retracted their hopeful gazes and were looking at the ceiling nonchalantly. It was as if this had nothing to do with them. Thick, ungrateful fellows. Ni Wenguang felt awkward, so he remained quiet. There was bitterness and resentment in his eyes. After the meeting ended, Wang Teng got dragged by the runmasters to discuss the arrangement of the next rune carving. After many rounds of discussions, they only had less than 2 days before the battle. The dark apparitions wouldn't attack them right on time. They must finish their preparations before that and give ample time for emergency responses. If they didn't, unpredictable changes might occur. Ni Wenguang and the other young runmasters watched Wang Teng getting pulled away right in front of them. On the other hand, no one cared about them. They stood on the spot and felt gloomy and forlorn. The runmasters only rested for 2 to 3 hours. They prepared to continue working at night. Wang Teng had no choice but to accompany the bunch of old people to work in the dark. It was miserable. They arrived at the southwest side of Star Maple City and divided the work. Then they immediately started carving in the runes in this part of the city. The rune masters executed all their methods, resplendent glows shimmering in the night sky. Multiple runes appeared under their hands and got imprinted on the ground. Close to 20 run masters worked at the same time. It was a rare scene. Wang Teng didn't waste time. He took a deep breath and turned grim. Then he placed the rune pen on the ground and started twirling it around. The rune masters had their own tasks, but they still diverted a bit of attention to observe Wang Teng. When they saw Wang Teng's skilled moves and his stable posture, they knew that they were overthinking. There was no doubt of his impressiveness, and his ability was even more worth acknowledging. Gorlin smiled, feeling delighted and satisfied. With a disciple like Wang Teng, He managed to earn much respect and honor from the other rune masters. The next morning, everyone stopped what they were doing and sighed in relief. The rune masters looked at the progress of their own work before looking at their companions. They exchanged zones and proceeded with the last step, correction. Their method was exactly the same as how Wang Teng had guided the young rune masters. Even these master stage rune masters couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't make mistakes. Before the array was completed, there was still time for them to rectify the errors. If they waited until the array was finished, it would be too late. The array was a whole, and a single change would affect the entire thing. Any small mistakes could have unbearable consequences. The collapse of the array would cause a backlash to the rune masters who would host the array. Hence, they were extremely careful. After they rectified one another's mistakes, everyone came to the area where Wang Teng was at. A group of people gathered around him. Wang Teng? He was given key attention. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. These masters didn't trust him at all, but he didn't mind. He would admit defeat if they were able to find any mistakes. The rune masters gathered here to inspect Wang Teng's carving with the intention of making up for his deficiencies. Yet in the end, they realized something incredible. Their expressions turned grave. Master Carl's eyes lit up. He praised, "The carving skills are exquisite. There are no mistakes at all. This is amazing. He has probably exceeded my level of mastery." Master Cha Shu exclaimed in surprise. He was flabbergasted. They complimented Wang Teng while carefully observing all the runes. In the end, they realized that there were no errors. This patch of runes was frighteningly perfect. A bunch of 100-year-old rune masters exchanged glances with one another in disbelief. They had lost their ability to speak for a moment. One word popped out in their minds: monster. "Wang Teng, what is your rune master level now?" Gorlin took a deep breath and asked. "I don't know, Master. I haven't done any tests." Wang Teng pretended to be oblivious. "Really?" Gorlin nodded. At this moment, Master Carl asked, "I saw that the runes you carved are perfect. Have you carved them before?" "Never. The 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array is terrifying. I won't have the chance to touch it normally." Wang Teng shook his head. Master Carl also knew that he had asked a stupid question, so he froze for a moment and shook his head. This is seriously. He couldn't find any words to describe Wang Teng's result. "You did well, even better than us," Gorlin said with a bitter smile. He was much more straightforward than others. "Really? Master, don't scare me. I'm just trying my best to carve these runes properly." Wang Teng was delighted, but on the surface he replied to his master in profound respect and humility. "Trying your best," everyone smiled and shook their heads. He surpassed them just by trying his best. The master stage rune masters felt a huge blow to their hearts. He was being humble, but it sounded so infuriating when Wang Teng said it. "Your rune skills have improved greatly. I suspect that you have advanced to the master stage," Gorlin said sternly. "Master level? Master? Are you sure?" Wang Teng asked in bewilderment. He looked at everyone's sincere expressions and immediately felt that his acting skills had improved. This was great. Chapter 446, Wang Teng, We Are Arch Enemies. Wang Teng felt that he was a pure person. The acting skills he displayed occasionally were to protect himself. His character didn't change. Gorlin and the other rune masters felt the same way too. This child didn't even know how outstanding he was. Look, he didn't know what level he was at. That showed his pure thinking. Gorlin wanted to reply to Wang Teng's question, but Master Carl was more impatient than him. "You must be at the master level. How can a normal rune master carve this perfect rune, Master Gorlin? You're a lucky fellow. You managed to find an extremely gifted disciple." He stared at Gorlin, green with envy. He wished that he could snatch Wang Teng away. He didn't care if he could teach Wang Teng. As long as he was his disciple, it would be a much-told tale. The master and the disciples were both at the master level. How amazing it sounded. Unfortunately, he belonged to other people. Gorlin coughed awkwardly. "Nothing is certain before the test, however, Master Carl. Please don't look at me like this. I have no feelings towards you." "Pfft, Wang Teng burst out laughing. He didn't expect his master to have this side to him. Also, the lethality of the words rose tremendously when spoken from the mouth of an elder with noble character and high prestige. The other Roan masters laughed, too. Master Carl's face turned black. He retorted, "You old monk, do you think I'm an old virgin like you? I have many grandchildren under me." Wang Teng's expression turned weird, as if he had heard something incredible. He carefully glanced at his master. A hint of frost appeared around Master Gorlin. He gritted his teeth and said, "Carl, I think you lack a beating." I'm not afraid of you." Master Carl was a little scared, but he put on a calm front and snorted softly. All right, stop quarreling. You've gone off topic." The other Roan masters suppressed their laughter and mediated the dispute. They worked throughout the night and went back to rest for 3 hours. At 8 a.m. they got up for breakfast. All through the night, the young Roan masters were worried that they had lost the love from their masters. Hence, when they woke up and realized that their masters were all exceptionally enthusiastic towards Wang Teng, they felt even worse. They wanted to greet their masters, but no one cared about them. They were all gathered around Wang Teng as if he was their personal disciple. The young Roan masters stood there in silent misery. What on earth was going on? In one night they lost their master's love. They felt as helpless as an abandoned stray dog. They sat in a corner and ate their breakfasts while eating. They kept stealing glances at the opposite table. All the Roan masters were happily chatting with Wang Teng. The atmosphere was harmonious. They whispered to one another and gritted their teeth. Their resentment towards Wang Teng kept increasing. "Who's cursing me?" Wang Teng suddenly sneezed thrice. He was confused. After breakfast, the masters continued carving runes. They worked from dawn till night, and the day passed quickly. Finally, at 5 a.m. the next day, all the runes for the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array were finished. A hint of sunrise gradually rose above the horizon. The sun sprinkled its light on the city. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The master stage rune masters glanced at one another and smiled. They might be more experienced, but they still felt a sense of satisfaction. The Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array was finally completed. All they had to do was wait for the dark apparitions to walk to their death. Wang Teng smiled gently. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Masters, elders, the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array is completed. There's nothing for me to do here. I have a mission, so I'll make a move first." "What? You still have a mission?" Master Carl exclaimed in surprise. "That's not right. It's too dangerous. You're the rising star in the rune world. You mustn't take risks." Master Cha Shu shook his head furiously. The other rune masters agreed and persuaded him against leaving. After this cooperation, all the masters acknowledged Wang Teng's atrocious rune potential. They cherished him from the bottom of their hearts, so they were unwilling to let him take any risks. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. He didn't expect this to happen. He was thankful for the rune master's love. However, besides being a rune master, he was also a martial warrior. He couldn't hide behind others like a turtle in its shell. "Elders, I'm thankful for your kind thoughts. However, I'm a martial warrior and am part of Earth's troop. You don't want me to be an army deserter, right?" Wang Teng said. "Don't worry. We'll speak to General Dan and persuade her not to let you on the battlefield." Master Carl patted his chest and promised confidently. "All right, Wang Teng has his own path. Let him make his own choices." Gorlin spoke up at this moment. Since Wang Teng's master had spoken, the others had no right to say anything. The persuasions at the tip of their lips never came out of their mouths. They sighed and shook their heads. "All right, young people like you do have to walk your own path," Master Carl said helplessly. "Thank you." Wang Teng bowed at them. Then he looked at Gorlin and said, "Master, I'm leaving. Go ahead." Gorlin smiled. Wang Teng didn't say much. He rose into the air and turned into a ray of light as he soared through the sky and shot towards the horizon. "Gorlin, you will regret it if something happens to Wang Teng." Master Cha Shu sighed. "I believe him," Gorlin replied with a smile. "I don't know where you get your confidence from. You have such a great disciple. If any mishaps happen, you will have no tears to cry." Carl scoffed. Gorlin smiled and remained silent. Anyway, we're fortunate to have Wang Teng with us. If not, the last part of the carving wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Cha Shu suddenly lamented. The other run masters nodded, sighing emotionally. When Ni Wenguang and the other young men woke up, they realized that Wang Teng was gone. Once the irritating figure could no longer be seen beside their masters, they felt invigorated. They walked to their masters obediently and asked, "Master, where is that fellow?" "What fellow?" "Wang Teng." "Wang Teng is Wang Teng. Why are you calling him that fellow? Where are your manners? Look at Wang Teng and then look at yourself. You're occupied with nothing and your rune mastery is unbearable. How can you have the face to appear in front of me?" A bucket of cold water doused the happiness of the young rune masters. They welcomed the scoldings from their masters in a daze. What just happened? Why were they getting scolded? Wang Teng was already gone, so why was his shadow still lingering above them? The young Ronmeisters were confused, feeling exasperated. The hatred towards that fellow shot right up. "Wang Teng, we're arch enemies from now on." Chapter 447. My Dad Hadn't Agreed. The Black Sparrow troop was stationed at the edge of the forest. For the past few days, Kong Li, Yuan Xuan, and the other martial warriors waited for the commencement of the battle and cultivated relationships with their Gale wolves. Only 1/3 of the 3 teams had Gale wolves. Wang Teng's team was the only one where every member had a Gale wolf. Kong Li and the others were envious but helpless. There was nothing they could do. When Wang Teng wasn't around, Icewind and Black Widow followed his orders and conducted the training, allowing the other team members to forge a close tie with their Gale wolves quickly. These Gale wolves were wild and hard to tame, but they didn't dare to make any trouble because Wang Teng had left some wisps of Wolf King rain behind. They could only cooperate obediently with the soldiers. Dan Teishuan visited the camp today. She was surprised by the Gale wolves' performances. How did he do it? She was puzzled. Although she had a wide range of experience, she still didn't know the reason behind it. Wang Teng said that he had killed the Wolf King, so the Gale wolves listened to him. She didn't believe any of it. That young lad has many secrets. Dan Teixuan smiled to herself. She was curious, but she didn't intend to probe further. There were many interesting things in the martial arts era. Everyone had their little secrets. While she was thinking, she suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. "Huh, he's back?" Indeed, after a few moments, a figure flew down and landed in front of her. "Master?" Wang Teng greeted her. "You're a busy person," Dan Teishuan teased him. "Sigh, your disciple is too outstanding. Without me, the array wouldn't have been completed in time." Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. "I was just flattering you, but you started praising yourself." Dan Teishuan rolled her eyes at him. Wang Teng chuckled. "From your expression, there's nothing wrong with the array, right?" "Yes. Both arrays are done. You do have some skills in runes." Dan Teishuan raised her eyebrows and sighed. They exchanged a few words before Wang Teng walked over to Kong Li and greeted her. "Where have you been for the past few days?" Kong Li asked him curiously. "Star Maple City, as expected." The others shared the same thought when they looked at one another. They had overheard the conversation between Wang Teng and Dan Teixuan just now, so they guessed the gist of it. However, since Wang Teng didn't go into details, they didn't ask either. After exchanging greetings, Wang Teng finally arrived in front of his team. Leader, Icewind, and Black Widow saluted. "You did well while I was away." Wang Teng complimented when he saw the state of his subordinates and the Gale wolves. "It's all thanks to your control over them. Without it, it would be hard to suppress these wolves," Icewind said, refusing to take the credit. The Gale wolves howled in low tones as if agreeing with what Icewind said. Evil humans. They would have run away if it wasn't for fear of him taking revenge. Wang Teng smiled, looking at the Gale wolves kindly. Sob immediately, all the Gale wolves shuddered. They whined pitifully and laid on the ground, pretending to be dead. At night, the stars and moon hung high in the sky, and occasional insect chirps resounded in the forest around them. Besides that, there were no other noises. It was exceptionally quiet. Dan Taishuan had blocked this entire zone. Any sounds they made in this area wouldn't spread to the other parts. Everyone sat in a circle with a bonfire burning in the middle. Wang Teng took out some star beast meat and barbecued it above the fire. He smiled and said, "The dark apparitions are coming soon. The war might start tomorrow, so let me make dinner for you guys. I hope that everyone can have a good meal." Ice Wind and the other team members were elated. They had witnessed Wang Teng making a force dish before that fragrance was lethally enticing. They were surprised when Wang Teng said he was cooking for them, but they were secretly anticipating it too. "Is your food edible? Don't try to deceive us with some weird dishes." Kong Li glanced at him suspiciously from the corner of her eyes. Niu Li and Yuan Xuan didn't believe him either. Yuan Xuan even took out his dried food and started munching it. He scorned Wang Teng's cooking. Ice Wind and his teammates looked at Yuan Xuan strangely. They wondered if Major Yuan would regret his actions after their leader finished cooking. "You don't have to eat it if you don't believe me," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. "I only make food for those who trust me." How conceited," Kong Li replied in disdain. Dan Taichuan sat cross-legged on the crown of the big tree above them. She didn't participate in their interaction. Looking at the moon and listening to the laughter below, her gaze seemed sad and forlorn. After some time, her nose twitched. She smelled a strong fragrance. She looked down in surprise. At the same time, Kong Li had already forgotten what she had said. She stared at the golden piece of barbecued meat in Wang Teng's hand and pounced on it. She wanted to snatch it from him. Her saliva was already dripping down the edge of her lips. "Sai, didn't you say that you won't eat my weird dishes?" Wang Teng dodged and teased her. "Give it to me." Kong Li was furious. She pursued him relentlessly. "This is a weird dish. You will die from eating it." Wang Teng ran around the crowd. The fragrance spread throughout the air, attracting everyone's gaze. While running, he took a huge bite of the meat and chewed it with gusto. He seemed to be savoring the dish. Kong Li was indignant. "Are you going to give it to me? If you don't, I will. What will you do?" Wang Teng stopped and smiled at her. "I'll cry." After Kong Li finished her sentence, she pouted. She did seem to be on the verge of tears, Wang Teng. "You're so fake. You're an iron lady. Why are you acting all delicate? Everyone knows your character. What's the point of doing this? Don't put on a show in front of me. If you cry, I'll call you Mom." Wang Teng snorted. "Why would I want to be your mom? I'm so young. How can I have such an old child like you?" Kong Li rolled her eyes in anger. "My dad won't agree," Wang Teng replied calmly. Ha ha ha, Niu Li and the others couldn't hold in their laughter anymore. "Amazing. Now you're making fun of me?" Kong Li roared in anger. Then she started chasing Wang Teng again. "My master should have a taste first. There's no spot for you." Wang Teng arrived at the tree where Dan Takshuan was at. He leaped and landed in front of Dan Takshuan. As he passed the barbecued meat to her, he flattered her. "Master, I made this for you." Dan Takshuan gave him an ambiguous smile and took a bite of the meat. Her eyes lit up at once. She exclaimed in shock, "Not bad. You've surpassed that fatty in school." "Of course. I put in much effort to make a good meal for you," Wang Teng replied seriously. "There's no way I'll believe you." Dan Takshuan rolled her eyes. Chapter 448. Kill all of them. No one had anything to say about Wang Teng giving the first piece of meat to Dan Takshuan. After all, she was his master. Kong Li was exasperated. She glared at Wang Teng as if she wanted to skin him alive. The greatest distance in the world wasn't between the sky and the earth. It was when you had good food in front of you, but you couldn't eat it. This was extremely cruel for a foodie. Kong Li had experienced Wang Teng's narrow-mindedness. She felt a sense of helplessness floating up in her heart. Wang Teng knew that she was a food lover. He wanted to laugh when he saw her hopeless expression. He shook his head and said helplessly, "Don't worry, I'm making more meat. You will have your share. You said it. You must fill up my stomach." Kong Li felt refreshed when she saw the meat turning golden in front of her. She rubbed her stomach. Can you have some ambition? Wang Teng mocked her. Kong Li ignored him. She stared at the barbecued meat intently. Drips of golden fats fall into the flames and evaporate from the heat. Soon, another batch of fragrant meat was served fresh out of the flames. The skin was crispy, and the meat was tender, slash. Kong Li was swift. She grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it in her mouth directly, without worrying about the heat. "Oh my God, Wang Teng, your cooking skills are amazing," she exclaimed in awe. The huge piece of meat entered her stomach without much chewing. "Now you know," Wang Teng said proudly. Kong Li gave him a thumbs up. She had no time to talk as she stuffed her mouth with meat again, Wang Teng. Wang Teng shook his head and distributed the rest of the barbecued meat. Yuan Xuan kept his dried rations silently and calmly took over the piece of meat given by Niu Li. He ate it quietly. This was so delicious there were many people, so Wang Teng barbecued 3 rounds of meat before everyone had the chance to have a taste of the force dish prepared by Force Chef Wang. Wang Teng looked at the satisfied expressions and felt that his efforts were worth it. Most people here never had the chance to eat a force dish prepared by a force chef master. Today they finally got the opportunity, and it was free to boot. They were delighted. Wang Teng even took out the delicious wine he got from the dwarves and had a few drinks with Kong Li and the others. "You have many good things after the war ends. You must take them out and share them with me. It can be the repayment for all the free meals I gave you." Kong Li burped in satisfaction. Wang Teng smiled without replying to her. "If you can take it from me, I'll bow to you." They had their fill and extinguished the fire. Besides the glow from the moon and the stars, there was only darkness around them. Everyone was relaxed a moment ago, but they knew that after tonight their life and death would be decreed by fate. They might not be able to enjoy the joy of life tomorrow. Waiting was torture. Coming events cast their shadows before them. Dark clouds enveloped the sky as if indicating the imminent arrival of a storm. The atmosphere was tense and depressing. Star, Maple City. The entire city was frighteningly quiet. Time passed slowly as they waited. Yin Tongfang and Lord Yang stood on the roof of the Central Command building. They had been there since morning. They never left. At the edge of the forest, Dan Teishuan stood on the crown of a huge tree with her hands behind her back. She watched Star Maple City from a distance quietly. She stood for the entire day at the same in many secluded spots around Star Maple City. Numerous pairs of eyes were staring at Star Maple City in silence. Boom! An explosion suddenly resounded. "They're here." These 2 words immediately appeared in everyone's mind, and they tensed up. A storm was brewing in the sky. An invisible force was churning and tumbling the thick and dark clouds. Giant whirlpools were formed in the air. There were as many as 5 whirlpools. They were scattered above Star Maple City like 5 huge devil eyeballs peeking from another world. 5-dimensional rifts. Yin Tongfang and the people in Star Maple City turned grim as they stared at the 5 gigantic dimensional rifts in the sky. They were flabbergasted. Wang Teng saw this scene too. He muttered to himself gravely, "This is a large-scale attack." Beside him, Dan Teishuan remained expressionless. She said coldly, "The human race will never have peace if the dark apparitions are still around." "We'll kill all of them, then," Wang Teng replied unexpectedly. Dan Teishuan was shocked for a moment. Then she laughed like a maniac and said, "That's right, kill all of them." For some reason, Wang Teng started laughing too. They laughed like 2 mentally ill patients. Some distance away, Kong Li and the other martial warriors stared at the 2 of them in a daze. Were they mad after? A few seconds of laughing, Wang Teng stopped. He looked at the pitch-black holes that were widening continuously. He could almost see the numerous space attributes falling from the sky. He couldn't keep his excitement anymore, feeling restless before the dimensional rifts in the sky finished forming. A vibration came from the ground. In the distance, countless black figures rose from the ground. They surged toward Star Maple City from all directions like a tsunami. Roar. Howls that sounded like wild beasts resounded in the sky. The entire city seemed to be surrounded. There was nowhere to run. This was a painting of an apocalypse. When the dark apparitions were a few hundred meters away from the Star Maple City, Yin Tongfang took a deep breath and waved his hand. He commanded sternly, "Ignite! Boom! Boom! Boom!" Rounds of explosions sounded abruptly. A large number of dark apparitions got hit by the explosives and burst into pieces. Black blood splattered everywhere. However, these low-level dark apparitions weren't afraid of death. They continued scurrying forward like an army of ants. The explosions continued, clearing a massive portion of the dark apparitions at the forefront. A fracture appeared in their formation. They blocked them. Kong Li felt a little relieved. "This is just the first wave." Yuan Xuan shook his head. "I know, however, it means that our preparations aren't useless. We'll give the dark apparitions a good lesson this time," Kong Li replied. "A good start would boost the morale of the soldiers significantly." I suddenly realized that bombing is an art. Wang Teng touched his chin and receded into deep thought. Kong Li and the others almost fainted. Was this the time to talk about art? Wait, what kind of art was bombing? What strange thoughts did this fellow have all the time? "The second wave is coming," Niu Li suddenly said. Everyone looked at the city. Indeed, numerous dark apparitions were charging towards the city from the back. From afar, all one could see was a huge patch of black. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded immediately on the walls of Star Maple City. Rune weapons were being used to destroy the dark apparitions on a large scale. Normally, these weapons were kept away in the military city. Today, they finally had the chance to bare their fangs. Some of these weapons were secretly transported over from other military cities over the past few days. As a result, there were enough weapons after one round of attacks. The next batch would take over seamlessly. No chances were given to the dark apparitions. Chapter 449. They are fighting for the human race. Cannons roared and shrill and terrifying screams echoed throughout the city. The mutilated bodies of countless dark apparitions were littered on the flatlands. Black blood soaked into the ground and turned the soil dark. It was a ghastly sight. The dark apparitions continued advancing wave upon wave. They broke the first layer of defense by sheer numbers and continued closing in on Star Maple City. They didn't have a conscience. Their instinct was to follow orders and be the lowest form of being. They were always at the front line. Also, they were on the edge of life and death, so they were neither alive nor dead. To a human, their presence was hard to tackle. Behind the army of dark apparitions, many high-level dark apparitions were viewing the war nonchalantly. One of the vampire dark apparitions spread the wings behind his back and hover in mid-air. A frosty smile appeared at the edge of his lips. "It looks like our spy failed. The humans are prepared. Humans are indeed useless. They can't be trusted." Another lofty and muscular giant apparition snorted in disdain. "Hee. Even if they are prepared, it won't change their fate. The entire city will be slaughtered by us." A crimson glow appeared in the vampire's eyes. His laughter was eerie. The giant apparition laughed too. He raised his head and looked at the 5-dimensional rifts in the sky. His expression was fanatical. "The dimensional rifts are almost completed. The Sirs will dawn on this world soon. I heard that the Sir from Black Incubus Mountain is coming as well." The vampire dark apparition gave a repulsive smile. "What? That Sir is coming too?" The giant apparition's expression changed when he heard this frightening news. He was petrified. "What are you afraid of? Will Sir attack you?" The vampire dark apparition scoffed. The giant apparition felt awkward. He got terrified just from hearing the name of the Sir. How embarrassing. He touched his rough and bald head and laughed awkwardly. He tried to explain himself. "I was shocked. I didn't know that Sir would come personally. We have been blocked at the other end of the dimensional rifts by these humans for many years. The Sirs above us are getting impatient. This time, we must destroy their military city and let these stupid humans know that we, the dark apparitions, can't be stopped." The vampire dark apparition said proudly. The giant apparition nodded. He seemed restless. "Is it time for us to move?" Let's wait a while longer. Let the low-level dark apparitions attack a few more rounds. I want to see how much longer humans can stop us." The vampire dark apparition shook his head. At the same time, Wang Teng said to Dan Teishuan, "Based on what we have prepared, Star Maple City might not be able to resist for long." Dan Teishuan turned somber. She nodded and replied, "The dark apparitions have attacked in full fury. We have underestimated their determination." There was worry in her eyes. This situation was out of her expectation. Wang Teng remained quiet, staring intently at the battlefield in front. Yin Tongfang and Lord Yang stood on the roof of the Central Command building and looked at the endless swarm of dark apparitions closing in on the city. The defense arrays had been activated. They formed a sturdy and thick half-circle yellow shield protecting Star Maple City. The cannons continued firing. However, there were too many dark apparitions. They were like a mountain of ants. Many dark apparitions managed to evade the attacks of the cannons and arrived below the city. The low-level dark apparitions started attacking the defense shield, causing ripples to appear on the shield. They were too weak, so they couldn't break the defense instantly. Rows of soldiers gathered on the city walls with rune guns in their hands. They aimed at the vital spots of the dark apparitions and started raining bullets on them. As time went by, more and more dark apparitions managed to reach the city walls. The pressure on the defense shield intensified. Behind the swarm of dark apparitions, the vampire dark apparition smiled hideously. He licked his lips and smiled. "Let's move." In a split second, multiple shadows shot out behind him, screams of excitement escaping from their mouths. Some flew in the air while others ran on the ground. They shot past the low-level dark apparitions, charged their way to the front at the speed of lightning, and hurled themselves at the defense shield like sharp spears atop the Central Command building. Yin Tongfang waved his hand down silently with a somber face. Boom, 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 kill! A cold bellow was heard. Many figures dashed out of Star Maple City and started fighting with the high-level dark apparitions. Force explosions occurred everywhere, the noise deafening. The human martial warriors had finally acted. In the forest, Wang Teng asked grimly, "Are we not moving?" "It's not time yet," Dan Teishuan replied indifferently. Boom! The moment she finished speaking, a body fell from the sky. The person got drowned by the dark apparitions on the ground. Screams of agony penetrated the air before stopping within a second. That was a 5-star soldier-level human martial warrior. He was the first human martial warrior to be sacrificed in this war. After the first, there was the second death. Spread quickly, the high-level dark apparitions were more talented. Their battle power and physical conditions surpassed their human counterparts. The humans knew this, but they remained fearless and embraced their deaths unflinchingly. They were fighting for the human race. Wang Teng stood at the crown of the tree and watched the battle from afar. Although his expression calmed down gradually, a malicious aura was building up in his eyes. He clenched his hands tightly. He wanted to help them right now. Even if he just killed one dark apparition, it would soothe the torment in his heart. But he knew that he must not move. They had been preparing for this day for a long time. If he moved, all their efforts would be in vain. Everyone was waiting. He wasn't the only one suffering. Actually, as soldiers, many people knew that they would die, yet they still fought at the front line. Were they stupid? Did they get brainwashed? No. They just hoped that in the future their families wouldn't have to face this terrifying disaster. For their sake, they were willing to bear the implications even if it cost them their lives. Boom, a loud explosion suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up. The 5-dimensional rift seemed to have reached their limits and couldn't expand anymore. They started spinning slowly. The dimensional rifts were finished. Evil and sinister aura flowed out from the rifts, seeping into this world. Everyone seemed to have gone into a trance. They saw 5 massive pillars retracting, their positions coinciding with the 5-dimensional rifts. That's a hand. Someone cried out in disbelief. His throat went dry. The dimensional rifts were formed by a hand? Who would have thought of that? Many people were terrified by the hand. They shuddered in fear. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He still remembered the crimson eye peeking through the dimensional rift, spying on the Xingwu continent from the other end during the invasion of dark apparitions in Yang City. At that time, a hand big enough to hold the sky had crossed the dimensional rift and saved the eight-armed devil general. Devil God. Wang Teng muttered to himself. Chapter 450,000 Thunder Annihilation Array activate. Wang Teng didn't dare to imagine the despair of the humans when the devil god landed in their world in the future. A peek of its eye was enough to let countless ordinary people, even martial warriors, lose their minds. It could form dimensional rifts with one hand and let multiple dark apparitions come to their world. Would humans be able to resist such a formidable presence? Fortunately, it currently wasn't able to move through worlds. Its body seemed too powerful for a normal dimensional rift to bear. Even so, everyone was still worried. They knew that one day the devil god would come personally. At this moment, numerous dark apparitions appeared through the dimensional rifts. They fell from the 5-dimensional rifts and landed above Star Maple City. They smashed on the defense shield like black shooting stars. Boom, boom, boom. The figures crashed into the defense shield and caused loud collisions. Before this, cracks had already formed on the defense shield from the dark apparitions' attacks. Now, after getting smashed continuously, the cracks grew larger. The sound of glass breaking resounded, crisp and clear. Retreat. Yin Tongfang gave his command. His loud voice echoed in the entire city. The soldiers on the city walls immediately gathered in the center of the city when they heard this. Behind the low-level dark apparitions, the vampire dark apparition frowned. What are they doing? Are they scared of us? The giant apparition laughed happily. Idiot. The vampire scolded him secretly. He looked at Star Maple City in confusion. I have a bad feeling. Don't worry. The Sirs are already here, and the defense shield of that military city is on the brink of collapsing. Soon it will break. The humans are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered, the giant apparition said. The vampire thought of something, and his expression eased a little. This fellow is right. No matter how sly these humans are, once the Sirs arrive, they will have to die. He chased away the bad premonition in his heart and mocked himself for being too suspicious. When did he become like this? This wasn't like him. Fortunately, he didn't expose his thoughts. If not, that huge guy would laugh at him. The Sirs are here. Let's make a move, the giant apparition said. The vampire nodded. He flapped the wings behind him and darted to the front. The giant apparition followed closely behind. Multiple dark apparitions with powerful auras appeared below the 5-dimensional rifts. They came in different shapes and sizes. There were vampires, sheephead, demons, lichens, and many more. The 8-armed devil general, who Wang Teng knew, was among them too. Sirs, this is your chance to atone for your mistakes. You must perform well. The sheephead dark apparition sniggered. Zerds snorted. He replied with contempt. This is none of your business, the sheephead dark apparition, Saba, sneered. Then he turned serious and said, the one from Black Incubus Mountain is on the way. We'll move out first. Let's not make a fool of ourselves in front of Sir. The hideous lichen dark apparition, Sile smiled, revealing his eerie fangs. He said, I can't wait. Let's have fun. The dark apparitions glanced at one another and laughed madly. Then they charged towards the Star Maple City below. Boom, boom, boom. They didn't use any weapons and smashed into the defense shield using the strength of their bodies. Loud collisions were heard. Bang. The defense shield could no longer withstand the frightening attacks. It collapsed instantly and shattered into numerous force shards. The shards scattered in the air and disappeared without a trace. The general stage dark apparitions laughed brutally. Kill. Kill all the humans. With a wave of their hands, swarms of low-level dark apparitions charged into Star Maple City. The dark apparitions wreaked havoc in the city. In a blink of an eye, they filled up the entire city and started looking for living creatures frantically. They destroyed anything that was in their path. The vampire dark apparition and the giant apparition hurried over and met up with the 8-armed devil general and the other dark apparitions in the air. sir. The two dark apparitions kneeled and bowed respectfully at the general stage dark apparitions in front of them. Saba, the sheephead dark apparition, glanced around him and frowned. I can't sense any human auras. The vampire dark apparition was shocked. He felt the same bad premonition that he had in the past. Sir, the humans were in the city a second ago. His face turned white as he replied agitatedly. So where are they now? Saba questioned. The vampire dark apparition's heart shuddered. He didn't have an answer. What happened? Speak the truth. Zers frowned and bellowed angrily. The humans seemed to have discovered our plan. Cold sweat dripped down the vampire's forehead. He was shivering. What about them? Saba asked expressionlessly. They might have run away. The vampire dark apparition's tone carried uncertainty. He was still hopeful. If they wanted to run, they would have escaped a long time ago. Why will they wait for us to come? Before the lichen dark apparition Sile could finish speaking, the other general stage dark apparitions grasped the situation. Oh shit! Retreat in their haste. The general stage dark apparitions didn't have any time to think. They soared into the sky directly. Since you're here, please stay. Cold and menacing voices echoed from all around them. 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array activate. After the shout landed, 12 purple rays shot into the sky from different corners of Star Maple City. Boom! The 12 lightning rods slowly rose, accompanied by loud booms. Bang! When the general stage dark apparitions tried to escape, they were suddenly blocked by an invisible force. Rune array. Saba's expression turned ugly. He stopped in midair and scanned his surroundings. There were 12 elders sitting on the 12 lightning rods. They stared fearlessly at the general stage dark apparitions. We will make sure you stay here forever. The master-level run masters spoke coldly. Old fellow, you think you can keep us? Zers scoffed in disdain. We'll just break it. I don't believe that we can't destroy this stupid rune array. Sile cracked his neck and said viciously. Boom! At this moment, thunder boomed in the sky. Thick flashes of lightning shot down, splitting the air into different segments. They aimed right for the general stage dark apparitions, carrying formidable power with them. Lightning Element Array. The expressions on the general stage dark apparitions' faces changed. They instinctively chose to evade the bolts of lightning. The lightning struck the ground. The low-level dark apparitions on the ground weren't so lucky. A huge patch of them was cleared in an instant. All that was left were several large holes and the mutilated and burnt bodies around them. Damn it, it's a lightning array! The muscles on Saba's face trembled. He felt a little fearful. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.